in the last few minutes? Like, take a second, go to my page. Like, I posted it so I could show it to you today. Look at what I did. And Sarah, we posted one with your name in it twice. And it didn't fail either times. The only time it had trouble was your full entire handle, but I expected this. What's alarmingly cool is it handles English verbiage correctly. So words that actually are real. What you'll notice is it says thank you, Sarah, perfectly. It says Pixio rules perfectly. It even says my friend's name, which you can't see because I didn't repost it. But he was like, will it do my name? Because it's not your typical name. And look, I just posted it. So you guys can see I shared it. It should be.
I'm so giddy. That's so cool.
Oh,
Thank
it's
you,
so
Ross.
cool. Yeah, guys, it's so cool. So, like, the thing is, like, what's happening now is we have a new diffusion model. So, like, everything that we learned is about to be like old news as soon as this becomes a thing. And like everything that I do in Pixio is about to be slightly altered because now we have a new base model. This is huge for builders. This means your app could potentially harness the power of Stable Diffusion 3. And in a world where it's best to be first, well, you're literally first. Like Pixio is probably the first mainstream app that's going to have Stable Diffusion 3, like ever. They don't even have it in their
Ross,
app.
this is actually really important for folks to pay attention to. Because TSI has such strong partnerships, Josh mentions this very frequently, that collaboration is currency, right? It's because of what Ross is doing in real time and how many people are watching in real time the evolution of education. And he has such powerful relationships to be able to have Stable 3 before everybody else. That first mover advantage, even if it's just 1 week, puts you ahead of the pack, especially if, let's say, you're an influencer that needs to have those clicks or needs to have people paying attention to you, right? This is how many of the AI influencers have grown, is because they have first mover advantage. To be able to play with this right now is such a powerful thing. And it's humbling to think that it's the democratization of tools. We don't have to be famous in order to play with them or have special, access in that respect. It's because of what these guys are doing behind the scenes and the partnerships and the consistency. They've shown up for 15 years. These are not relationships that have just, come out of nowhere. It's because of their consistency in building these kinds of open source, open playgrounds, digital maker spaces that have afforded us the opportunity to play today. So I just wanted to say thank you, because I know what goes into that, and it's pretty damn impressive, Ross. Congratulations. You're doing something incredible. So I'm putting that out there because I know you won't mention it.
Well, I really appreciate that. We all do. Our whole team definitely appreciates that. But it's true. Everything that we're doing here is backed by 15 years of technology, 15 years of education, and then the hybrid of it together. And later on, I have something really cool I'm going to tell you guys, like later towards the end. So I don't want to like derail because that will happen if I tell you now. But Josh and everyone, look at my profile. This is a real-time demo. I just did it. Look, it's perfect. 1 shot, 0 shot, no regenerations. Can you imagine? How is that? Like, how are we there? That's so cool.
See,
Can
this
you
is really
imagine?
cool. I just wanted to note, yeah, I mean, look at, marketing is through the roof. Sarah, you pointed out earlier all the products on GitHub that like people may have built, but they haven't figured out how to market them to people who can actually use them. Some of these tools will really be helpful in helping you to connect like your product, your MVP with the ideal customer. And some of this stuff, because you can tailor into the words of it, you can actually create meaningful like ideas on different type of art. Ross, this is definitely different than before. Being able to have this level of calibration on there is awesome.
No, Josh, this is
walls embrace. We're breaking limits, setting our pace through every
I mean, you're not always going to, um, be making money, and sometimes you're gonna have to be spending money on things that like you're like, oh, I don't want to have to pay AWS, but I didn't
Well,
know
no,
an
what you're making
alternative to it,
sense
right?
in a lot of ways. It's like what happened to Hugging Face recently. You know,
Development, but and then this, and then was just moved, and that's
definitely nothing left to give. You avoid.
Everybody was safe and everybody was secure. And I know how to code line by line. And I can tell you what it produced was good, was suitable. It wasn't, I'm not somebody that's going to just take something at face value and say,
spelled wrong. You forgot the A.
Down in our terminal windows to kind of view our.
We control every single app.
Testing everything. So
I just wanted to clarify if there's going to be a way for us to go
To our accounts, and if your domain is something that
spokes in the digital overlay. Um, First and foremost, make sure you have something to drink. You know, I know that this is going to be a long night for some folks. This is a digital makerspace, which means you come up to the mic, and if you have questions, comments, or concerns, we'll make sure to see you and call on you as best as possible. The little purple bubble down below, you can also add comments, questions, concerns down there, and I'll do my best to look at them. If we're following one another, you can always DM me as well. Any of the crew. We're all here actually just to see you guys succeed. So if you have a notebook, pad of paper, it's really important. I know some of you have giant whiteboards. Those are awesome too, because this is facilitating many different things. We all have a different why for being here. Why do we need a website, right? In the first place, it's so much more than just a website. Like I said, it's the hub of a wheel with many, many spokes. In the digital overlay, each one of you are your own private kingdom. You don't realize it yet, but you are. Some people will call that an influencer, but really it's a microcosm of the folks that you hang around with the most, that you serve and that you help simply by showing up. You are kind of the center of an ecosystem, a pocket family. And to give you some inkling, there are people we'll take, like we did on Saturday, Taylor Swift, right? She's going to have the gross domestic product that's bigger than some small countries because of her influence and pull. The things that you guys are wanting to build, you folks, I should say, guys, I shouldn't say that all the time. I just do. Apologies. But everybody here has an ambition. We all have mobility at the very core of our beating hearts. We want to go somewhere. We want to be relevant. We want to build something of relevance to other people, but also that we can profit from. Many of the ideas that we had in the SaaS class were jumping boards, were springboards, were platforms to something else, right? We're building these things, and each step of the way, giving you tools along the way to help you hone your skills and your capabilities, whether it's learning how to speak with Tim Brown, or maybe you get stuck and you need to go and get some help from Dave Meir, or maybe you need to pitch an idea. And Josh Hellman has so many wonderful, wonderful guests on Saturday that can help you with that. Tonight is you're going to get a website. That website could be, like I said in the post earlier, It could be a repository of wonderful things that you're doing. It could be a glorified resume. It could be an actual site where you're selling stuff. It can be all sorts of things. Those are the questions you need to ask yourself right at this moment. Why are you building it? There are many people here who have been building websites their entire lives, and then they're given the opportunity to have a wonderful backpack full of stuff from our wonderful sponsors. And that's good too, because each and every one of us needs to hone our skills and kind of learn how to re-navigate with new tools and things. So without much more fanfare, we have a very packed agenda. And so I'm glad that all of you are here. You're taking a first step in owning yourself. You're owning your own journey. And, you know, in a day and age of AI, we have a collaborator that can help us, you know, smooth out the rough edges and fill in the gaps of our own skills. It's not going to replace developers. It's not going to replace all of those things, because as you build, you're going to realize, I have delusions of grandeur. These are outside of my skill sets. That's when we're going to tap in and then look around to our left and right and see folks that will take us to the next level. But the point is here tonight is to dare to learn something new and be a little bit vulnerable, because sometimes it's unnerving and we understand that well, you're going to yell at the screen, you're going to cuss, you're going to learn some wonderful words. Please don't use them in spaces, because we have a wonderful group of kids from the New York that are joining us. So be on your best behavior. This is a Montessori classroom of sorts, right? So keep it family friendly. But I will tell you, yes, it's going to test a lot of folks, especially if this kind of stuff is new to you. But don't worry, we're not going to leave you behind. And no question is dumb. We want all of the questions to be in the recorded line, especially since this is a beta test, right? This is what we're doing. We're making sure that we're, you know, testing everything so that other people that come after us will have an easier time. So without any more jibber jabber, I see that Dave Meir has his hand up, and I always love to hear his voice, especially going into new class. Dave, how are you this evening?
Very well. You probably hear in my voice that I don't have my usual energy. I've been working a lot the last week. Um, I've intentionally left everything to the last minute, so I want to try kind of ask questions that maybe other people are not asking, and I followed the link in Innovators Think Tank. I am on the TSI Digital Oceans portal, and I see billing cycle and I see enter your domain. And I don't know right now, is enter your domain a requirement, or is that kind of optional and we can figure that out later on? Or is that something that I need to put in or would trip me up if I just went, pay now and continued on?
So great question. It's not gonna trip you, but I will say one thing. We're gonna go through it on the live stream, but when you get to that portal, for the most part, everybody's gonna get a domain that will end with .tsiprogram.org. So it could be your name .tsiprogram.org. Because at the end of the day, after you click pay now, even though you're not gonna pay, of course, we have to approve that order, and that's how the account will get created for you. So we're gonna be back in this platform, and it's gonna have your password, it's gonna have your login, and it's gonna have your domain that we will create for you. But everybody's domain is gonna be at .tsiprogram.org, and then you can add your own domain afterwards.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to chime in real quick. And, Sarah and Dave both making excellent points. Dave, I'm so glad that you held off, because a lot of the questions that you have will be questions that other people have. And I want to invite anybody, again, no question is a dumb question. If you're on the Innovator Think Tank website, put them in the comment section. If you're here on X, grab the mic or put them in the comment section as well. We invite that. We're about to jump into this event. This was really, an intro. I wanted to be sure the tech in schools that Sarah, that anybody who wanted to kind of come up and share a quick note had that opportunity. But I think that we jump right into it, because Dave, my hunch is that question in which you have will be answered as we get right into this, I'm thinking with the live stream and with the agenda on the website, nobody will leave this first week without being set up and feeling good to go. So if you're nervous right now, if you're feeling a little clinched up, anybody in the audience, relax, you're in the right place. Just pull open that live stream. The Tech in Schools, Sarah, and our amazing teachers are going to take us step by step to set all of this up. So again, you won't leave here today. I see a lot of people in the bottom right-hand corner putting up some comments and some questions. Great questions. We'll address those one at a time as we get going. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to hand the mic over to Alisher, to Ross, to Nick. Allow them to jump right into it. Again, guys, we want to have the live stream open. The live stream is up inside the Jumbotron. If you want all of the resources, the whole package, the whole Christmas tree, go to innovatorsthinktank.com and click on this week's agenda. Also in the nest, it's the very first post on the far right. So just click on that, get signed in with your account on Innovators Think Tank if you're not already, and get ready to rock and roll here today. So Sarah, Nick, Rosh, Alisher, let's launch into building our WordPress site from idea to impact week number 1. I'm going to go ahead and give the mic over to Nick, Rosh, and Alisher. Alisher, let's do it.
So guys, here's the thing. If you don't follow this process right now, you're going to actually not leave here safe and unbothered. You're going to be like mad because you didn't do it if you don't pay attention right now. And this is not a recording thing. This is a real time, you take action type of situation. Then after, week 2, 3, of course, if you can't show up at the first 10 minutes or stay the whole time, we understand it's all live stream. But it's really, really, really important that you get the authentication and you get the servers and you're able to do all those things. So if you haven't had the opportunity to sign in, get the link, sign up, purchase the thing, get to $0, and where it says unpaid, if it says unpaid, you did the right thing. If it does not say unpaid yet, you need help. This is your time to raise your hand, come up and talk, and we have the live right here. We can actually simulate and show you what you should be doing. So please come up, raise your hand, join the speakers, and ask your question. This is interactive learning, not a lecture.
Some initial people up on stage that grabbed the mic. We have Jeff, Dan, Lucia, Brad. Welcome on up here. Good to see each and every one of you, and our co-host Mattia grabbing the mic as well. Sharon grabbing the mic. Let's see. We got Mukshad. Guys, I'm getting everybody up here. Apologies on the delay. All right, Mattia, I see you got a hand up. Any questions you have for Ross as we're launching into week number 1? Sharon will come your way next.
Yeah, honestly, I have the same issue that Dave brought up, Ross. I get to the checkout page, continue shopping, empty shopping cart, but I don't have like a pay now, proceed to next page.
Question: do you have an account? If you don't have an account,
okay, yeah, sorry, I haven't been able to make an account yet because I'm trying to keep up with you.
Hey, Mukshad, if you'll do me a favor, my friend, we're going to keep the build session to a raise hand etiquette, just kind of like a classroom. That way, everybody can get that opportunity to ask a question in good order. Really, really appreciate you being here, my friend. We're glad you're on stage as well. Just toss that hand up. If you're on the PC, there is no hand going up in the air, right? So be sure you wave it. Cash Money Kev just waved his hand just like that. That lets us know and our team know that you have a question, and we'll call on you 100%. Mukshad, thank you so much, my friend. We'll go right on back. Who was speaking at the time? I think that was Mattia. Asking a question, yes, to Ross.
Yes. So Mattia, you need an account to actually check out. So at the bottom, it should say create an account. Go do that, and then come back, hit that link, and Pay Now will be available. And for the domain, it could be mattia.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ross. I think that's what I tried to do earlier, but must have just messed up. Thank you.
Yeah, you just can't check out without an account. There's no way for us to actually give it to you without you logging into the platform first, then hitting the link and checking out.
For folks that are questioning whether or not you did it right, you will have a verification email. It will actually say, yep, you have this waiting for you. So when you get to that last piece and you have the invoice that's zeroed out, if you got yourself an email, you do have an account. So that gives you a clue, just to set your mind and hearts at ease that you're on the same page. And I guarantee in a minute, after we start going through these spots, if you don't start showing what's on your screen, then we'll know, this is a Montessori classroom. We know when the square thing does not fit into the round thing, and we can clear all that stuff up. So just, don't have to anxiety or anything like that. For those that are DMing in the background, you did it right. You showed up. You have your number 2 pencil, and we're all ready. I see that Sharon has her hand up. Go ahead, love.
I guess I did everything right. I'm just is that all I have to do to be part of the course? Just that? I mean, when it comes to signing up.
For now, yes. But
okay.
I actually wanted to go through signing up first. So I posted the link on top in the Jumbotron, where you guys can go to the Innovators Think Tank website, sign up with X, and you'll have a link to this portal here, where us and DigitalOcean manage our resources and can give you guys an account. What we're going to do is we're going to click Buy Now. You should have only one option available here, TSI and ITT hosting. And if you don't have an account, if you're not logged in, you'll be greeted with this screen. So here you can see already have an account or create an account. Well, I'm going to create an account. I'll make a quick account for myself. You guys can fill out your real info, but I'm actually going to fill out my real info as well, in case I want to receive any emails. And we disabled email verification for now. So for today, you guys can go through, easily sign up, and then we're going to enable email verification, so it's a little bit more secure. But for now, for the ease of getting in, you can all sign in, make an account. It's free. Now from here, you want to go to place new orders, and you want to get back to TSI X ITT if you just signed up. And then I can click Buy Now. And we're going to have this option to enter a domain. So what I recommend you guys do, I'm going to zoom in, is enter a domain that's your first name, last initial, your first initial, last name. So for me, it's going to be afarhadi.tsiprogram.org. So everybody's domain should end with .tsiprogram.org. If it doesn't, we'll automatically, when we're approving you, paste in a domain for you. So it's okay.
And Alisher, real quick, we have a couple hands that went up. As we go along here, I want to be sure we grab those questions, eliminate them. That way, if anybody's curious or has the same one, they're not held up in their mind or in the process. I think Adil, I believe that's how I say that. If I messed it up, sir, my apologies. Welcome on stage. I know you were in Unstuck earlier today with Dave and Miles. Now that's one heck of a place to be in the morning. Good call, sir. But Adil, welcome into the ITT. Any thoughts or questions or holdups you might be having with the tech in schools or the flow of information? Mike is yours.
Hi, Josh. I'll try and make this quick because I know we're trying to keep this moving. Thank you very much for having me here, guys. Just 2 questions. Number one, as it is in the UK, I'm on a bit of a tight schedule tonight, so I'm not going to be able to stay for the entire duration. I'm conscious that I might miss out on some of the signing up processes and things like that. Is there going to be a recording or anything like that that I can watch tomorrow later in the day and be able to catch up on any steps that I might miss? And number 2, I was on the phone with Morgan earlier, a fantastic lady, and I was going through this exact part on the checkout. And the enter your domain, she said, you don't need to put anything in there for now. It's okay. So I just continued without actually entering anything in there, which it allowed me to do. So I just wanted to clarify if there's going to be a way for us to go back and change that for me as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so you'll be able to change, but we're actually going to set that for you. So everybody's going to get a domain that ends with .tsiprogram.org. And then from the cPanel side, you'll be able to easily add whatever domain you want, however many domains you want. So whenever you're making your website, you could always switch it to your new domain. Whenever you do get a domain, but you don't need a domain right now, we will actually provide you a temporary domain that you can use.
Okay, perfect. And in regards to the first question about not being able to stay for the entire
Adele, I
duration,
got you
so
for that
that's
one.
totally okay. We're going to be recording this live stream, and also we have written documentation that's coming. So I already wrote up the first part of it where it describes how to get an account and how to claim your free cPanel. So I'm gonna write the next part of it, which is how we're gonna make the WordPress, how to access cPanel, and also how to edit your WordPress website eventually.
And Alistair, I want to just double down and make sure everybody knows also, Adil, that you're not able to sign up after week 1, although the recording will be available. So we'll have a full recording with the audio, with everything you're seeing on the live stream, Adil. But folks listening now, or even if you're listening back, you will not be able to sign up after week 1. So make sure that you're locked in, you have your account, you have everything you need. But I get that it gets late across the pond, my friend. If anything, we welcome you in here during the 6-week course, and I'm glad you stopped by today. So, Alistair, excuse my interruption. Adil, did you have another note before we swing it back around to Sharon?
No, that was it. That was it. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it gets a little bit difficult, especially prayer times in the UK. Being Muslim are a bit complicated. About 2:30, 3 a.m. is the first one, so sleep schedule is a bit messed up. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thank you guys for having me, and I can't wait to see what you guys can produce for everybody.
Excellent.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, make sure you sign up today before you leave the space, so we can approve you and you'll have access to it. And also,
yeah, I've done that.
Everybody who's listening to this in the future who did not get an opportunity to sign up during week 1, we're gonna probably come up with a resource that will allow you to have a free WordPress website locally, or something where there's a service that gives you credit and you can launch your own WordPress. So if you weren't here for week 1, you still will be able to continue with the website. And of course, if you're maybe listening to this in the future and you want to repeat this and you no longer have access to the cPanel, well, then you can launch your own local server or your own cloud server that's free. So we'll figure out some sort of free resources where you aren't left behind if you weren't here for week 1.
Beautiful. Sharon, I see you got a hand up. We'll go right over to you for a question. And Sarah, my dear Sarah, feel free to never put that hand up. You are leading this course. If anything, I got to pop a hand up now and again. I'm sorry, I'm stepping on toes. I want to get these questions answered and be sure that we're continuing to move in the right direction. Sharon, what do you got for us?
I accidentally entered a domain that's also the wrong domain. So I just wanted to ask if you guys can delete that for me and just put, and just change it, or can I change it?
We're going to change it. We're going to go through everybody's request and we're going to approve it. And that's when the account is going to get created. So we're going to be changing everybody's domains anyway if they don't fit the format.
Thank you.
And it's going to be something simple. It'll be something like yourname.csiprogram.org.
There are no mistakes, Sharon. Well, there are, but we can fix them and reverse them, so don't worry about it. I've done the same, so I was like, oh, I misspelled it. I just wanted to make sure that down below that Umuksud, I know that you had your hand up, honey, and I didn't see and hear your question, and I didn't want to overlook you just in case you're on the laptop. Did you still have a question for Ross before we continue on to Katie?
Sarah, I had noticed that I think he dropped off the stage. I know that the X Spaces has been one heck of a challenge recently. We're going to fight through
it. You have no idea. I will tell you.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure, because we do have phantom people in the speaker box. And so if you're listening to the recording, we were thinking of you. So hopefully your questions are answered. I see that Miss Katie has arrived, and I wanted to tell her new PFP is stunning. So welcome to the stage. How are you, my friends? What question do you have for Ross?
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Sarah.
It is.
Thank
it's
you so
great.
much.
It looks
Oh,
lovely.
thanks.
I'm very, very proud of you. Yes, go ahead.
So kind. 2 things. When I first signed up, I did not use my Twitter account to sign up, so I'm signed up through my email address. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's absolutely okay. As long as your name is there, we're going to know you're coming from here. We know most of the people that have signed up already, so we're able to place most of you. And yeah, I don't think we have a Twitter sign up here, but when you go to Innovative Think Tank, you do have a Twitter sign up, and that's kind of like a way for us to verify that you're coming from Twitter. which is thank you, Luke and Josh, for providing that resource.
Is that okay then? So I'm okay in the position right now, just having sent it by email.
You're absolutely okay.
Okay, and the other question that I had was, I definitely do not have a.
Unlock the power in your digital seed.
On, right? Join the speakers and ask your question. This is interactive learning, not a lecture. So I hope you guys really enjoy this, and I look forward to all the introductions. I love hearing about all the cool people that make this happen. But we worked really hard to put this together, and I think you guys are going to have so much fun. It's going to be so insane.
Ross, I absolutely love it, and I will double down on that. Like going from the first idea to impact series, or you could say course, to this one, folks, we've leveled it up a lot. Go to the link in the nest at the very top and swipe to the far right. There's only 3 things in there right now, right? So go to the very far right. You'll see all resources and live stream link with a couple arrows pointed downwards. Folks, that'll take you right to the Innovators Think Tank website where we have the video up, all of the resources you need, the agenda. And like Ross said, if you're not on X with us right now, you guys can head on over to the Innovator Think Tank website and use the comment box in which our team and Ross's team will be able to see your comments, and we're happy to reply in live real-time audio from here. If you guys want to come over to X, click on the link in the upper right-hand corner of the Innovators Think Tank website. You'll be taken to the X space. Request the mic and feel free to come up and grab it at any point. As Ross mentioned, we're live on many different platforms. We're trying to bring as many people into this event and make as big of an impact as possible. So look, you don't necessarily need to be inside this space right now. You could be on the Innovators Think Tank website, listening to the audio, putting some comments in there. And guys, I think that this is a really, really great way to evolve what we're doing and take a bold step into the second course of this series. Without further ado, let's get Sarah in here to talk a little bit more about, you know, some thoughts she's having in terms of taking ideas to impact WordPress sites for innovators. I mean, on an individual level or even businesses. Sarah, my thought is you might not only have a great intro, but also be able to touch on the ways that people might want to use what's in front of them right now. So Sarah, thanks for joining us. I'm stoked what we're doing, and Mike is 100% yours.
Well, greetings. Congratulations to each and every one of you that are here. You got to be present to win today, folks. There's a couple things housekeeping things. I want to make sure we're all on the same page when we start this. How many of you, raise a hand, I know that you're on laptops, so you can just kind of wave, have already signed up for tonight's class? And we want to make sure that you have all of your tools before we begin opening up this segment. So if anybody does not know what the heck I'm talking about, that you did not link your Twitter account or sign up for an account for this evening, we need to know now. This is one of those things that we need to know now. So it doesn't mean that you're going to be left behind, but some of you are new and may have not heard our talk on Saturday night. Maybe you were just invited by a friend, and maybe this is your first time on Twitter. I know that we have some anonymous listeners, and we also have listeners across multiple platforms, right? So I wanted to welcome you, each and every one of you. You're taking a bold step in hacking your own education and, you know, creating something that is going to be the hub of a wheel with many, many spokes in a digital overlay. First and foremost, make sure you have something to drink. You know, I know that this is going to be a long night for some folks. This is a digital makerspace, which means you come up to the mic, and if you have questions, comments, or concerns, we'll make sure to see you and call on you as best as possible. The little purple bubble down below, you can also add comments, questions, concerns down there, and I'll do my best to look at them. If we're following one another, you can always DM me as well. Any of the crew. We're all here actually just to see you guys succeed. So if you have a notebook, pad of paper, it's really important. I know some of you have giant whiteboards. Those are awesome too, because this is facilitating many different things. We all have a different why for being here. Why do we need a website, right? In the first place, it's so much more than just a website. Like I said, it's the hub of a wheel with many, many spokes. In the digital overlay, each one of you are your own private kingdom. You don't realize it yet, but you are. Some people will call that an influencer, but really it's a microcosm of the folks that you hang around with the most, that you serve and that you help simply by showing up. You are kind of the center of an ecosystem, a pocket family. And to give you some inkling, there are people will take, like we did on Saturday, Taylor Swift, right? She's going to have the gross domestic product that's bigger than some small countries.
Join the speakers and ask your question.
Want to try kind of.
So guys, here's the thing. If you don't follow this process right now, you're going to actually not leave here safe and unbothered. You're going to be like mad because you didn't do it if you don't pay attention right now. And this is not a recording thing. This is a real time, you take action type of situation. Then after, week 2, 3, of course, if you can't show up at the first 10 minutes or stay the whole time, we understand it's all live stream. But it's really, really, really important that you get the authentication and you get the servers and you're able to do all those things. So if you haven't had the opportunity to sign in, get the link, sign up, purchase a thing, get to $0, and where it says unpaid, if it says unpaid, you did the right thing. If it does not say unpaid yet, you need help. This is your time to raise your hand, come up and talk, and we have the live right here. We can actually simulate and show you what you should be doing. So please come up, raise your hand, join the speakers, and ask your question. This is interactive learning, not a lecture.
Some initial people up on stage that grabbed the mic. We have Jeff, Dan, Lucia, Brad. Welcome on up here. Good to see each and every one of you. And our co-host, Mattia grabbing the mic as well. Sharon grabbing the mic. Let's see. We got Mukshad. Guys, I'm getting everybody up here. Apologies on the delay. All right, Mattia, I see you got a hand up. Any questions you have for Ross as we're launching into week number 1? Sharon will come your way next.
Yeah, honestly, I have the same issue that Dave brought up, Ross. I get to the checkout page, continue shopping, empty shopping cart, but I don't have like a pay now, proceed to next page.
Question: do you have an account? If you don't have an account,
Okay, yeah, sorry, I haven't been able to make an account yet because I'm trying to keep up with you.
Hey, Mukshad, if you'll do me a favor, my friend, we're going to keep the build session to a raise hand etiquette, just kind of like a classroom. That way, everybody can get that opportunity to ask a question in good order. Really, really appreciate you being here, my friend. We're glad you're on stage as well. Just toss that hand up. If you're on the PC, there is no hand going up in the air, right? So be sure you wave it. Cash Money Kev just waved his hand just like that. That lets us know and our team know that you have a question, and we'll call on you 100%. Mukshad, thank you so much, my friend. We'll go right on back. Who was speaking at the time? I think that was Mattia. Asking a question, yes, to Ross.
Yes. So Mattia, you need an account to actually check out. So at the bottom, it should say create an account. Go do that, and then come back, hit that link, and Pay Now will be available. And for the domain, it could be mattia.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ross. I think that's what I tried to do earlier, but must have just messed up. Thank you.
Yeah, you just can't check out without an account. There's no way for us to actually give it to you without you logging into the platform first, then hitting the link and checking out.
For folks that are questioning whether or not you did it right, you will have a verification email. It'll actually say, yep, you have this waiting for you. So when you get to that last piece and you have the invoice that's zeroed out, if you got yourself an email, you do have an account. So that gives you a clue just to set your mind and hearts at ease that you're on the same page. And I guarantee in a minute, after we start going through these spots, if you don't start showing what's on your screen, then we'll know, this is a Montessori classroom. We know when the square thing does not fit into the round thing, and we can clear all that stuff up. So just, don't have to anxiety or anything like that. For those that are DMing in the background, you did it right. You showed up. You have your number 2 pencil, and we're all ready. I see that Sharon has her hand up. Go ahead, love.
I guess I did everything right. I'm just is that all I have to do to be part of the course? Just that? I mean, when it comes to signing up.
For now, yes. But
Okay.
I actually wanted to go through signing up first. So I posted the link on top in the Jumbotron, where you guys can go to the Innovators Think Tank website, sign up with X, and you'll have a link to this portal here, where us and DigitalOcean manage our resources and can give you guys an account. What we're gonna do is we're gonna click Buy Now. You should have only one option available here, TSI and ITT hosting. And if you don't have an account, if you're not logged in, you'll be greeted with this screen. So here you can see already have an account or create an account. Well, I'm going to create an account. I'll make a quick account for myself. You guys can fill out your real info, but I'm actually going to fill out my real info as well, in case I want to receive any emails. And we disabled email verification for now. So for today, you guys can go through, easily sign up, and then we're going to enable email verification, so it's a little bit more secure. But for now, for the ease of getting in, you can all sign in, make an account. It's free. Now from here, you want to go to place new orders, and you want to get back to TSI x ITT if you just signed up. And then I can click Buy Now, and we're going to have this option to enter a domain. So what I recommend you guys do, I'm going to zoom in, is enter a domain that's your first name, last initial, your first initial, last name. So for me, it's going to be afarhadi.tsiprogram.org. So everybody's domain should end with .tsiprogram.org. If it doesn't, we'll automatically, when we're approving you, paste in a domain for you. So it's okay.
And Alisher, real quick, I just wanted to, we have a couple hands that went up. As we go along here, I want to be sure we grab those questions, eliminate them. That way, if anybody's curious or has the same one, they're not held up in their mind or in the process. I think Adil, I believe that's how I say that. If I messed it up, sir, my apologies. Welcome on stage. I know you were in Unstuck earlier today with David Miles. Now that's one heck of a place to be in the morning. Good call, sir. But Adil, welcome into the ITT. Any thoughts or questions or holdups you might be having with the tech in schools or the flow of information? Mike is yours.
Hi, Josh. I'll try and make this quick because I know we're trying to keep this moving. Thank you very much for having me here, guys. Just two questions. Number one, as it is in the UK, I'm on a bit of a tight schedule tonight, so I'm not going to be able to stay for the entire duration. I'm conscious that I might miss out on some of the signing up processes and things like that. Is there going to be a recording or anything like that that I can watch tomorrow later in the day and be able to catch up on any steps that I might miss? And number two, I was on the phone with Morgan earlier, a fantastic lady, and I was going through this exact part on the checkout. And the enter your domain, she said, you don't need to put anything in there for now. It's okay. So I just continued without actually entering anything in there, which it allowed me to do. So I just wanted to clarify if there's going to be a way for us to go back and change that for me as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so you'll be able to change, but we're actually going to set that for you. So everybody's going to get a domain that ends with .tsiprogram.org. And then from the cPanel side, you'll be able to easily add whatever domain you want, however many domains you want. So whenever you're making your website, you could always switch it to your new domain. Whenever you do get a domain, but you don't need a domain right now, we will actually provide you a temporary domain that you can use.
Okay, perfect. And in regards to the first question about not being able to stay for the entire
Adele, I got you for that one.
That's totally okay. We're going to be recording this live stream, and also we have written documentation that's coming. So I already wrote up the first part of it where it describes how to get an account and how to claim your free cPanel. So I'm gonna write the next part of it, which is how we're gonna make the WordPress, how to access cPanel, and also how to edit your WordPress website eventually.
And Alisha, I want to just double down and make sure everybody knows also, Adil, that you're not able to sign up after week one, although the recording will be available. So we'll have a full recording with the audio, with everything you're seeing on the live stream, Adil. But folks listening now, or even if you're listening back, you will not be able to sign up after week 1. So make sure that you're locked in, you have your account, you have everything you need. But I get that it gets late across the pond, my friend. If anything, we welcome you in here during the 6-week course, and I'm glad you stopped by today. So Alisher, excuse my interruption. Adil, did you have another note before we swing it back around to Sharon?
No,
and then
no,
to
that
Alisher?
was it. That was it. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it gets a little bit difficult, especially prayer times in the UK. Being Muslim are a bit complicated. About 2:30, 3 a.m. is the first one, so sleep schedule is a bit messed up. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thank you guys for having me, and I can't wait to see what you guys can produce for everybody.
Excellent.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, make sure you sign up today before you leave the space, so we can approve you and you'll have access to it. And also,
Yeah, I've done that.
everybody who's listening to this in the future who did not get an opportunity to sign up during week 1, we're gonna probably come up with a resource that will allow you to have a free WordPress website locally, or something where there's a service that gives you credit and you can launch your own WordPress. So if you weren't here for week 1, you still will be able to continue with the website. And of course, if you're maybe listening to this in the future and you want to repeat this and you no longer have access to the cPanel, well, then you can launch your own local server or your own cloud server that's free. So we'll figure out some sort of free resources where you aren't left behind if you weren't here for week 1.
Beautiful. Sharon, I see you got a hand up. We'll go right over to you for a question. And Sarah, my dear Sarah, feel free to never put that hand up. You are leading this course. If anything, I got to pop a hand up now and again. I'm sorry, I'm stepping on toes. I want to get these questions answered and be sure that we're continuing to move in the right direction. Sharon, what do you got for us?
I accidentally entered a domain that's also the wrong domain. So I just wanted to ask if you guys can delete that for me and just put, and just change it, or can I change it?
We're going to change it. We're going to go through everybody's request and we're going to approve it. And that's when the account is going to get created. So we're going to be changing everybody's domains anyway if they don't fit the format.
Thank you.
And it's going to be something simple. It'll be something like yourname.csiprogram.org.
There are no mistakes, Sharon. Well, there are, but we can fix them and reverse them, so don't worry about it. I've done the same, so I was like, oh, I misspelled it. I just wanted to make sure that down below that Umuksud, I know that you had your hand up, honey, and I didn't see and hear your question, and I didn't want to overlook you just in case you're on the laptop. Did you still have a question for Ross before we continue on to Katie?
Sarah, I had noticed that I think he dropped off the stage. I know that the X
okay.
Spaces has been one heck
Excellent.
of a challenge recently. We're going to fight
You
through
have
it.
no idea. I will tell you.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure because we do have phantom people in the speaker box. And so if you're listening to the recording, we were thinking of you. So hopefully your questions are answered. I see that Miss Katie has arrived and I wanted to tell her new PFP is stunning. So welcome to the stage. How are you, my friends? What question do you have for Ross?
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Sarah.
It is.
Thank you
It's
so
great.
much.
It looks
Oh,
lovely.
thanks.
I'm very, very
Oh.
proud of you. Yes, go
Oh,
ahead.
so kind. 2 things. When I first signed up, I did not use my Twitter account to sign up, so I'm signed up through my email address. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's absolutely okay. As long as
Okay.
your name's there, we're going to know you're coming from here. We know most of the people that have signed up already, so we're able to place most of you. And yeah, I don't think we have a Twitter sign up here, but when you go to Innovative Think Tank, you do have a Twitter sign up, and that's kind of like a way for us to verify that you're coming from Twitter, which is thank you, Luke and Josh, for providing that resource.
Is that okay then? So I'm okay in the position right now, just having sent it by email.
You're absolutely okay.
Okay, and the other question that I had was, I definitely do not have a domain yet as part of the process I went through to sign up. Is that okay at the moment?
That's okay as well. Everybody's going to get a domain that ends with .csiprogram.org.
Perfect. Thank you.
And when he says, shout out to Josh and Luke, he's really saying shout out to Luke in the audience, who is the developer of the ITT, and everything you see on that Innovator Think Tank site was brought to life in amazing ways by Luke, and even a lot of the design was done by the great Dave Meir, who we have on stage. So guys, give them a follow. We're building out these sites. Don't hesitate to reach out to some of the people in here who have put together world-class sites before. I highly recommend it. Dan, my friend, thank you for being in here. Also, I see 30, 35 people on the site right now. Guys, well done. Go over to that site, get all the resources you need. Dan, my friend, welcome up. Any questions you got? Mike is yours.
Oh, my hand up, but hello. I was just awaiting the next step. I think I'm caught up.
All right, no problem. It was a phantom hand. It just, like Talladega Nights, Will Ferrell style, just put those hands up there. Kathleen, I see you got a hand up. Any thoughts that you have for Ross or Nick? We welcome them. Thanks for being on stage. Mike is yours. And your mic is still muted, Kathleen, by the way. May need to unmute that.
Yeah, somehow, I'm sorry, the soundboard always pops up these days and then I can't get the mic. Quick question, because I'm using my own name at tsi.org and I own my own name through GoDaddy at .com, will I have any conflicts later with that?
No, you will not have any conflicts. What we will show you how to do in the following weeks is how to connect your own domain, how to bring your own domain from GoDaddy and connect it to your cPanel. But you're not going to have any conflicts. You're all set. Most people are going to have the same domain. It's going to be something like their name.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
All right, the board of questions seems to be clear. If you don't have any big questions, guys, and we have any more folks that are requesting, don't feel offended if I move you down and we bring somebody else up. We're just rotating the questions that we can take. So, Alisher, I'll bring it right back over to you. Sorry about stepping on toes. My thought was let's just answer these along the way and make sure everybody stays totally up to date with us. So, sir, Mike is yours.
No, that was perfect. And the next step for us is you can click pay now on the screen, but you're not really paying. This just puts in an order in our system, and it essentially lets us know you're here, and we're going to approve it, and it'll automatically make a free cPanel for you. So I'm going to put in my order, and from here, you can go back to the client area, and you're going to notice you have an order, but it's pending. So what we have to do now is me and Nick, we're going to go into our accounts, and we're going to start approving people and setting usernames and passwords for everybody and setting your domains. And in the meantime, you'll learn a little bit about WordPress. So as we're approving you, you're also going to learn about WordPress, cPanel, and then we're going to jump straight into WordPress. So I'm going to hand it over back to Ross, and I'm going to go start approving everybody.
We're talking about duplicates because they're going to see it.
Right. So another thing we noticed is since a lot of people signed up several times, you're going to see only one. We're going to delete the duplicates. So if you signed up 4 times and you don't even know about it, you're only going to see one order in there that will be active, that will have all your info leading to your cPanel.
Hey guys, how are you? So, do we understand what to do? Are we putting in our orders? Anyone have a question? This is important.
Yes, I do. So I already do have a .com that I put in yesterday, so I guess you guys can delete that one, and then it'll keep the tsiprogram.org, right?
Yeah, so any duplicates we'll delete, any misspellings we'll delete, any wrong domains we'll fix. We're only going to activate the ones that actually are good to go. And hopefully by the end of this process, everyone has a shiny new fancy cPanel. Now, we will be cross-checking everyone. So if you are here in anonymous, I don't know how to see it, don't be anonymous so we can see that you're a person. Because we don't give cPanels and this kind of resources to people who we actually don't know. So the only way we can verify is with Twitter. So just keep that in mind. You can listen, I just can't activate you unless I know who you are. Any questions at all? This is the time to ask random questions. Because what I don't want to do is like start doing what we're doing or week 2, and it's like, how do I set this up?
I have a question,
Ross.
Sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead. Nope.
Just
Go.
for
You go first.
clarification, Ross, I'm waiting for Nick to approve me in the background, and then when my status changes for pending, I'm good to go.
Correct. Yep. And you'll be
Love that.
issued
Thank you.
a server, an SSL, a domain, databases, and all the other resources which we're going to start to claim together. But if we can't claim it together, and it's like me and 6 other people doing it, and then like 35 of you, 40 of you not being able to do it, that's no good. And if you're listening not inside Twitter, you need to come to Twitter. That's it. So you need to take yourself from wherever you are and come to Twitter, and you can get verified. And we can give you a cPanel too. This is the first time we're actually broadcasting kind of everywhere, which is kind of fun. So we're making a lot of new friends tonight.
Ross, to jump in, there are a number of folks that have one device. So they are on a laptop only and are watching the live stream through Innovators Think Tank. Is there any way that they can give you a heads up or a tap if they cannot listen to both at the same time or access Twitter?
But they can, because no matter where they are, they're hearing spaces.
True. I agree. Okay, so I'm going to make sure that they're not on one or the other. Maybe they'll have to mute one or the other.
If you're on your computer, right? And you're on your computer and you have the live stream open and you have spaces open, just mute the live stream and you're good to go. But if,
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
it's
Excellent. I just want to make sure that they have to have their face here in the crowd so that we can identify. Is that what you're asking?
It's being here is identification and getting approved. If you're not here, you're not going to get approved.
Got
you
it.
have to know who you are via DM, something. You interact on the other platforms. Drop a comment. We'll see comments from every platform tonight. Like in real
Also,
time.
I will say, if they have an account signed up with their X account through Innovators Think Tank, we can verify on the back end as well. So I can send over a list of people who have accounts with the their X linked to the Innovators Think Tank.
That would be incredible if you can do that, Josh.
Yeah, we'll kick over a list to you guys right now just to verify. But so again, if you guys are somewhere else and just over at the Innovators Think Tank site, you're doing fine. No reason to pull up X right now unless you have a question, or if you just want to come join us on stage. We'll get you approved on the back end of that Innovators Think Tank site. So if you don't have your X account connected with the ITT ecosystem, now's a great time to go ahead and do that. Dave Mears, so you got a hand up, sir. Mike is all yours.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about verifying and having people show up here. I'm kind of interested in what could be the block for you guys to verify. So, for instance, if somebody put in some random spurious domain name to register, which is not connected to their name on X, and the email address has no correlation to X, like, do they need to DM you? Like, I'm assuming you will have no idea if it's a random domain and you look at their name and here you've no real way of clarifying.
Yeah, Dave, that's correct. So what we're going to do is either they could DM us, right? If they hear us, they can come to Twitter. They could DM us on Facebook. They could DM us anywhere where we're streaming, on Twitch, on YouTube. They could drop a comment. They could privately DM me and not come to spaces. But they would need to, I need to know who they are because they're getting an insane amount of resources. And we have to know everyone who is on the server. You have to be confirmed, like first, last name, that you're like a human, not a bot. So I have no problem giving it to anyone who's not here and listening on the live stream currently, because I know that's happening. Just reach out and DM us. You can go on our website and reach out. There's a lot of ways that, anyway, wherever you can see our name, you could reach out to us and we'll get you activated too. But yeah, Dave, it is a manual process, but this is not like something you would do at scale. Obviously, it would be automated. You put in your card, you're verified, you're a person. But we're missing that crucial step of verification right here.
And part of the reason why it's not just to deter bots, you're also testing a platform and testing a whole entire ecosystem for young kids. So, having these extra, steps for verification are helping our guests that are teachers and principals and facilitators in the schools. So it is kind of, sometimes you look at it and think to yourself, well, this is dumb, or I don't understand, or I'm just used to, click, 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 and I'm in. Having those layers of security and protection are also helping you to make sure that, one, we know who you are, but two, let's say we frack up the the website or whatever else, getting help and making sure that we have all the dots connected and things like that. adds another layer, because we do have so many people here who have never built a website, and this is all completely new to them. So I hope that folks are understanding the why, because sometimes it can be frustrating and we understand it. But definitely, you know, if you've ever read the book Horton Hears a Who by Dr. Seuss, we are here, we are here, we are here. If you're on the stream, you know, participate. Right? If you're here in Twitter, you know, send up some emojis or come up on space, or just, you know, blast us in the DM so that we can, you know, see you, hear you, and that you're not just a speck of dust mote. So go ahead, Ross, go ahead and continue. I think we've got everybody. I'm looking into the audience. Everybody who is hot, straight, and normal, we got them all on the same page. Is there anybody that we're leaving behind here that are not caught up? Give me a thumbs up if you are struggling. If you have a thumbs up, that means we're going to either call on you to come to stage, or you need to comment in the purple bubble, or, you know, be the Horton that hears a who. We need to hear you. So put a thumbs up. Try to get our attention to make sure that we know if you're struggling, because I can't be a mind reader, and I don't think the boys can too. So we're going to continue to plow ahead, if that's okay.
Also, quick thing. As we start the approval process, a few things are going to happen. One, you being unpaid doesn't necessarily mean it may not be active. So what I want you to do is head over to your account. It should look like this. And you should be able to hit like the home page, and you should be able to see this recent order. So don't pay attention to the invoice right now tonight. The invoice may or may not change for you tonight. It may change later on or in the morning, but that's not going to mean it's not going to work. Look at recent orders. If it says active, you have been given the magic, amazing activation. If it hasn't, keep refreshing. Second, during this process, due to our partners and the awesome greatness of what we're doing, you will also be moderated. So if your domain is something that would not be given to like a 13-year-old, you're going to be moderated. It'll be changed to your first name, first letter, last name, or first name, last letter, something like that. It won't have your original, because that won't be allowed. So keep that in mind when you check back and you're like, oh, it changed. Well, it did change. And so that's going to be the new one. And there's no changing back. And so, yeah, just keep that in mind. I want everyone to go and start refreshing their pages. Things should start to say activated. Can you please join us on stage, or give an emoji if you've been actually activated?
I can tell you that I'm invoice number 184 and I'm still pending. So if you are after me, I think that you will also be pending, if that gives you any kind of security. Because sometimes that anxiety and that button mashing, refresh, it's okay. And like Ross had mentioned, it's not always instantaneously. We do have some incredible solar flare activity that is knocking out all sorts of stuff. And, you know, weird planet alignments coming in hot on June 4th. So, you know, the cosmic, you know, powers that be, sometimes it doesn't get there instantaneously. Don't worry about it. You're going to get approved. You know, everything will come into place. The only real kind of red flag, what should we be looking for, Ross? If there's something on our site that is kind of blaring obvious that we might be on the wrong path, is there any indications that you can give us?
I would say if it's not something you would tell your 13-year-old cousin, you probably shouldn't make it your domain. And
I think that's a subtle hint to whomever is testing the boundaries and the playground rules. I will just put that out there.
Don't try to break it on day one, people.
Yes,
basically.
don't try to break it. Remember sandbox rules. Play nice, share your stuff, be kind, have fun, don't die. We can't die on the first day, guys.
I'm active.
Yeah, guys, let's not break it like yet. It's been like 2 minutes.
Kathleen, go ahead.
Okay, I'm active, but it removed my last name, but I just get to be the only Kathleen at tsi.org. That's kind of cool. Is that
That is
right?
correct.
Wow, thank you. It's kind of beautiful.
I'm active. Yay.
It's happening, guys. If you have any questions or you don't know what to do, you really want to speak up right now, I think. Definitely.
I'm so
I
glad
just wanted
Wednesday classes
to
are
chime
back.
in and say it is so cool that all of these students are getting activated. It is awesome to see everybody who's in the space right now. Those of you who have been waiting for this day and for this class to start, so you could get going. Now's the time. All of the approvals are happening. Dave Mir, it is so cool to see you here, my friend. I was going through some past ITTs, and I was noticing like you have been part of this family for a long time. A lot of you in here have been part of the ITT family for a long time. So I just wanted to shout you guys out. These approvals are coming in. Let's get excited about this kind of first sponsored space of taking this WordPress site from idea to impact. Lucia, welcome up to the stage. Any thoughts or questions you have for Ross and Nick and Alisher? We'll give you the mic. Lucia, thanks for being here.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, so I was just kind of wondering, I don't know if I did this exactly right, but I know I have like
Anybody hear
four.
her?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I have like 4 things that are pending. I'm not sure if I did this right, if I was supposed to be trying to get 4 things.
Well, you can't get 4. You can get
I
1.
was trying to figure out which one I was supposed to be getting. And because they all said 0, so I just misunderstood something.
It's okay. We'll activate you. We'll get to you. Everyone, please check. Sarah, I need you to make sure that this is working.
It's
When
still
you go,
on pending.
I know. You're definitely not approved yet. I'm going to go check it manually in a quick sec. But Sarah,
Okay,
go
cool.
to your recent orders. It should say active. If it does,
Yes, sir. It
can you
does.
please click the order? Do you have a password and a special, cool, awesome, amazing link?
I am looking at the order number. That's Alpha 2 Beta
Yeah,
H.
you want to click that.
Yes, sir. And yeah, I have a username Pocket Foe, which is delightful.
Yep.
Yes,
So
I have a
basically, guys,
username.
this is
and
what it looks like when you're activated. So, Dave, I need your help. Are you ready?
Shoot, my friend.
I want you in just 5, maybe 7 minutes tops. Can you give them a quick overview of WordPress while I activate everyone right now?
Yeah.
That'd be really amazing because you have so much experience in WordPress, real life experience, and I think it's
Yes.
cool.
More than happy to. Give me a second, people. As I move, I'll be ready in 15 seconds.
While Dave is doing that, for folks that are behind the scenes, if you have your invoice number that you can DM me, I do know that there are some folks, invoice 206, I see you. I want to make sure that we have you all aboard. And for young makers, if you're here with your parents, make sure you're using the DM buttons behind the scenes to TSI. We want to make sure you have a direct link with our coordinators tonight, and that your teachers are contacting them directly, so we can make sure that's the case. To each and every one of you, take out your notebooks because you're going to get a world-class education. WordPress from Dave Mir is pretty spectacular. So if something goes over your head, do not be afraid to say, whoa, I don't understand it. Can you slow down? We're trying to make sure that we are accommodating all of the different folks that are in the system tonight. So if you're hitting any speed bumps and you're not getting that active symbol, just like Ross had said, when you have your invoice that says in the little far corner pending, you keep refreshing. And when you refresh, it should say active. And when you have that active, go off to the left-hand side, and you're going to have the kind of invoice number. If you click on that, you will have your status active and a username. All right. So for the giggles of it, mine is Pocket Folks, but it's just Pocket FO. So if you are following along and you can see things, if you need me to post my screen, I can do that. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you for filling that gap. So I've been designing websites for maybe 15 years now, and I started making basic websites and eventually graduated to WordPress websites. And I'm kind of now at a point where I do really highly bespoke, customized websites, but they're still inside WordPress because it's so easy for people to use. And just to put it in context, WordPress websites power about 48% of the internet, which works out at nearly 500 million websites, half a billion websites that are live. That's really important because as you kind of start building this, there may be pieces of it that you're unsure about, or you may build something magical and starts to grow and transition into something. And being the most widely used platform means there's lots of help out there, whether it be just from AI or Google, YouTube, or experts to fulfill that. But essentially, what WordPress does for everybody is it makes it really easy for you to update and edit the content in the back end and then makes it look really pretty on the front end for people. But the
Divi is the
abilities that you can have content in the back and you can edit and edit. And as time goes on, you can improve the front end without having to re-engineer and redesign the back end. But also, I know with people kind of, this being, say, your first website, it could be daunting. How am I going to learn to build a website? Well, actually, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be taken care of for you. Like WordPress handles all of the logins, and if you lose your password, it handles the email resets. And to go beyond WordPress, it's full of plugins. Even some of the plugins Ross is going to give you hugely extends the functionality of it. So you want to add a contact form to your website, there's a plugin for that. You want to make it a little bit more secure, there's a plugin. You want to make images easier to edit, there's a plugin for it. Because it's so widely used, people are building plugins non-stop. So there's a lot of Lego blocks in the kind of modular fashion that you can start with something basic, but you can really kind of extrapolate and build upon that. And even with the custom stuff that I do, it's still the same. It's still that modular approach that when a website's built, if somebody comes back in 6 months and said, I need new functionality or I need a new section in the website, we don't have to throw everything out. We can add on to this and we can build it. So just look at kind of the beginnings of the website as a really, really simple foundation that you can build upon, but also something that's broadly used that you can find advice. You can find, I know that you're getting access to tons of teams with Divi. There's going to be so many of them, an exorbitant amount of them. But there are like absolutely millions of website teams out there that if you decide, I want to change the look and feel of it, there's probably something already out there. But what is really good about this is you can go from beginner all the way up to kind of my expert level of this, and you're still using the same system. So there are simple stuff for drag and drop, but as you start to learn or you decide to interact with AI and something's not there that you want to add in, you can still do that. You can still build upon that and you can customize as well. I think Britta has a question, do you?
Dave, I wanted to thank you so much for giving us that background on WordPress. For those of you who are curious, Dave is a world-class web designer. He has built sites for universities, for professional corporations, and so much more. So getting that quick insight on WordPress from him, so valuable. Dave, thanks for doing that. Britta, I see you have a hand up. Welcome in to the ITT build session. You're across the pond for sure. Any thoughts or questions you have for Ross? Mike is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We got you. You sound good.
Okay, fine. Hello. Yes, it's middle of the night here. And I followed you, and some of you said you are activated. I'm here on the mytsi.org digital ocean portal, and my recent orders and recent domains, there are 2, and they say pending. Is this all right, or
It's perfect.
Ross, we'll give it on over
Yeah,
to you.
that's
She's got some
okay.
pending.
Britta, you just got yourself the fast pass. You'll be activated in a few seconds. Hang tight.
Okay. Well, I just want not that I messed something up here. Okay, thank you.
Just so folks know, Katie, I do have your DM invoice 164. Caleb, I see you 154. I do believe they are in the pending, so don't fret. And Karis, I did send on your DM, so I think you're almost good to go. We are working on it. Dylan, I also see yours now. No, you do not need a domain name right away. You'll be assigned one, and then you can change it later. So,
Sarah, can we get
yes.
merch with our invoice numbers like Squid Game?
You know what? I think that would be delightful, wouldn't it? As long as I can be the doll that shoots things in the beginning, because you should see my DMs. But I wanted to
I
make
think
sure
me
that
or Hendo should ridicule AI image prompt for that.
Sarah, did
I'm
you
just
see my
laughing.
DM? Where are we supposed to click that link?
Don't click anything else. You're already
Okay,
set and gone.
thanks.
Wait until we get everybody cleared through the funnel. The boys are looking at each of your faces to make sure you're real. For folks that don't know behind the scenes, this is a recorded line. You know what? There are some folks in this world that just like to either A, see the world burn, or are the reason we can't have nice things. But we usually don't mention them simply because I don't believe in anybody stealing my joy or anybody else's in the room. If I'm having a bad day, you will never know it. That is my sole mission in life. And so those folks that do decide to push buttons, I'm a 50-year-old woman with children that knows all of the trinkets and trash and secrets. And so if I can suss it out pretty darn quick. So just so you know, it takes a real lot to get us flustered. But making sure that, yes, everybody's getting their approvals. The other thing too is sometimes if you're hitting the refresh button, right, that is a key piece of the puzzle, that you want to hit refresh. And sometimes it's even necessary to either back out of the system and then re-sign in, but I don't recommend that for anybody right now. It seems to be a quick and easy. Bjorn Free, I do see that your hand is up. I'm going to go to you first, and then Dave's going to continue. One of the reasons WordPress is so powerful is because so much of the internet uses it, right? That's the question that I had behind the scenes, and I'm hoping that Dave will flesh that one out, because there's something very powerful about open source kinds of tools. But when you have something so big like that, it means that there's loads of help. When things come crashing down and you need help, and you have an ecosystem that is so used by so many people, it's the same for robotics teams. We all use Java, right? And if something goes wrong, we have so many people that can come out of the woodwork and help us. So I think that might be part of it, but I'm going to let him, that's his ecosystem in wheelhouse. Bjorn, go ahead, love. Did you have a question?
I did not have a question. I threw my hand up when I thought there was going to be a little awkward silence while they were approving. And so I'm just a little weird. I missed all you guys. I missed my Wednesdays from all of you guys.
I'm not
Everybody in the
sure
room,
if it's
I
just
missed
me.
you.
I think it might be. Bjorn, I cannot hear you, my friend. I'm going to drop you down and bring you back up just for the sake of the recording to make sure we have everything in sorts. I'm so sorry
I'm
about
going to
that.
give you a heads up, Josh. This is a glitch that is in Twitter. So those of you that are hosting spaces, usually the host, if the host is doing the approval and bringing folks up, you have a 50-50 chance of not hearing those folks. But if your co-host brings them up, you probably have a
Can you hear
higher
me
chance
now?
of hearing them. So we'll see how you go. Bjorn, test your mic, hon.
Test. Can you hear me now?
All right, test is an A+, Brad. Thanks for dealing with that, sir. Mike is all yours.
Yeah, what's wild is my voice played back to me when you sent me down. I was like, man, I sound like a creep. So anyway, everybody in here, I'm really not a creep, at least I don't think, but I missed you guys.
Beautiful.
I missed my Wednesdays with all of y'all. I'm so glad we're back. Thank you all for being here. Really.
Brad, I'm so glad we're back as well. We are back in action 100%. And Dave, apologies if I stepped on any toes. I know Britta had a question. We fielded that real quick. And Dave, we'll give it right back over to you if you wanted to continue chatting about some WordPress.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
let's do it up.
I'm happy to do that, and Ross can just interrupt me whenever he's ready. You know, what I wanted to kind of preface for everybody is something I said when we were building web apps is you're learning foundational skills that you can use again and again. And I can tell you, as somebody who's designed their own agency website, probably about 24 times now over many years, that first version was terrible. It was really bad. And I still have screenshots saved somewhere, but it was foundational skills I was learning. So it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay for it not to look perfect because you can do it again and you can do it slightly better. And you're going to be learning some technical stuff, then you're going to be learning some kind of layouts and look and feel, and then you're going to be painting by numbers by adding in some content as well. There are lots of different skills and they're all different foundational skills, and don't put too much pressure on yourself, because that's what's really good about WordPress is I can be good at design. Maybe somebody else is good at coding. Maybe somebody else is good at writing copy. I'm lucky I've spent a lot of time and years doing all of those. So I'm kind of an all rounder on it. But lots of other people may bring me in because they couldn't do the coding part, or they weren't great at the security part of it, or it was too, they wanted a lot of technical functionality. So you can always bring in other people, but you can also enhance your own skill set. And because it's open source software and because it's so broadly used, even what Alicia was saying earlier on, that you can run WordPress on your local machine. Every single website I build for a client, I build it locally first. Doesn't get to see the internet, doesn't connect to anything. It's much more quick for me to do that in that kind of safe sandbox. And you can also, like, you're getting a ton of value, but also hopefully you get to a point where you actually outgrow the resources that you need in there. And there's different sizes to fit everybody for WordPress. Like Josh was saying, I build for universities, a lot of people who get lots of traffic and do transactions and different stuff. And I recommend different technical features for those people than I would for somebody building a website for a restaurant. But all of those can be done in WordPress, so you can build a really small, simple, what you would call, say, a brochure website, right up to e-commerce and taking subscriptions and having memberships and paywalling some of your content and stuff like that. But sometimes we can have these big aspirations of, yes, I want all of that right now, Dave. Please give me the subscriptions, please give me the membership. And what I don't want people to do is for their eyes to be too big for their stomach and to be ended up bloated in week 2 or 3 and realize you've created some sort of mammoth task. It's okay to have a 4 or 5 page website with, here's my about page, here's a contact form, and here's my homepage with some services, because that's a great foundation. And you need to build upon that afterwards. The skills you're going to learn here, you're going to repeat again, and you're going to get better at that. I think, some of the first websites I done were very, very basic websites. And I learned. And the next website I done, I was slightly better. And the next website was slightly better. And the opportunities are huge for you. Even though WordPress is used by, 500 million websites on the internet, there's not a lot of people that are maybe A, technically proficient to build them, or B, have the time or priority to invest in that as well. So you can actually offer this as a service to people if that is something that you want to do. Or when you have your next idea that comes to impact, now you have all of these tools and these lessons in your toolkit of, now I can build a marketing website to promote this service, and then I can send them directly to the web app that we've already learned about previously, and I can actually take the payments and I can fulfill that as well. So you're learning to kind of like build a whole business ecosystem that I think you're able to move a lot faster and be a lot more agile as business owners. And that's all you're trying to do, is just get a few people there. One thing I would remind you of, though, is a website, any website, it's not going to be field of dreams. It's not going to be if you build it, they will come. It is a conversion tool for people that land on your website. You have to consider when you have a great idea and then you have a great website, that you actually get people to see the website, because I've seen tons of people invest tons of money with me, and I've actually had some people where I've had to stop them investing money with me because they weren't concentrating on getting people to the website. They were concentrating on beautifying the website. So that's why I say get the core basics, get some foundational skills. It looks okay. You know, if you wait till you're extremely proud of it, you've probably waited a little bit too long to launch it to the world. I look at my agency website. Look, I do good business for it. I win awards. I get featured in books. I still go back and look at that literally 2 weeks after we launch a new version of the website. Oh, I don't like it. I could change stuff. I have to resist that because, like how important is perfectionism and my ego and me being really happy with it compared to the people landing on it and it working and achieving the aims of it for people to, whether it be buy a product or, you know, join your newsletter or fill in a contact form and arrange a meeting or become a lead. Just think about what the goals of the website have to fulfill. And I've seen a lot of people have just average okay websites that have really good businesses that get enough people to the website and they do well. And I've seen people have amazing websites and it's ghost town and nothing happens and nothing exists. And I think that's really important is you have a tool that you then need to shout about and everybody needs to come to it, because that is, you know, that is now like what we had back in the day with business cards. That's where people go to interact with you, where they go to do some due diligence. But the website will set the initial first impression and intention of how people will consume, and then your next kind of level will be how people will actually consume what's on the page. Is there some value in that? So there's going to be more foundational skills of writing the copy and stuff like that. Sarah, do go ahead.
Yeah, I did want to say that Jeff has his hands up, but one of the things that I was thinking about while you were speaking is that we're all here for a different purpose. And just as you had mentioned, you could have a super, super simple website and it converts like a charm because it's so on point with its messaging and everything else. Sometimes we do get in our own way where we want all the bells and whistles and we want everything else, but you really at the core have to ask yourself, what is it for? And why is it here? And I think that's one of the most amazing things that you do, Dave, is you distill down what it is folks are struggling with. Sometimes they can't even communicate what they're looking for, but you can kind of distill down. You did it this morning in the space where you're thinking, okay, I'm stuck. I don't understand it. With your websites, it's the same thing, because sometimes we don't know what we don't want, or we don't know what we do want, and a lot of folks just kind of look at it and say, well, this website looks perfect, I want that one, not realizing that that was an interior designs website and you're fixing carburetors, so
Skill. And it it paid for a lot of stuff, but it brought a lot of joy as well. When I got married,
Something up here. Okay, thank you.
just so folks know, Katie, I do have your DM invoice 164. Caleb, I see you 154. I do believe they are in the pending, so don't fret. And Karis, I did send on your DM, so I think you're almost good to go. We are working on it. Dylan, I also see yours now. No, you do not need a domain name right away. You'll be assigned one, and then you can change it later. So,
Sarah, can we get
yes.
merch with our invoice numbers like Squid Game?
You know what? I think that would be delightful, wouldn't it? As long as I can be the doll that shoots things in the beginning, because you should see my DMs. But I wanted to
I
make
think
sure
me
that
or Hendo should write a cool AI image prompt for that.
Sarah, did
I'm
you
just
see my
laughing.
DM? Where are we supposed to click that link?
Don't click anything else. You're already
Okay,
set and gone.
thanks.
Wait until we get everybody cleared through the funnel. The boys are looking at each of your faces to make sure you're real. For folks that don't know behind the scenes, this is a recorded line. you know what? There are some folks in this world that just like to either A, see the world burn, or are the reason we can't have nice things. But we usually don't mention them simply because I don't believe in anybody stealing my joy or anybody else's in the room. If I'm having a bad day, you will never know it. That is my sole mission in life. And so those folks that do decide to push buttons, I'm a 50-year-old woman with children that knows all of the trinkets and trash and secrets. And so if I can suss it out pretty darn quick. So just so you know, it takes a real lot to get us flustered. But making sure that yes, everybody's getting their approvals. The other thing too is sometimes if you're hitting the refresh button, right, that is a key piece of the puzzle that you want to hit refresh. And sometimes it's even necessary to either back out of the system and then re-sign in, but I don't recommend that for anybody right now. It seems to be a quick and easy. Bjorn Free, I do see that your hand is up. I'm going to go to you first, and then Dave's going to continue. One of the reasons WordPress is so powerful is because so much of the internet uses it, right? That's the question that I had behind the scenes, and I'm hoping that Dave will flesh that one out because there's something very powerful about open source kinds of tools. But when you have something so big like that, it means that there's loads of help. You know, when things come crashing down and you need help and you have an ecosystem that is so used by so many people, it's the same for robotics teams. We all use Java, right? And if something goes wrong, we have so many people that can come out of the woodwork and help us. So I think that might be part of it, but I'm going to let him, that's his ecosystem in wheelhouse. Bjorn, go ahead, love. Did you have a question?
I did not have a question. I threw my hand up when I thought there was going to be a little awkward silence while they were approving. And so I'm just a little weird. I missed all you guys. I missed my Wednesdays from all of you guys.
I'm not
Everybody in the
sure
room,
if it's
I
just
missed
me.
you.
I think it might be. Bjorn, I cannot hear you, my friend. I'm going to drop you down and bring you back up just for the sake of the recording to make sure we have everything in sorts. I'm so sorry
I'm
about
going to
that.
give you a heads up, Josh. This is a glitch that is in Twitter. So those of you that are hosting spaces, usually the host, if the host is doing the approval and bringing folks up, you have a 50-50 chance of not hearing those folks. But if your co-host brings them up, you probably have a
Can you hear
higher
me
chance
now?
of hearing them. So we'll see how you go. Bjorn, test your mic, hon.
Test, test. Can you hear me now?
All right, test is an A+, Brad. Thanks for dealing.
You
through
have
it.
no idea. I will tell
man.
you.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure because we do have phantom people in the speaker box. And so if you're listening to the recording, we were thinking of you. So hopefully your questions are answered. I see that Miss Katie has arrived and I wanted to tell her her new PFP is stunning. So welcome to the stage. How are you, my friend? What question do you have for Ross?
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Sarah.
It is.
Thank you
It's
so
great.
much.
It looks
Oh,
lovely.
thanks.
I'm very, very
Oh,
proud of you. Yes, go
oh,
ahead.
so kind. Two things. When I first signed up, I did not use my Twitter account to sign up, so I'm signed up through my email address. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's absolutely okay. As long as
Okay.
your name is there, we're gonna know you're coming from here. We know most of the people that have signed up already, so we're able to place most of you. And yeah, I don't think we have Twitter sign up here, but when you go to Innovative Think Tank, you do have a Twitter sign up, and that's kind of like a way for us to verify that you're coming from Twitter, which is thank you, Luke and Josh, for providing that resource.
Is that okay then? So I'm okay in the position right
Yeah,
now, just
you're
having sent it by email.
you're
And
absolutely okay.
okay, and the other question that I had was, I definitely do not have a domain yet as part of the process I went through to sign up. Is that okay at the moment?
That's okay as well. Everybody's gonna get a domain that ends with .tsiprogram.org.
Perfect. Thank you.
And when he says, shout out to Josh and Luke, he's really saying shout out to Luke in the audience, who is the developer of the ITT. And everything you see on that Innovator Think Tank site was brought to life in amazing ways by Luke. And even a lot of the design was done by the great Dave Meir, who we have on stage. So guys, give them a follow. We're building out these sites. Don't hesitate to reach out to some of the people in here who have put together world-class sites before. I highly recommend it. Dan, my friend, thank you for being in here. Also, I see 30, 35 people on the site right now. Guys, well done. Go over to that site, get all the resources you need. Dan, my friend, welcome up. Any questions you got? Mike is yours.
My hand up, but hello. I was just awaiting the next step. I think I'm caught up.
All right, no problem. It was a phantom hand. It just, like Talladega Nights, Will Ferrell style, just put those hands up there. Kathleen, I see you got a hand up. Any thoughts that you have for Ross or Nick? We welcome them. Thanks for being on stage. Mike is yours. And your mic is still muted, Kathleen, by the way. May need to unmute that.
Yeah, somehow, I'm sorry, the soundboard always pops up these days and then I can't get the mic. Quick question, because I'm using my own name at tsi.org and I own my own name through GoDaddy at .com, will I have any conflicts later with that?
No, you will not have any conflicts. What we will show you how to do in the following weeks is how to connect your own domain, how to bring your own domain from GoDaddy and connect it to your cPanel. But you're not going to have any conflicts. You're all set. Most people are going to have the same domain. It's going to be something like their name.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
All right, the board of questions seems to be clear. If you don't have any big questions, guys, and we have any more folks that are requesting, don't feel offended if I move you down and we bring somebody else up. We're just rotating the questions that we can take. So, Alisha, I'll bring it right back over to you. Sorry about stepping on toes. My thought was let's just answer these along the way and make sure everybody stays totally up to date with us. So, sir, Mike is yours.
No, that was perfect. And the next step for us is you can click pay now on the screen, but you're not really paying. This just puts in an order in our system, and it essentially lets us know you're here, and we're going to approve it, and it'll automatically make a free cPanel for you. So I'm going to put in my order, and from here, you can go back to the client area, and you're going to notice you have an order, but it's pending. So what we have to do now is me and Nick, we're going to go into our accounts, and we're going to start approving people and setting usernames and passwords for everybody and setting your domains. And in the meantime, you'll learn a little bit about WordPress. So as we're approving you, you're also going to learn about WordPress, cPanel, and then we're going to jump straight into WordPress. So I'm going to hand it over back to Ross, and I'm going to go start approving everybody.
Which one about duplicates? Because they're going to see it.
Right. So another thing we noticed is since a lot of people signed up several times, you're going to see only one. We're going to delete the duplicates. So if you signed up 4 times and you don't even know about it, you're only going to see one order in there that will be active, that will have all your info leading to your cPanel.
Hey guys, how are you? So, do we understand what to do? Are we putting in our orders? Anyone have a question? This is important.
Yes, I do. So I already do have a .com that I put in yesterday, so I guess you guys can delete that one, and then it'll keep the tsiprogram.org, right?
Yeah, so any duplicates we'll delete, any misspellings we'll delete, any wrong domains we'll fix. We're only going to activate the ones that actually are good to go. And hopefully by the end of this process, everyone has a shiny new fancy cPanel. Now, we will be cross-checking everyone. So if you are here in anonymous, I don't know how to see it, don't be anonymous so we can see that you're a person. Because we don't give cPanels and this kind of resources to people who we actually don't know. So the only way we can verify is with Twitter. So just keep that in mind. You can listen, I just can't activate you unless I know who you are. Any questions at all? This is the time to ask random questions. Because what I don't want to do is like start doing what we're doing or week 2, and it's like, how do I set this up?
I have a question,
Ross.
Ross.
Sorry. Go ahead. Nope.
Just
Go.
for
You go first.
clarification, Just for clarification, Ross, I'm waiting for Nick to approve me in the background, and then when my status changes for pending, I'm good to go.
Correct. Yep. And you'll be
Love that.
issued
Thank
a
you.
panel, a server, an SSL, a domain, databases, and all the other resources which we're going to start to claim together. But if we can't claim it together and it's like me and 6 other people doing it, and then like 35 of you, 40 of you not being able to do it, that's no good. And if you're listening not inside Twitter, you need to come to Twitter. That's it. So you need to take yourself from wherever you are and come to Twitter, and you can get verified. And we can give you a cPanel too. This is the first time we're actually broadcasting kind of everywhere, which is kind of fun. So we're making a lot of new friends tonight.
Ross, to jump in, there are a number of folks that have one device. So they are on a laptop only and are watching the live stream through Innovators Think Tank. Is there any way that they can give you a heads up or a tap if they cannot listen to both at the same time or access Twitter?
But they can, because no matter where they are, they're hearing spaces.
True, I agree. Okay,
So if
so
they're
I'm
on
going
the
to make
live
sure
stream,
that they're not on one or the other. Maybe
yeah,
they'll
well,
have
if
to
you're
mute one or
on
the
your
other. Yeah.
computer, right, and you're on your computer and you have the live stream open and you have spaces open, just mute the live stream and you're good to go. But if
Excellent,
yeah,
excellent,
it's
excellent. I
perfect.
just want to make sure that they have to have their face here in the crowd so that we can identify. Is that what you're asking?
Face being here is identification and getting approved. If you're not here, you're not going to get approved.
Got
We
it.
have to know who you are via DM, something. You interact on the other platforms. Drop a comment. We'll see comments from every platform tonight, like in real time.
Also, I will say, Ross, if they have an account signed up with their X account through Innovators Think Tank, we can verify on the back end as well. So I can send over a list of people who have accounts with the their X linked to the Innovators Think Tank.
That would be incredible if you can do that, Josh.
Yeah, we'll kick over a list to you guys right now just to verify. But so again, if you guys are somewhere else and just over at the Innovators Think Tank site, you're doing fine. No reason to pull up X right now unless you have a question, or if you just want to come join us on stage. We'll get you approved on the back end of that Innovators Think Tank site. So if you don't have your X account connected with the ITT ecosystem, now's a great time to go ahead and do that. Dave Mears, so you got a hand up, sir. Mic is all yours.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about verifying and having people show up here. I'm kind of interested in what could be the block for you guys to verify. So, for instance, if somebody put in some random spurious domain name to register, which is not connected to their name on X, and the email address has no correlation to X, like, do they need to DM you? Like, I'm assuming you will have no idea if it's a random domain and you look at their name and here you've no real way of clarifying.
Yeah, Dave, that's correct. So what we're going to do is either they could DM us, right? If they hear us, they can come to Twitter. They could DM us on Facebook. They could DM us anywhere where we're streaming, on Twitch, on YouTube. They could drop a comment. They could privately DM me and not come to spaces. But they would need to, I need to know who they are because they're getting an insane amount of resources. And we have to know everyone who is on the server. You have to be confirmed, like first, last name, that you're like a human, not a bot. So I have no problem giving it to anyone who's not here and listening on the live stream currently, because I know that's happening. Just reach out and DM us. You can go on our website and reach out. There's a lot of ways that, anyway, wherever you can see our name, you could reach out to us and we'll get you activated too. But yeah, Dave, it is a manual process. But this is not like something you would do at scale. Obviously, it would be automated. You put in your card, you're verified, you're a person. But we're missing that crucial step of verification right here.
And part of the reason why it's not just to deter bots, you're also testing a platform and testing a whole entire ecosystem for young kids. So, having these extra, steps for verification are helping our guests that are teachers and principals and facilitators in the schools. So it is kind of, sometimes you look at it and think to yourself, well, this is dumb, or I don't understand, or I'm just used to, click, 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 and I'm in. Having those layers of security and protection are also helping you to make sure that, one, we know who you are, but two, let's say we frack up the the website or whatever else, getting help and making sure that we have all the dots connected and things like that. It just adds another layer, because we do have so many people here who have never built a website, and this is all completely new to them. So I hope that folks are understanding the why, because sometimes it can be frustrating and we understand it. But definitely, you know, if you've ever read the book Horton Hears a Who by Dr. Seuss, we are here, we are here, we are here. If you're on the stream, you know, participate. Right? If you're here in Twitter, you know, send up some emojis or come up on space, or just, you know, blast us in the DM so that we can, you know, see you, hear you, and that you're not just a speck of dust mote. So go ahead, Ross, go ahead and continue. I think we've got everybody. I'm looking into the audience. Everybody who is hot, straight, normal, we got them all on the same page. Is there anybody that we're leaving behind here that are not caught up? Give me a thumbs up if you are struggling. If you have a thumbs up, that means we're going to either call on you to come to stage, or you need to comment in the purple bubble, or, you know, be the Horton that hears a who. We need to hear you. So put a thumbs up. Try to get our attention to make sure that we know if you're struggling, because I can't be a mind reader, and I don't think the boys can too. So we're going to continue to plow ahead, if that's okay.
Also, quick thing. As we start the approval process, a few things are going to happen. One, you being unpaid doesn't necessarily mean it may not be active. So what I want you to do is head over to your account. It should look like this. And you should be able to hit like the home page, and you should be able to see this recent order. So don't pay attention to the invoice right now tonight. The invoice may or may not change for you tonight. It may change later on or in the morning, but that's not going to mean it's not going to work. Look at recent orders. If it says active, you have been given the magic, amazing activation. If it hasn't, keep refreshing. Second, during this process, due to our partners and the awesome greatness of what we're doing, you will also be moderated. So if your domain is something that would not be given to like a 13-year-old, you're going to be moderated. It'll be changed to your first name, first letter, last name, or first name, last letter, something like that. It won't have your original, because that won't be allowed. So keep that in mind when you check back and you're like, oh, it changed. Well, it did change. And so that's going to be the new one. And there's no changing back. And so, yeah, just keep that in mind. I want everyone to go and start refreshing their pages. Things should start to say activated. Can you please join us on stage, or give an emoji if you've been actually activated?
I can tell you that I'm invoice number 184 and I'm still pending. So if you are after me, I think that you will also be pending, if that gives you any kind of security. Because sometimes that anxiety and that button mashing, refresh, it's okay. And like Ross had mentioned, it's not always instantaneously. We do have some incredible solar flare activity that is knocking out all sorts of stuff. And, you know, weird planet alignments coming in hot on June 4th. So, you know, the cosmic, you know, powers that be, sometimes it doesn't get there instantaneously. Don't worry about it. You're going to get approved. You know, everything will come into place. The only real kind of red flag, what should we be looking for, Ross? If there's something on our site that is kind of blaring obvious that we might be on the wrong path, is there any indications that you can give us?
I would say if it's not something you would tell your 13-year-old cousin, you probably shouldn't make it your domain. And
I think that's a subtle hint to whomever is testing the boundaries and the playground rules. I will just put that out there.
Don't try to break it on day one, people.
Yes,
basically.
don't try to break it. Remember sandbox rules. Play nice, share your stuff, be kind, have fun, don't die. We can't die on the first day, guys.
I'm active.
Yeah, guys, let's not break it like yet. It's been like 2 minutes.
Kathleen, go ahead.
Okay, I'm active, but it removed my last name, but I just get to be the only Kathleen at tsi.org. That's kind of cool. Is that
That is
right?
correct.
Wow, thank you. It's kind of beautiful.
I'm active. Yay.
It's happening, guys. If you have any questions or you don't know what to do, you really want to speak up right now, I think. Definitely.
I'm so
I
glad
just wanted
Wednesday
to
classes are
chime
back.
in and say it is so cool that all of these students are getting activated. It is awesome to see everybody who's in the space right now. Those of you who have been waiting for this day and for this class to start so you could get going. Now's the time. All of the approvals are happening. Dave Mir, it is so cool to see you here, my friend. I was going through some past ITTs and I was noticing like you have been part of this family for a long time. A lot of you in here have been part of the ITT family for a long time. So I just wanted to shout you guys out. These approvals are coming in. Let's get excited about this kind of first sponsored space of taking this WordPress site from idea to impact. Lucia, welcome up to the stage. Any thoughts or questions you have for Ross and Nick and Alisher? We'll give you the mic. Lucia, thanks for being here.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, so I was just kind of wondering, I don't know if I did this exactly right, but I know I have like
Anybody hear her?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I have like 4 things that are pending. I'm not sure if I did this right, if I was supposed to be trying to get 4 things.
Well, you can't get 4. You can get
I
1.
was trying to figure out which one I was supposed to be getting. And because they all said 0, so I just misunderstood something.
It's okay. We'll activate you. We'll get to you. Everyone, please check. Sarah, I need you to make sure that this is working.
It's
When
still
you go,
on pending.
I know. You're definitely not approved yet. I'm going to go check it manually in a quick sec. But Sarah,
Okay,
go
cool.
to your recent orders. It should say active. If it does,
Yes, sir. It
can you please
does.
click the order? Do you have a password and a special, cool, awesome, amazing link?
I am looking at the order number. That's Alpha 2 Beta
Yeah,
H.
you want to click that.
Yes, sir. And yeah, I have a username Pocket Foe, which is delightful.
Yep.
Yes,
So
I have a
basically, guys,
username.
this is
and
what it looks like when you're activated. So, Dave, I need your help. Are you ready?
Shoot, my friend.
I want you in just 5, maybe 7 minutes tops. Can you give them a quick overview of WordPress while I activate everyone right now?
Yeah.
That'd be really amazing because you have so much experience in WordPress, real life experience, and I think it's
Yes.
cool.
More than happy to. Give me a second, people. As I move, I'll be ready in 15 seconds.
While Dave is doing that, for folks that are behind the scenes, if you have your invoice number that you can DM me, I do know that there are some folks, invoice 206, I see you. I want to make sure that we have you all aboard. And for young makers, if you're here with your parents, make sure you're using the DM buttons behind the scenes to TSI. We want to make sure you have a direct link with our coordinators tonight, and that your teachers are contacting them directly, so we can make sure that's the case. To each and every one of you, take out your notebooks because you're going to get a world-class education. WordPress from Dave Mir is pretty spectacular. So if something goes over your head, do not be afraid to say, whoa, I don't understand it. Can you slow down? We're trying to make sure that we are accommodating all of the different folks that are in the system tonight. So if you're hitting any speed bumps and you're not getting that active symbol, just like Ross had said, when you have your invoice that says in the little far corner pending, you keep refreshing. And when you refresh, it should say active. And when you have that active, go off to the left-hand side, and you're going to have the kind of invoice number. If you click on that, you will have your status active and a username. All right. So for the giggles of it, mine is Pocket Folks, but it's just Pocket FO. So if you are following along and you can see things, if you need me to post my screen, I can do that. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you for filling that gap. So I've been designing websites for maybe 15 years now, and I started making basic websites and eventually graduated to WordPress websites. And I'm kind of now at a point where I do really highly bespoke, customized websites, but they're still inside WordPress because it's so easy for people to use. And just to put it in context, WordPress websites power about 48% of the internet, which works out at nearly 500 million websites, 500 million websites that are live. That's really important because as you kind of start building this, there may be pieces of it that you're unsure about, or you may build something magical and starts to grow and transition into something. And being the most widely used platform means there's lots of help out there, whether it be just from AI or Google, YouTube, or experts to fulfill that. But essentially, what WordPress does for everybody is it makes it really easy for you to update and edit the content in the back end, and then makes it look really pretty on the front end for people. But the
Divi is the
abilities that you can have content in the back and you can edit and edit. And as time goes on, you can improve the front end without having to re-engineer and redesign the back end. But also, I know with people kind of, this being, say, your first website, it could be daunting. How am I going to learn to build a website? Well, actually, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be taken care of for you. Like WordPress handles all of the logins, and if you lose your password, it handles the email resets. And to go beyond WordPress, it's full of plugins. Even some of the plugins Ross is going to give you hugely extends the functionality of it. So you want to add a contact form to your website, there's a plugin for that. You want to make it a little bit more secure, there's a plugin. You want to make images easier to edit, there's a plugin for it. Because it's so widely used, people are building plugins non-stop. So there's a lot of Lego blocks in the kind of modular fashion that you can start with something basic, but you can really kind of extrapolate and build upon that. And even with the custom stuff that I do, it's still the same. It's still that modular approach that when a website's built, if somebody comes back in 6 months and said, I need new functionality or I need a new section in the website, we don't have to throw everything out. We can add on to this and we can build it. So just look at kind of the beginnings of the website as
Hello.
Hi, how are you? I'm Ross.
And I'm Alisher.
And we are
Tech in Schools Initiative,
a nonprofit organization that aims to empower developers and students and learners of all ages by creating state-of-the-art curriculum and web-based free companion apps.
And over the past 5 years, we've built our own online infrastructure with over 70 apps, including web builders, design tools, app generators, and much more, taking several businesses online, including our fellow education companies, growing from just a few classes in 2017 to thousands of students now going into 2023. And we have been through the trials and tribulations of scaling and expanding online infrastructure. So whether you're just starting out or about to grow into the giant company that you're meant to be, we can help you understand what steps you need to take. Now, starting a business can be scary enough, and certain questions will make you feel uncertain. For example, can my server handle it? What am I going to do with this domain? How can I connect everything together using my VM? Now, in this presentation, we're going to go through the process, being more hands-on with it, just having control, using the right open source tools and building on top of them. And what we really pinpointed that makes the cloud scary in general for everybody is the learning curve. At every step of the way, you'll be hit with learning new concepts, learning new ideas. So we've narrowed it down to 3 main categories. Number 1 is you want to choose the right hosting, something that will grow with you as you're expanding. Number 2, you want to gain more control, end to end, being able to see how your apps perform, how your hosting is doing, what kind of load it's taking. And number 3 is being able to create your own tools to empower your organization and really customize your own software. So let's go over one of the most essential aspects of starting an online business, hosting.
Hosting can and will be the hardest and most overlooked component of software development, at least for my team it was. And if you make the wrong choice, it will cost you more than just your hard-earned money. It will be vital to the success and growth of your business venture. We learned this the hard way, but with good backups and rapid recovery and an all hands-on deck approach, we were able to bounce back pretty quickly from a cyber threat that had wiped out over half of TSI apps and our main infrastructures. Without good hosting, I'm not able to create the high-performing apps and scale them to thousands of students within the TSI network. I will definitely not make that mistake again. And let me explain to you how you can identify these hosting platforms and what you can avoid. Big known brands such as GoDaddy, HostGator, DreamHost, and so many others, they all share one thing. Their hosting is shared. And that means all the users are using the same server, and their tools like website builders, for example, don't let you modify and or download your code. And that's not good because let's say something goes wrong and you need to move servers, you actually no longer have a website. And high fees are my biggest problem. So there are high fees for everything, but mainly there's high fees for things that are actually free. So things like Let's Encrypt and SSLs right in cPanel and WHM, that's all free to set up. And these companies will charge you $100 a year per domain. What happens if you have 5,000 domains? It becomes insanely costly. And horrible UI just further mystifies the consumer to how the server works and what they actually could do. But hey, at least there's 24/7 phone support, which might I add is absolutely useless because they can't help you with anything. All they can do is check what credit card you have on file. And then you have GCP, AWS, Azure, and the big players in the game that run things like Netflix. And they offer great services, but it comes with caveats. This concept is a personal struggle I faced as the owner of TSI. Each service is separated, which is great and compartmentalized, but it comes with high costs for basic things like shell access, which should be free. So why is there a service $100 a month just to access the server shell? And as powerful as these systems are, they come with risks. Because tickets that you create with support can have up to 20 representatives assigned to them at any given time, problems can take from 30 to 60 days to actually get resolved, even major outage problems. And hidden services can be the downfall of a server admin. Hackers were able to get into the management of our big hosting provider, not our code. And for us, we have 100% uptime is mandatory for our students. So 60 days offline would not work. And then you have the happy middle is what we call it. DigitalOcean allowed us to scale without the fear of obscure, unclear costs. Building without limits of hidden services and limitations is what we were missing in our infrastructure stack. And deployment is so fast and easy. Sometimes when I build things, I'll build 3 to 5 droplets at a time with different configurations until I'm happy with the proper configuration that I chose. And DigitalOcean's amazing backend UI is what we needed. It's as if the people at DO creating this dashboard actually like their customers, which we at TSI truly appreciate. And end-to-end control, being limitless, is what we love. And Alistair is going to tell you more about that.
So your smaller brands like GoDaddy, HostGator, DreamHost, they will make you feel like they're on their side. They heavily market themselves as the mom and pop shop of the hosting providers. However, things slowly start to unravel as you dig deeper and you actually start using them. So smaller providers like GoDaddy, they'll force you to request changes to the server. For example, if you want new versions, that's something you'll need to request and potentially even pay more for. And then there's an issue of trust. Representatives are able to access every aspect of your account, and without your knowledge can even shut down and move your content. And in general, you're going to face a lot of limitations with shared hosting, whether it's a domain, the number of subdomains you're allowed to create, or just the SSL that they charge you astronomical amounts for. Now, the big names are not much better. You get control, however, you don't get much direction. They're completely uninvolved. Personally, for us, we had a situation with a big name provider where our account got hacked, and unfortunately, we were not able to recover any of our infrastructure simply because representatives did not know how to get in and how to recover it. Or there's so many levels of management between us and the person in the engineering department that we need to help us that it'll just never get to them and get lost in a stack of papers. Now, what we found to be the most useful when it comes to management and what we've used for years, even when we were on the shared hosting with GoDaddy, is cPanel. Now, cPanel is available in the DO marketplace. It's available in almost every marketplace, and the installation itself is fairly quick. You can achieve it with just one command line. Now, companies like GoDaddy and HostGator actually use cPanel and WHM to resell you the shared hosting, but we use it to have different apps separated from each other and be able to manage everything with ease. If an app is down, I'm able to go and pinpoint exactly which app is down, what part of the server it's affecting. It also has free add-ons and free SSL, something companies will typically charge you upwards of $300 a year for. Now, it also has easy management of domains. Now, you're able to manage your domains in GoDaddy and whatever other domain name service provider that you use, but with cPanel, you get that end-to-end control of your domain. And it comes with great packages as well. So if you're just starting out building an application and you want to test it in the different versions of the software, such as PHP or Node, and whether it works or not, it's quite easy to install the right package. Now, we understand that not every small company is going to be able to afford cPanel. It could get quite costly if you don't qualify for their nonprofit pricing. So we found great alternatives throughout the years as we've been working with different infrastructure. When we were just starting out building the Ubuntu server, we've learned that CyberPanel is a great alternative that's also available in the DO marketplace. And CyberPanel allowed us to quickly boot up an app. And although it's limited compared to cPanel, it still has great integration, up-to-date extensions, and everything you'll need to start your app. Now, FastPanel is another fantastic alternative. FastPanel is growing and it's only going to grow bigger. They have over 3 million servers already running and managed. Now, it works great with Debian and Ubuntu. It gives you a nice way to separate each app and each website with amazing UI, and it's actually lighter than cPanel on your server. So it's much easier to run. And it has great automations options as well. Let's say you want the free SSL. FastPanel is going to reissue that SSL every 30 days just fine for you without you having to worry. Now, we're aware of the hosting that we're going to choose, and we know what management software we're going to use. Now, we need to talk a little bit about the types of apps that we're going to build to empower our organization.
So open source is a very broad term, but a very important one. Probably one of the most important things you will learn when you're creating your own tools. It can allow you to instantaneously create company-specific web solutions and your own tooling. My Apps is a software cloud suite that we have created and built over the last few years. All the apps are built by open source technology, meaning we control every single aspect of them and we can produce updates and fixes as necessary. We have created powerful apps such as Appify and Builder, and they're amazing because they enable students to build and launch mobile apps directly to the Apple and Android stores and create functioning websites with wildcard custom domains. And they can publish all of this live directly using these tools. Another tool I want to highlight is Web AR. I'm not sure if you guys know about augmented reality, but you can create augmented reality directly in the web. And we created that solution and gave it to our students so they could learn how to create augmented reality in the future as future developers for their products. Now, when you think about open source, there are big players in the game that have contributed to some of the biggest softwares in the world. Salesforce being one of them is how you would manage all of your employees, all of your company information, your products. And an alternative to that is available directly in Installatron, which is a sort of a suite of open source software that gets installed directly within cPanel. And you could basically create everything Salesforce has to offer for free. And for LMSs, which is a learning management system, in college, very popular is Canvas. And Canvas is actually open source and completely free if you know how to build it. And we personally at TSI, we use Moodle as our exclusive education software because of how malleable it is and what it allows us to do as far as implementing our own custom apps into Moodle. And when you think about building a website, well, you can pay thousands of dollars, or you can just get WordPress and build it yourself for free. And we love WordPress because mytsi.org is built on WordPress. All of our websites and most front end that we build is in WordPress because of how amazing it is and easy to use. And Shopify is quite expensive, and you could alleviate the cost entirely by using PrestaShop and selling your products. Open source is so clearly the only way to go when you're building your own technology and creating your own tooling. And WordPress is just an amazing tool of creation that can just build pretty much anything from actual software to front-end websites. For us, WordPress allows our students to build and learn using code. And because it's free, students are not limited to what they can create. And because of our own website being on WordPress, we're able to edit our website on the fly using mobile apps, which is really helpful. And Moodle, being as expansive as it is, allows the students to go through their coursework while being fully integrated to the TSI ecosystem of applications. And because it's open source and built with powerful scripting engines, you're able to do pretty much any sort of scripting language on Moodle. Additionally, I want to highlight that you can just go on GitHub and you could find code that might serve a purpose for you. And if not, you can even buy open source scripts on the internet that you can just install directly on your server. And it's solutions like these that become important, because the software that you buy and that you own for your organization, you can freely modify that code and make it more substantially useful as an internal tool for your organization. And Alisher is gonna.
So how do we ease the uncertainty and make cloud less scary for ourselves as we're starting out? Well, to conquer this heap of knowledge and learning necessary, we really need to focus on these three things, and then we'll be able to succeed. Number one is come in knowing what you want from your hosting. Find the provider that will grow with you, that will allow you to test, experiment, and even downsize if you have to. Those are hard to find because once you're tied in a specific tier of pricing, that's it. Can't go down, you can only go up. Now, seek better control of your infrastructure through software. We personally use cPanel. We've used it for years, but you can find something else. But you just want to stick with it. You want to stay consistent. And that way your development team is able to understand the software better and give you better control. And then you also want to supercharge your infrastructure and empower your organization through software that doesn't have to be costly at all. Applications like vTiger, Moodle, and even the open source version of Canvas are all free as long as you know how to launch them. So now you guys are able to follow us on social media, on Instagram, Twitter. You could also email me and Roz directly. You can also visit our website, which will have more information about what we do, such as our curriculum development and our application development. You could also join us for an additional Q&A in Discord after this session, where we'll be giving out exclusive access to some of our web apps and our very first alpha for the VR museum for the Oculus Quest.
Yeah, so if you head over to Discord, we will actually let you into some web apps and you could see what you can really do with open source technology.
And I think now it's time that we could perhaps spend on some questions.
Yes.
I'm not seeing any questions. Should we take it to Discord? Okay, no problem. Well, while the questions are coming in, I think some things we could also mention is that you could buy a piece of open source code, something that a developer built that will give you a license for, that's perpetual, you own it forever. And what happens is you can build on top of it. There's plenty of sources that are available for, say, $50, $60 that you can buy a piece of code and easily build on top, white label, and make it part of your organizational information systems.
Sure, that's literally how we did it. Please head over to Discord and we will be there to answer any questions and give out any demos.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining. And we'll see you guys in Discord. And look out for links to our new software that you can try out in a Discord.
For folks in the room while you're waiting, make sure that you have your notebook out, your pens out, beverage of choice, preferably one that will not get you inebriated by the end of the evening, because we want all of our faculties this evening. Make sure too that you have your laptop available and already opened to our innovators thinktank.com, obviously. They have all of the notes and agenda already there prepared for you. Hopefully, you've seen some of the tweets that we are going to be hunting and gathering this evening. And it's going to be a little bit different because we're hunting and gathering for ourselves sometimes, and instead of everybody else. And so we'll be on different paths during the course of the night. Similar paths, but different nonetheless. And so there are going to be some deviations, which means hair pulling and gnashing of teeth and, all of the swearing and muttering under your under your breath. But just be encouraged, because this is not an easy thing that we're doing. All of us are learning side by side. You're not alone in the journey, and you are not going to be left behind. So we'll figure it out as the evening progresses, as we've done in the previous. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can always DM any of us, and we'll make sure that all of that happens for you. So please make sure you have your laptop up, that your innovatorsthinktank.com is open, because that really is kind of your compass, right? It's our roadmap for the evening. So if you get lost, that's where all of our hub of information is going to be. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, just yell, wave your hand. We do know that you're on a laptop, okay? So I will do my best to try to spot you in the crowd, as Alisher and Nick and Ross are fielding behind the scenes, and we have Cash Money Kev and Matea and Josh, all keeping an eye over the ecosystem and making sure that everybody is accounted for and taken care of as we go through the evening. The other thing too is that if you do have questions, add them to the purple bubble. That is a way that I can find you. Maybe sometimes it's easier if I'm ignoring you or I can't see you. You can tag me in the main timeline and I can see it pop up that way. Those are really helpful to put your questions there because they're attached to the space. You can also communicate in the Innovators Think Tank, of course, and of course also in the Discord channels. This is an omni-channel presentation, so you have lots of moving parts. We all understand it. Most of us are on our phones listening into X Spaces. So, let the games begin. I hope that each and every one of you have come here with a heart wanting to learn and the disposition willing to laugh, because sometimes things can be frustrating. Just know that we will make sure it gets done, and nothing is forever. You can't break stuff that we can't fix, and that's always a positive. So Josh, welcome to the space. Cash Money, I love you guys. Matea, Alisher, I don't know who's behind the tech in schools, but Nick and Ross, you are loved and appreciated. I do think that you're going to have a Morgan out in the wild showing
And Sarah,
up
what
as
I'll
well.
have to say is we're gonna love to have you share some more and do that intro again, maybe at like 5:10. I love all of those
You're
notes.
a dork.
No, I love it. I love it. I was just generally, if we kind of let maybe 5 or 10 minutes, I want everybody to be able to come in and hear all the amazing words that you have. So I just wanted to share, if here when we do the intro and when we start, if you want to share some of that again, I think it would be well placed.
I could totally
100%.
try. I'll make it up as I go along. But yes, I just want to. Dead air is very disconcerting to some folks, and I am one of those people because Twitter has been awful all day today, and there have been a number of spaces where literally half the room can hear and the other half can't. And the dead air is always, oh my gosh, am I hearing something? Is it me? I'm going to, leave the room, or I'm going to come back, or whatever. I am one of those people. Silence drives me nuts. So I will repeat it in a few seconds or a few minutes at 7:10. but I am seeing the room fill up, and we do appreciate any and all reposts, and also questions, comments, concerns, what you're learning, how you're feeling about it. This is an experiment that many, 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 many underscore big italicized words are watching. They're watching in real time. A lot of companies that we have been using their services, whether it's Supabase or Vercel, they've come out of the woodwork because they like to see what we're up to. And Josh has set the table. It is a wonderful banquet of learning experiences. And then you've got the hard work of the whole entire crew. We always say Nick, Alisher, and Ross, but they've got a whole group of people working behind the scenes, helping them and making sure that we have all of these suites of tools. There are a lot of unsung heroes when it comes to this ecosystem. And I will say too, humble brag, the timelines today were mentioning about Gemini 1.5 Pro as people getting access to it. And I am particularly proud and smitten with the fact that I've been playing with it for about 2 weeks, courtesy of my AI tutor. The tools that you get to learn here are usually first mover advantage. You have access to tools that other people do not have. And yes, they make people jealous. So if that's one of your motivators, that you love being, you know, the yuppie that discovers the band before everybody else, and that you have the something that everybody else wants before it comes out and in the mainstream, then yes, my AI tutor is definitely providing that for you. So I'm going to give the space a little bit more time to simmer, and then we'll go through the intro again, putting the mask on yourself before the people next to you, where the exits are, et cetera, et cetera.
I love it. And guys, take a moment for yourselves. Like and retweet the room. This is your third week being in this space, and a lot of you are dedicating a lot of your time, your energy into making this happen. So like and retweet the room. Get more of your network into here. I know we're on week 3, but all the past weeks are on the site, so folks can get caught up. Here in maybe a minute and 30 seconds, we'll go ahead and start the third ever Build a SaaS from Idea to Impact. We'll do a quick intro, and we're going to get right into it. So those of you who have been here since 5 o'clock, hanging on tight, you guys rock. Thanks for being in your seat on time. That's well appreciated. Go ahead and like and retweet the room. We'll pull in the rest of the students, and we'll get rocking here in just a minute. Oh, and for those of you who are requesting the mic, guys, we will bring you up here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. I promise. So really great to see a number of faces, and those of you grabbing the mic, I promise the stage, we will open it up here in a moment.
To give folks an inkling, just so it's not dead air, because I am so OCD about dead air. Many people do not realize how many people are working behind the scenes to make sure that this space is operating. We have this 10-minute kind of cushion, but you've got Luke working his magic with all of the sites with the Innovators Think Tank, an incredibly gifted person who is really, when you know what your superpower is and you are in the zone and you are doing the thing, every day is a Super Bowl. And so Wednesday nights for these guys, the coders, the, slingers of tech, the random connectors of this, that, and the other thing, they are behind the scenes. They've got their little mics on, they've got their headsets, they're doing the imaginary numbers, they're looking like Top Gun with the big old flashlights, moving and pushing tin here, there, and everywhere to make sure that we have a class. And it does not go unnoticed. I mean, you have a seamless kind of front-facing interface, but there are a lot of moving parts, and sometimes things go wonky. Sometimes you have the middle of a DDoS attack. You have all sorts of things that can happen. And, like I said, this is their Super Bowl. And so just a hat tip to the folks that are behind the scenes, making sure that we have our live stream and that it is hot, straight, and normal. They're doing the tests as we speak. And you have your agenda up. Highly recommend taking a peek at it. If you have not paid attention to the timeline and understand what hunting and gathering actually means today, this is your time to kind of cram for the quiz that's going to occur in a couple minutes. This is the kind of stuff that you would write on your little index card in teeny tiny writing when your professor says you only have a 3x5 card, and all of a sudden you're writing all the small little crib notes to make sure that you can pass the test at the end of the night. Just know too that if things do not go according to plan, that you do not get the thing that we're supposed to have at the end of the night, that doesn't mean you failed. That just means that you didn't connect the dots in the correct way, and that Thursday mornings are where we have our postmortem, and we try to figure out what the heck went wrong, what we can fix, how many people actually fell asleep during the Twitter stream, which has happened. They sit there and they're wondering why they have an indentation of the phone on their forehead, and the thing has not magically appeared. That happens. I can attest to that. Although I have not fallen asleep personally, I have spent the all-nighter looking at my screen, just hoping that it would change, magically. And it doesn't. You have to wait till the next morning and say, Alice or Ross, I really fracked this up. Help me fix it. So at any rate, I think I'm looking at the faces in the room, and I'm noticing we're missing a few people. So if you can tag smoke, there's Smoke. If you notice to your left and your right folks that you've seen in the last 2 weeks, especially, and they're not here yet, tag them. Be awesome. Make sure that they are aware. They might not have put their notifications on. But I think, after 10 hours with one another, 5 hours each night, we kind of get to know who we are, right? And we know who shows up. Be awesome and tap the glass and say, hey, Pocket Family, guess what? We have class. Sometimes that helps. For those of you that go to the gym, having a gym partner, I can tell you there's mornings where I do not want to get up at all. So having that person do that. I'm hoping that Josh is ready.
I'm
Josh?
ready to go, Sarah.
Perfect.
I was letting you, chat for a little bit. I don't want to cut you off. Anytime I'm stepping on your toes, Sarah, it's because we're dancing, not because I came over and stomped on them. So those of you who are back into the ITT, guys, welcome back in. The Innovators Think Tank. We are back on week number 3 of a 6-part series where we are helping you guys transform this SaaS idea to an impactful MVP and something that you can iterate on. And I just want to take a moment for those of you who are coming back. I see all familiar faces. We know what we do inside this think tank. We know that this is the place to collaborate with folks who have a different background like the TSI. And these folks can help us unearth skills, insights, knowledge that can help us build and grow on what we're doing. And I love that's what the think tank stands for. And I love that's what we've been doing for the last 2 weeks. Now moving on to the 3rd week. I just want to set the stage on a couple things. Those of you who have gone to innovatorsthinktank.com, please make sure that you've connected your X account if you want to do so, or sign up. So that way you guys have the ability to sync your calendar, but as well get into that hub. And that hub is a great spot for everybody here to go and showcase what you're working on. Start talking with other innovators. I know we have, hundreds of people in that Discord, but I'm really excited for the growth of not only the website, but the launch of the app, which will be coming here soon. Shout out to Luke. I know a lot of us are on our phones. We're not on the website, but take this moment, connect your X account, go on over to the hub, and whatever project you're working on, go and showcase it, put it out in the community, and take this opportunity for folks to get to see what you're doing. You might find somebody to build with, as Dave pointed out that very first week. Maybe collaboration can be the new currency deeper and deeper in your project. Look, ITT number 49 is this weekend on Saturday at 2 p.m. as always, and we have a jam-packed agenda. It is going to be a freaking awesome weekend. So for those of you who have not yet set a reminder, I put it up in the Jumbotron. Get on over there, set a reminder. If you want to pitch your SaaS product that you're building, this is a great place to do it. You can apply on the website, but on Saturday, that's the time to come and pitch this product. It doesn't have to be complete. You could be looking for more people once you get to this MVP stage to start iterating on it, maybe building a business around it, having more folks involved in the kitchen, so to say. So take this opportunity, if you haven't explored some of the Innovators Think Tank while you're there, to look at some of these amazing things. One note that I want to have, everybody needs 2 things open. So we have our X space we're all talking in right here. And then one other link in the Jumbotron is the Innovators Think Tank agenda that has the live stream, the weekly objectives, all the resources that you need for today. So those are the 2 things you guys want open before we launch in here to class in a moment. I think we're starting off with some questions that anybody has. It sounds like there's a lot of questions on the table. Obviously, the first week we were getting our ideas in order. We were starting to set up our machines. Week 2, we were getting deeper, signed up into Vercel, into Stripe, into GitHub. And I know there's questions out there. So let's take this opportunity. Anybody who wants to grab the mic, come on up here. We'll get Ross, we'll get Alisher, we'll get the whole crew involved. And these are going to be, recap questions and talking about week number 2. I also think it's important for the Tech in Schools guys. We'd love to know where everybody should be as of the start of this class. And I think those are a good way to go ahead and segue into number 3 of 6 with building your SaaS from idea to impact here inside the Innovators Think Tank, brought to you and sponsored and led by the Tech in Schools Initiative. So I want to go ahead and pass the mic over to Ross, to Nick, to Alisher, to Sarah, and let's go ahead and get class going. I think, let's say it's in session as of right now.
Awesome. Yeah, I also think it's very important to see where we're at in terms of building out our project. So I think let's do a little review of both week 1 and 2. So week 1, for majority of the session, what we did is we set up our machines. We determined what kind of tech stack that we're going to use for our application. And in this case, tech stack refers to all the services and the type of code framework that we'll be using. So for us, we're using Next.js. That's the language with TypeScript. We're also using Supabase for our database and authentication and logging in. And we're using Vercel to launch this live. Now, what we installed in the first week were 3 very important applications. We installed Node.js so that we can run Node and Next.js code. We installed Visual Studio Code so we can edit our code. And we also installed GitHub Desktop on our computers so that we are able to sync our changes with our GitHub account. Now, in week 2, what we did is we started actually setting up our SaaS template. As most of you remember, we went onto GitHub, and what we found was a template straight from Vercel. So it's a first-party template that Vercel gives to everybody freely. It's open source, and you're more than welcome to start building on top of it. With this template, what we needed to set up was our Supabase so that our users can log in, and we also needed to set up Stripe so we can start processing payments. And as far as for week 3, we're going to continue a little bit with the Stripe setup, and we're also going to dive a little bit deeper into actually starting to build out our ideas of what we want our SaaS product to be, the actual function of that idea. So now what I think the best time is probably to open up the floor to any questions for week 1 and 2, because we have a very packed session today.
I love it. I love it. I see we have Smoke, we have Sharon, and then all the friendly faces here ready to build. Christelle, Cordell, Mr. E, Renan, back inside it, Rutro. I look at everybody ready. Kathleen, Dave. Guys, any questions, anything that you need to get clarity, now is the time to come up for week 1 and week 2. Any questions at all? And if you're on the PC, put those emojis up, wave that hand. Even if you just want to come up and tell us where you're at, what you're thinking, how you're feeling, let's get the tone set for class number 3. We're going to be here a couple hours, and I think we're going to make a lot of headway today. So I see a couple more people grabbing the mic. Cordell, Sharon, Smoke. Any thoughts, guys? Feel free. Okay, Cordell, I see a hand. Welcome back in here, brother. Always good to have you in the think tank. Let me say that, Cordell. You bring special energy wherever you go, and I love it. What do you got for us, man? Any questions or any comments for the Tech in Schools?
What's going on, Josh? What's going on? What's going on? It's beautiful to be here. Hello, Sarah. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Cash. What's up, Atia? What's going on, people? What's up, Ross? I am super excited. I had a thought a minute ago that was like, oh my God, I get it. Well, so it was because I thought about Supabase is like literally the a foundation, your like little foundational game board that you can set down. And then like you were thinking like, oh yeah, then you're a Stripe. It's like, oh, well, if you want people to pay to be a part of this thing that you're building that you have, like this is the next layer on top of that. So I started like thinking of all the sites and like, what is GitHub for? It's like the place where you get to store all these projects. And it's sort of like, so I'm finally starting to conceptualize all the pictures of all the websites, and it's which is really helpful for me. I don't know if other people are more visual in general. I'm very visual. I'm a choreographer too, so that's why it's all visuals. Like, oh yeah, what does that look like? So I don't know. I'm really excited that we're getting even more help in building, not only building, but like understanding what it is we're building to, like, you know what I mean? All that there's like so many new parts, and so it's like people can be talking um uh, e- French when you're like, I've never learned French in my life. I know like a few words, but like this is so I think it's really interesting, super cool, and it's really cool to process and find new ways to learn and then like actually understand what it is that we're doing. So I think this, I hope that makes sense. So I'm just very grateful, excited, and I guess the question would be, um, what what questions were going through your head while you what questions are going through your head while you're building? I think ask them. Most people probably same things too.
Also, really quick, I want to highlight one quick thing you said. Though your rants are always amazing, and I love how you see the world because everyone sees the world differently. But what he just shared is super important. It's called the click. When the click happens in your head and you start to understand what you see and you see the repetition and you start to understand what you're doing, everything starts to click. So you guys should all strive to make it make sense because it does make sense. So you need to get yourself to the point where it makes sense and things click and you understand why we're using everything. So I just really quickly wanted to highlight that. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, even you, Cordell, this is a great time to ask them because we're about to move forward like a freight train, guys. So
One thing I want to say,
ask
it looks
now.
like we got a couple hands, but Dave, when I think about learning new things and then applying them to my project, I always think of, focus drivers and think about focus modes and what you're doing over there. And it's so interesting inside sessions like these, we're being challenged in real time to learn and then build. It's like builder standing, right? We're building while we understand or something like that. And I think that that is amazing. And guys, there's so much growth that happens in these sessions. Those moments of click and when it's all falling into place, I think has already happened over these hours. Dave, I see you coming on up. Would love to have you up. Sarah, and I'm so sorry I was stepping on toes in the first place. Feel free to unmute that mic. You're running the show. You're making it happen. I just was making sure we had the classroom all filled up before we got your amazing voice in here as well. You were sharing such gold, such gold. So don't let
Oh,
me hold
Pisha,
up what you're
that's
doing
okay.
here. Feel
I
free
actually
to
just
run it.
wanted to jump in. For those of you that are in the room, our friend Jonathan's grandma, she comes in and she's been here from day one. She has a migraine tonight. So if you guys can send up some healing vibes, she is going to be listening in on the recording. And I wanted her to know that we are with her and that I don't want her to stress. I don't want to give her a worse headache, that we will catch her up. And the fact that she would think to DM and say, hey, make sure you tell the guys, I'm so sorry that I can't be there tonight, means everything to me because it means that she actually is connected and she's connected to her family, her pocket family here, and she's connected to bettering herself and learning a new skill. And the fact that it's bothering her that she can't, just log off is something very telling. Something is magical. Magical is really truly happening here. That there are folks that never believed in a million years that they could build something like this, and that they are going through the steps and they are tithing to themselves that time, that very important time. Um, Carving it out of their schedule and fighting for it tooth and nail to make sure that they can better themselves and improve their mind. It's the maker mindset. As an entrepreneur, you are always in a state of learning. You don't always know it all. You're always continuing that education and hunting and gathering for the information. And I just wanted to put it out there that yes, Jonathan's grandmother, we hear you, we see you, and we wish you well. May peace find you this evening. Mr. E has his hand up.
I don't have a question. I'll be super quick. I wanted to just say thank you. I had some problems last week. Ross was really great, with some DMs just to give some directions to poke around. I found 2 problems and was able to resolve those, get my SQL tables set up. But it was in Supabase. I could actually go in and see that, okay, I had the tables there, but there were empty, no products in my tables. So I could figure out where the hang up was. And that was through the work that the next day or afterwards that Alisher was doing. He was going back and forth with Bjorn. So I think it was Bjorn. I looked around, I don't see him here, and I didn't have his user ID. So if anybody wants to tag him, just because I know he's been steaming along with everyone. But Alisher, I just got to say, your guides and then the way you like walked through it and explained it and answered those questions, I was able to follow along on the recording, and I'm right back on track. So thanks, everyone. Hope we have an awesome session together. I appreciate it.
Mr. E, I'm so glad you're back in it, and really cool to hear that confirmation that getting the recording, getting the tools that Alisher and resources he's put out, that is amazing to hear. I'm so stoked. These guys are really good teachers, not only one-on-one, but in these big settings. Just a big shout out to Alisher, to Ross. I know you guys are running it, and Nick in the background, making sure everything's perfect. It's beautiful stuff. I don't see too many more hands. Please do put up emojis if you had anything. But Dave Meyer, do you have any advice for these folks? We're doing 3 hours of hardcore focus. It breaks every rule in the book, but we're learning new things while trying to apply them in some sense. But really, it is learning. Any like quick notes or advice for a tank full of people about to take this on?
Yeah. Look, we're not breaking rules. We're just kind of overworking our brains a little bit. Just be prepared for, tomorrow you may be a little bit more dull. And I do recommend every time you come to these to maybe take 20 or 30 minutes beforehand to just kind of let your brain recharge. It's okay sometimes, not every single day, but it's okay to go above and beyond the normal. What I would say is the fact that you have the Notion document with all of the step-by-step notes. Don't try to have everything perfected. You're going to retain some information by taking action, and then it clicks and you're like, yes, that's great. But also go back through those notes again, retry it. You can clone all of this stuff and do it a second time and a third time. And as somebody that not just, does focus, somebody that builds websites, it gets easier each time. So when I look at the notes, I'm like, okay, that's straightforward, but that's only through repetition. So like today is your first rep. And if you do it again during the week before the next session and you get better at that, you'll see where those small mistakes are and you start to build that little bit of muscle memory. So just don't be intimidated by it. It's okay. These guys are here to help you, and just reflect on it. And if you need to, like, take a break. If your brain is drained, it may not like highly focus for the next 3 hours. It's actually okay to step away for 5 minutes and come back, and you might, not be banging your head off a wall. What I would highly recommend to people is if we get to a point where it's quite technical, it's like DM Alisher, DM Ross. They're there to help. They'll jump on Google Meet and they'll guide you through that. But while you're waiting to get onto that Google Meet, boil the kettle or something. Take your mind off the problem, because you're not going to solve it by just constantly kind of running through the same thought and the same process. It can be really, especially with software development, it's typically, oh, there's a / missing. There's, you put a capital into this, and you may not see that because you're lost in the weeds right now. So if you do, send a message to those guys, send a message. I'm more than happy if anyone wants to send me a message, but like, use it as a breather for your brain as well.
Dave, thank you so much for those notes. I know that you're, have studied this, you understand it, and you help distill it to other people in meaningful ways. I think that it applies right now at the beginning of class, in a very deep way. So thanks for sharing that, Dave. And if you guys haven't already,
Josh,
yeah.
maybe if this is helpful, maybe I'll try to think about something to do for Saturday's ITT that might help complement what we do today.
Oh, I love
for
it.
next week.
I love it. I love the chaining of value there, Dave. That sounds amazing. 100% in for that. So look, I know we're right at 5:30. Those of you who have been in for the last half hour, I know it can seem like we're kicking the can around, but don't forget to have that website open. You have the live stream, you have the spaces here. A lot of good things have been put out. Let's go ahead and, Dave, I see you got a hand before I go to Nick and Alisher and Ross to start the session. Any thoughts real quick?
Yeah, just last thing, something that I've been talking about quite often this week, and I'm probably going to talk about it Saturday. What we're doing right now is we're crafting a sword, and all you're doing is banging a hammer really hard and shaping some metal. It's not going to be sharp. It's not going to be perfect. That's the intention of today. Just keep that in your mind. You're banging a hammer again and again, and it's not always going to be right. In future lessons, we'll start to sharpen that blade, but we're just getting a semblance of shape right now.
I love that note. I love it. Let's get forging away. If anybody's looking at the agenda, we're on number 3, finishing Stripe setup, configuring the customer portal. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Alisher, to Ross, and also to Sarah. Sarah, feel free, jump in whenever,
I
at
was
any
just going
time.
to jump
Cash
in
Money and
right now.
Mattia, no problem. Cash Money and Mattia, they will be looking out for hands. They'll be scanning the audience for people who want to come up and talk and anything like that. So Sarah, feel free to
I
do
just
whatever.
wanted to say thank you to Mr. E. Bjorn Free has been found. He's been summoned, and he didn't realize that there was class. So thank you for thinking of others and making sure that no one's left behind. That is something that is very special about this group. And kudos, because a lot of folks can believe that social media and especially social audio doesn't care about folks. We'll hunt you down. We'll stalk you down like an ex-girlfriend in middle school or something. I don't know. Make sure each and every one of you have your notebooks out, as stated before earlier, and your laptops open. There are going to be things that are going to fly over your head. Just take really concise notes. And what Dave alluded to, you are creating muscle memory. For any of you that have practiced martial arts, for instance, you go over and over and over those forms and perfecting each time. Your muscles learn by doing, right? So that's what you're doing this evening. You're hacking your own education and learning by doing. It is those repetitions, those repetitious kinds of actions, simple things like install or run, space and then dev. You'll start dreaming of these things and they'll just be mind worms in the middle of the night. It's your head actually decompressing and downloading that information into a stored memory as opposed to a fleeting thought, right? And as you get older like me, fleeting thoughts, you have to capture those bad boys and make sure that they are properly attached in ink to the pieces of paper, preferably in a notebook where they can't be scattered later on. I also wanted to welcome our 6 other listeners, maybe 7. Whether you are bots, just know that we treat our AI kindly. For those that are listening in the back end, you're welcome also. And so I just wanted to make sure that you're acknowledged and that you know that you have a place at the table as well. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, even if you're listening anonymously, you can put questions in the purple bubble as well. So go on to greatness this evening. Nick, Alisher, it's time to go.
Yeah, and I just have to agree. It really is about repetition, a lot of it. I think the first week, what we did is we launched a website that didn't really have any EMVs. It was just a basic, your typical static web page that you could have edited into anything you wanted to. I think for the most part, most of us just changed the title. And week 2, we did the same thing. We launched a website that was a SaaS template using all the same techniques, by first getting it synced up with our local project and then running those 2 commands, npm install and npm run dev to run it locally. And then we again repeated it to set it up in Vercel and have it live. Except that time around, we added some services that connect to our app, such as Supabase and Stripe. And so this week, we're going to be doing something very similar. We're going to be finding an app. We're going to be, we're going to be setting up the app locally. Then we're going to be adding in the ENVs into the app, except this time we're going to keep going into the next week and the following week and actually taking a lot of the code from that app and adding it to our SaaS template. This week, we're also going to kind of continue from last week and finish up the Stripe setup as well. And if anybody has anything to add before we move on and start getting
Real
into
quick,
finishing up
we're
our
still
Stripe.
in practice mode for Stripe, correct? Some people may have been approved, but we want to make sure that we're still in practice mode so that we're not fracking anything up with Stripe. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. We're still in test mode for Stripe. We're going to stay in test mode up until the end. And then after that, we'll show you guys how to move everything into live mode and change your webhook and everything you'll need to make it work live.
Excellent, Smithers. I see that Born Free has arrived. Just know that Mr. E was not going to leave you behind. Your hand is raised. What do you want to tell the people?
So thank you everybody for worried about me. Honestly, I was nose deep in my screen. And if I could share some wild news with you guys, initially I came to the table with a piece of real estate software I had built that the customer I thought had quit paying me. Come to find out, the main person that I was working for that I didn't have much contact with was actually paying me, but their CEO was scraping the payments. Long story short, me and him got together today, and between the real estate software I built, he looked at the portfolio site that Ross and Alisher helped me with a couple weeks ago. I demonstrated some other abilities today. He's hired me for 2 other projects. One of them is getting AI to look at blueprints and help do takeoffs and estimates, like how much sheetrock goes on this floor of a hotel, blah, blah, blah. And then the next project is he's got a roof software that we would like to use Google Images and set some vectors on the roof and try to come up with a roof score. So either way, praise to everybody in this room, because I now understand what Next.js is, Tailwind, the frameworks they are, headers, bodies, references, directories. I mean, I've probably got 250 hours in it in the last 2 weeks, and it's due to everybody in this room. And that's literally the only reason I wasn't in the space, is I was so busy coding and working with AI Tutor, I just didn't realize. So again, thank you, and thank you all the way around.
Let's go. I was gonna say the same thing. Let's go, Ross, Nick, and Alisher. You guys should feel like you feel a glow in your soul. I feel that. But Jordan, let's go. I hope you continue to use this knowledge to grow and help people and add value and satisfy your livelihood. Keep rocking on, my friend. Sharon, I see you got a hand up. Any questions or thoughts? And then, Nick and Alisher and Sarah, you guys have free open reign. Don't you dare raise a hand. It's all you. It's all you. Sarah, Sharon, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here again. I just wanted to ask regarding Stripe. I think you have to verify your account in order to go live. I didn't do that yet. Do I have to do that?
You don't have to, but eventually you're going to need to. So you can start the process because it does take a week to 2 weeks.
Okay, so shall I do activate account now, and it takes a couple?
Yeah, I would just let it go, and then we'll operate in test mode until you get approved.
Thanks so much, Ross. Thank you.
All right, Ross, Alisher, Sarah, let's blast off. Week 3, let's make it happen. Alisher, mic is yours.
Before we go do anything, I just really have to highlight what Bjorn just said. It's so cool, but we are glowing. But what's crazy is it's not the first time I've been glowing. This is something this happens all the time, and we're so excited that you took this seriously, because if you do, you can change your whole entire life. Because understanding how everything is built is the building blocks of how everything around you is built. So the thing you're learning is what's going on around you. So if you watch Netflix, they're on Next.js, on Vercel. And so you're just getting started. Literally, the sky's the limit, dude. Keep putting the hours in. You're going to get so smart. It's going to be so crazy. And if you take what I'm giving you today and you run with it, it's going to be crazy, because I got some banger GitHub repos for you guys that if you don't have one already, this is an incredible one.
I have to jump in. I'm sorry, everybody. What's up, everybody? Y'all are doing freaking awesome. But anyway, Ross, on everything that you have been teaching so far, I have literally been 6 months ahead. I've done, all the Visual Studio stuff, looking at it, trying to program it, and I didn't have that gift of GitHub and linking everything together. I am so freaking amazed on how this crap works now. I'm just before it was Chinese to me. Now I'm just I'm blown away. I'm ready to go live now. My Stripe is ready. I need to get in business right away. I am desperate. Let's go.
Yeah, learning is so crazy, education, especially with this stuff. If you start to pick it up and things start to click and you understand why things are connected, you can honestly start building really, really very powerful, but also impactful software applications that can honestly both change people's lives and then change the world. And literally, it could scale. Go to stupidbase.com, read what it says when you get there.
Yeah,
build in a week and scale to millions.
yeah. Well, look, my GitHub repository went from like 2 or 3 things that I put on there myself to like I've got it blown up.
Also, the live stream, I disrupted it. It's back up now because I had to like fix the setting, or else it would be kind of low res. So I urge everyone to be on live stream today. If you are just listening, don't do that today. Make today the day you're on live stream, because it's gonna get so crazy that you're gonna want to see the things that are being spoken about. And there's like 50 people in here, which is awesome, or something like that. But there's not 50 live streamers, and it's really important. Like, this is not about like being an influencer. Like, for me, like, you need to get on this stream now, because it's gonna be hard for you to follow. This is all gonna be new. Like, every part of today is gonna be brand new. So I urge you to be on the live stream.
And again, if you're wondering, how do I get to the live stream? Go to the Jumbotron, swipe over to the far right. There's only 2 things up there, and there's a link that'll take you right to that page. Feel free to put, any comments in the chat that is on that page. The resources are at the bottom. Our agenda is flowing along, but be sure that you're on that website. The live stream is ported to you guys there from Twitch with all of the resources. Let's do it. Mr. E, you got a hand. Sarah, I'm going to hand it on over to you to kind of call on folks as necessary. And then Cash Money Mattia will make sure that the stage stays full and we can recycle speakers as needed. But Sarah, I'll give you the mic and then let you call on anybody you see fit, okay?
Well, Mr. E, go right ahead. Answer
Yes.
or ask your question right ahead, and then we'll go ahead.
Super fast comment. First of all, Bjorn, glad you could be here. You didn't hear me say thank you for your great questions on the after party help the next day or whatever it was with Alisher. You asking those detailed questions, go through it, got me unstuck. And for Alisher and Ross, I think one of the things that finally unclogged the plumbing at the end for me was I actually had set up Stripe a couple of years ago, but then didn't use that platform. And I think I was using old keys. And right at the end, when I finally rotated my my keys, that might have been the final thing to get it working. So most people are just getting going with it. If there's the off chance you're using an account that's older or just for future reference, I just mentioned that. So there's always the rotate your keys and keep it fresh. Going through the Stripe guide is what made me realize that might be a thing, and I think that finally did it. So I'm going to step back down and follow along. Thanks, Sarah, and everybody else. Awesome.
That's your cue, Alisher. Fire away.
All right. So what we're going to do is today, we're going to start with finishing our Stripe setup. So last week we set up the part where people are actually able to go in. They're able to select a subscription, select a tier, and they're able to check out. What we haven't set up yet is the ability for people to manage their accounts, to change subscriptions, to upgrade, downgrade, cancel, and everything else a person will need to sort of manage their subscription. Now, just so you guys remember from last week, the way this template works is essentially whenever you add a product, what you have is 2 options there. You would need to create first price for monthly and then second price for yearly. And each product in your Stripe account should correspond to each tier of subscription, right? Because each tier will have 2 prices, yearly and monthly. And that should automatically, since we have set up our webhook, we have set up our code to listen to different events from Stripe, it should automatically update on our website. Now, most of our websites will probably have 1 subscription, maybe 2 subscription tiers, but you could always set up the tiers later. We have the framework set up where it will work automatically. Now we want to make sure that whatever our customer sees should work automatically as well. Now, for this, I have a question for Ross. Should I stream this, Ross? Should I start a stream for this part?
Yes.
Yeah. So you take over,
Okay.
and then I stop, and then I can go back.
Okay.
So guys, if you're here on Twitch, on the website, if it's gonna stop, just refresh the website. It's gonna be right back. We're just switching location of stream. So hang tight, and the stream is going down, and you got it. You can stream now, and then I'll take over again.
Okay, let me refresh.
So guys, if you're on the website watching the stream, it's going to end. Just wait 1 second,
Yeah,
and
you
it'll
get the
turn right
delay,
back on.
and then it should come back on, and you guys should see a Stripe screen. So for now, where we're all starting is going to be our Stripe account. So you guys all want to go to dashboard.stripe.com. And we'll give about a minute to let this Stripe stream from my computer kick in. And what you guys are going to see is I will be in test mode. Now we know it's test mode because on top we have this big orange bar that says test mode. If you have not activated your account, this is where you'll be able to activate it. There's a button right here, activate account. But for now, we'll stay in test mode because we don't want to accidentally have a live charge that doesn't potentially even pertain to any of the tiers that we're setting up. Okay, so in here, this is where we're starting. And give me a thumbs up if you're logged into your Stripe and you're ready to move on. We're gonna go set up what's called customer portal. And this pretty much makes setting up any of the pages you need for subscriptions, canceling, moving tiers. They'll have these pages automatically set up. All we need to do is activate it and input some settings that will reflect our brand, reflect our platform, and the SaaS product that we're building.
Also, quick thing, everyone can see the stream, right? Because I see the stream, and it's Alisher's screen. So if you can't see the stream, let us know, but it's good.
If you can't see the stream because I have this on a different computer here next to me, what you want to do is maybe refresh the page, and then it'll pop up.
And for folks that are curious, make sure you're looking at the very top of your screen. There should be a rust colored kind of banner looking thing. That tells you that you are indeed in test mode. That's very important. So if you're trying to figure out whether or not you are, it has that kind of, it looks like a burnt orange or a Texas Hold'em kind of looking color for those that are looking for it. But just make sure that you're in test mode.
All right,
Go ahead,
so
Alisher.
here, where we're gonna go is we're gonna look for customer portal. There's a search bar on top, and most of the time, Stripe has a lot of different sections. They have a lot of products that go into their library, but for us right now, we only really care about a few. We only care about product catalog, where we make our tiers, and customer portal, where we're gonna set up all of this account management settings. So it's going to be right here, settings, billing, customer portal. I'll leave this up so you guys can find it, but you can just start typing customer and it'll start popping in the results. Now, I know Dave earlier asked me a few questions that I think are pretty important questions somebody else might have. So here, what you'll be able to do is when somebody subscribes, there's an account page in our SaaS template. I have it open. I'm going to bring it in so you guys can see that as well while we're navigating to customer portal. Okay. And this account page has an ability to manage the account in Stripe customer portal. So it's right here, open customer portal. And when you click that, that will redirect you to a page in your Stripe. And here I already have it set up for today's store. We'll go through the setup again. But in here, if any of you guys have AI Tutor, if you have Pixio, and you've ever switched plans or you went on and canceled to re-sign up for any reason, you would have ended up on this page, right? This is the Stripe customer portal. And in here, as a customer, you're able to see, what card you paid with. You're able to actually edit this payment method. You're able to update any of your information.
You're able to see the invoices that are generated every month. And of course, you're able to update the plan. You're able to change from monthly to yearly and between different subscription tiers. So that's what Customer Portal allows us to do. And of course, cancel as well. And then we can go back. And I haven't set this up yet, but the idea is that it would redirect us back to our page. Let's see. Awesome. So we're going to navigate to our Customer Portal. And let me deactivate this link. And for most of us, this page will look something like this. So we have our settings here on the left. We have different previews we can choose here on the right. So you can see what the page to update the plan looks like. You can see what the portal homepage looks like. As you guys can see here on the right, looks very similar to what we have already seen earlier. So in here, in our customer portal, you want to click on this button that says Activate Test Link. Now I was going to say Activate Test Link because we're in test mode. But besides using the test payment credentials, this is almost as good as live. So when you click Activate Test Link, you'll be given this link. So you're able to give this link to other people, but it's not recommended because this is not linked to Supabase. So instead, you want people to go in from your from your website into their account in Stripe. So as soon as you click Activate Test Link, it's going to start working, but we need to set up a few settings. So give me a thumbs up if you are in Customer Portal and you clicked Activate Test Link, so we can go through some of these settings one by one and see what each one is responsible for. So nice. I'm getting a few thumbs up. I'll give you guys a minute to set this up, but essentially this is how most products that use Stripe will manage any sort of billing, any sort of updating, canceling, and switching tiers. And overall, this provides a pretty good customer experience. We've had several customers in our AI Tutor and Pixio platform, easily switch between tiers, whether they want to upgrade or downgrade. They don't use some of the features anymore. And does anybody have questions while we're waiting for a few more people to get here and activate the test portal?
So even though we've activated the link, Alistair, we can still go through these settings underneath and they'll still change to that link. We don't have to deactivate and reactivate the link after doing these settings.
Yeah, you don't have to deactivate and reactivate. There's a Save Changes button in the top right that after we change some of the settings, you'll be able to click and they'll update it. Yeah, these are some of the beauties of connecting different APIs and different cloud services rather than building something, from scratch using code. You don't have to rebuild it. It will most likely connect as soon as you save the changes, in that services interface. Okay, so once you activate your test portal, we're going to take a look at the first setting, invoices. Do you want invoice history and for your customers to be able to download and see invoices or not? And that will correspond. Let's go to my customer portal example. That will correspond to this section right here, invoice history. So that's our first setting. And for most of these settings, yeah, you want to give customer as much information and control as possible. The more information they have about their subscription, the less questions they'll potentially have for you. So the next setting is the customer information. what information is the customer allowed to edit? Are they allowed to edit their information at all? So for us, this is a setting that we could mess around with a little bit, but in some templates, you might notice that customer information is also linked to maybe some of the things in the database, and you might not want to allow customers to edit their information just because it would create, it would desync with the database. You know, the information that's in Stripe would be different from the information that's in the database. But for us, since our template pretty much takes all the information from Stripe, we can easily allow them to edit any of these settings. Now for us, there is no shipping address, of course, because we're creating a digital product. And there is no tax ID because we're not really using this field for anything. We're just charging subscriptions. So really the only things we care about are name and anything pertaining to either their account, which is email address, or their payment method, which is their billing address. So customer information, are the customers allowed to edit their information? And so you guys are able to see what that refers to in the portal. That's right here, billing information. And when I click update information, I'm able to pretty much change most of these fields. Okay, now the next field in here is payment methods. So important one, right from the start, the default payment method enabled is credit card and debit card. Now, I think also Apple Pay is enabled. I'm not able to see it, but when I go to check what payments are enabled, it is there. Looks like Link is enabled, and Cash App is also enabled by default here. But if you click Manage in Payment Methods, you'll be able to see all the different methods that are available to you, depending on what country you're in, or depending on what you yourself want to accept. So for us, we can start scrolling down. So we see that card is active. That's probably the most important one. That's going to be majority of the customers. We see Apple Pay is active. Cash App is also active. And I did not enable Google Pay. So if I want to use that, I can turn that on. And there's a bunch of other payment methods that are used by different countries. And then you have some of these sort of say layaway payment methods like Affirm and Klarna. So just keep in mind, depending on what country you will be in and depending on what you yourself want to accept, these will be different for you. You can activate them. Some of them might require you to go through a process to activate them, but the one payment method you will always have enabled is cards. So credit cards and debit cards. Okay, back to our customer portal. Sharon, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are there any other payment possibilities that you could add? Let's say someone wants to pay with crypto or so. I have a Stripe account, for example. Is that possible?
Yeah, I will interject here. So once we're done and this whole thing works, you can head over to Stripe, queue up their support, have them turn on crypto payments for you. They could do it.
Thanks.
And then you have to just, yeah, it'll work. You just got to do that at the end, and you must be activated, and you can head over to support. They have real-time support. So it could be 2 in the afternoon or 2 in the morning, and you can get help for
Thank
sure. And they do accept crypto. It's a new thing, though. So it's not enabled right off the bat. And you're so very, very welcome.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, I think we've spoken to Stripe support several times, whether it was a, cancel payment, because we're also very new to this building a SaaS and creating a subscription product. Does anybody else have any questions before we move on to the next option that we can add in customer portal?
I have a really quick question, and it's actually not to do with this, but do you have the Notion notes for today's lesson on the site? I'm seeing the second. Um, I'm seeing the second session, but I'm not seeing today's session. And the only reason I ask is that we do have some UK friends that actually need to go to sleep, and they wanted to make sure that they had the Notion notes before they log off.
Yep, I will add it in. It is not on the agenda, but I'll add it in right now.
I love you. I love you. Kit Kat Katie, that's for you.
Will anybody else have any questions while I edit the agenda? Oops.
For folks that are listening in, we understand that there's no perfect time zone, and never feel bad for chiming in and saying, look, I have no bandwidth left and I've got to sleep. It's perfectly okay. We do have a rehashing session in the morning where we go over it again, and it's distilled down. So it's not a 5-hour session. You can kind of plunk your way through it. And the Notion notes that are built around these lessons are really, really awesome, and they're just awesome to have to toggle your memory, etc. I actually printed mine out, and I have them in a notebook that's very specific for these kinds of lessons. Anytime I have a lesson with my AI tutor, whether it's the ones that we're going through now or our one-on-one session when you have your onboarding call, as you're learning each of the tools, let's say in my AI tutor or in Pixio, you want to jog your memory and understand what these things do. It's just like what Cordell had mentioned before, that magic moment where everything clicks, because now you see the way that everything is connected and how it flows. And I know sometimes that doesn't really come across at the first go, but you're going to see this many times over. And once you've done this, the pricing, the billing, and understanding how all of these things work with Stripe, that integration is going to be so much easier, because here on X, that's the only payment that they're accepting. So if you intend on, being an influencer, making money here on this app specifically, these are things that you're going to have to know whether you build out SaaSes or not. You have to understand how people can pay you and how you can make sure to modify those subscription and tier models. So I just wanted to put that out there. Never feel guilty about, taking time to recuperate and rest, and make sure that you're in your best fighting shape, because we all have to do it. And, we're not supermen and women. We try to be, but, there it is. Go ahead, Alisher.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I did add it to the bottom of the agenda just now, and I want us all to use this agenda as sort of like a one-stop shop for everything we need for the week, right? For today's lesson, and for you guys to review, so you're able to go back and either watch the recording, go to the link X space, listen to the space, and also be able to go to any links that you will need, any guides. Okay, so and yeah, guys, feel free to raise your hand. I am on the phone, so I do see hands when they are raised, and yeah, feel free to interrupt me. We don't have a lot of things left to set up in Stripe, so I'm gonna continue, and yeah, just feel free to interrupt me anytime. I am paying attention to my phone, and if Sarah, you or Ross, you guys see questions, just feel free to call them out. Okay, so we enabled our payment methods. Yes, you could enable crypto. You just have to activate and contact Stripe. They have amazing support. They're all about starting a business, create and supporting small businesses. That's kind of what their platform is built on, is allowing to do that with ease for anybody who wants to start charging for their product. So after payment methods, we have an option here called cancellations. And this will allow the customer to cancel their plan. And of course, you want to do this because you are charging a subscription, and this person will be charged every month the same amount. So they should have the right and the option to cancel the plan. Now, here, some of these are completely up to you. So do you want it to cancel immediately? And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Do you want it to cancel immediately, which means their access to the platform will disappear as soon as as soon as Stripe processes the cancellation? Or do you want it to be canceled right before the next billing period, right when their subscription for that month is done? So that's up to you guys, depending on what you want to set up. Most places like Netflix or any subscription platforms, you typically cancel, and then at the end of the billing period, the user loses access. If you cancel immediately, then you might want to also offer an immediate refund. If you want to collect the reason as to why the person canceled, maybe there's some sort of an interesting feedback there that they have for you. You can definitely enable this. I know we definitely read the feedback of anybody who cancels a subscription to, whether try to retain that customer by retention coupons. This is not going to work for us. I think this is for a paid Stripe subscription. So whenever you guys activate and for their premium and to be able to use some of the premium packages, you guys can do that, but it's not necessary because there's other ways to offer coupon codes to customers. So right now, what we're doing is we're in cancellations here in Customer Portal, and we're setting up how the cancellation process will look like for somebody who wants to click cancel plan in the portal. Now, I just have it set up fairly basic and what any other subscription platform would do, which is cancel at the end of the billing period. And of course, you as the business, you get that $10 or whatever the subscription is from the customer instead of having to refund them. Do we have any questions about how the cancellations will work here in a Stripe customer portal? And of course, you as somebody who has access to the Stripe portal, you're able to help your customers out by whenever they call you for a support call, and you from the admin panel here in Stripe are able to also manually do it, cancel the subscription, and it will be reflected in your platform whenever they lose access, or whether you update their plan and whenever their access gets an upgrade to see all the pages that are included in the other tiers.
Quickly jumping in, Alisher, one of the things that you should marinate on, just in general, once you learn how to do this, having this kind of template helps, right? Keeping track of each of your products that you're going to have is really important too. And, give your future self a gift of a lifetime by keeping track of all of these things, right? So, because Stripe is going to be used for many, many different things. Having a set aside folder for, whether it's an Excel spreadsheet, whatever it is, right? Something other than just your Stripe, right? Something that has a big overview of all of the little side hustles that you have. Your future self will love you for this, right? Because there's certain things like, you know, you have expiration dates of certain offerings and things like that, and I know that there are other people in this room that are far more gifted when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I'm married to an accountant and I drive him nuts. He earns his keep around here by me not doing what I'm supposed to. So just think of your future self and think of all of those mundane little lists and, password books and all of these things. Set them all out, because I guarantee you're going to sift through these back later and you're not going to understand why you're doing one thing for another thing. And, but I do see that Dave has his hands up, and I'm sure that he's going to fill you in because he is the
So I
organizational
would say
person.
before we go to Dave, one thing I do want to remind you guys, for this specific project that we're creating right now, the SaaS template, you should probably not have anything else besides the SaaS, the SaaS product tiers that you will be charging, because this template, once you start updating the prices to all your other products that are not related to this template, will also start pulling in those products. So what we set up
that's
in week
important.
2 is we actually set up a new account. I have it right here, this box. As you guys can see in my box, I'm just waiting for the live stream to catch up, because this is very important. You only want to have in this Stripe account the 3, 4, however many tiers your SaaS product will have. Right. So awesome. In the live stream right now, if you guys look at this box that I have in my top left of the screen, you guys can see I have my TSI store, right? That is the store that we use to manage our AI Tutor and Pixio subscriptions. And you're not really going to find anything else in there that's not related to AI Tutor or Pixio. And that's very important, because for this specific template, you don't want to accidentally start pulling in products that have nothing to do with it. I have my own developer account where, I'll put whatever. You're going to find hundreds of products in there because, I'm in the middle of a development of a platform that has to generate a lot of products. And then I have Wednesday right here, specifically for this class, where I only have the 2 products that we set up. If we go back, it only has the 2 tiers that we have set up. So I have, let's see. So I have my test subscription and test 2. Right, we're playing around with setting these up. These are the only 2 tiers that I have in this account. So that's very important, is that's one way for you to better organize yourself, but also not accidentally have random products pop into your SaaS platform. And
Alice,
go ahead, Dave.
No, this is Sarah. Can you explain why or how you would pull in other data, just for folks that may not be familiar at all? Because I never really thought of that until you just said it, and I thought, ooh, that's definitely something that we should asterisk and put somewhere.
Okay.
Because
yeah.
if we do, what happens if we do pull in? What does it just? I mean, I can imagine it causes a huge, big
We'll
problem.
show you an example.
Thank
So
you.
I'm right here in my Stripe. I go to product catalog. Let's say I continue using this Stripe account after I set up my SaaS product for something else. Whenever I click add product and I create a product in here, let's call this unrelated. Right? This product is in no way related to what I'm doing. And let's say this is also a monthly product that costs $10. Again, this is not related to my SaaS platform. As soon as I click add product, and I go to my platform and I refresh the page, I will see that unrelated product. So I'll wait for the live stream to catch up so everybody can see. Because we're not entering these manually using code into our website, into our template, these are pulled in live from Stripe.
Anna, sure. I think it's important that people know that you can set up more than one Stripe account. You're not setting up a Stripe account for your business and that's it. You're just setting up a Stripe account for this web app, and then you can set up another Stripe account for the next web app.
I would say
And then you can be
another way
more
to think of it
specific. It's
is a
not
store.
one Stripe account for one business. Yeah, exactly. A store. Yeah, instead of a business.
Yeah, that's, I think thinking of it as a store is a good way to think about it, because let's say, okay, this is our SaaS store, right? This is our SaaS product. You could have a store that's completely separate from this that just has, singular
quantity-based items, not subscription-based items, that could be a whole different Stripe account. But yeah, Dave is absolutely right. You are not signing up for a new account. Instead, what you're doing is here in the top left, you have an option to click the plus on a new account. And by the way, if you have people on your team, you're able to share these. So me, Ross, and Nick, we all share this Stripe account. We're all able to go into it and see all the information. But yeah, it's not a new account in terms of you having to sign up again, putting in your email and all that. It's under the same email, except you're almost like creating a separate store. Cordell, I see your hand up.
Yeah, question. So, as we're looking at the store, because I just did the same thing to mine, on my Stripe, and I noticed that I still have like my buy me a coffee or my eggs, or a lot of that's also inside of like when I pull that up. Do I need to make a new? It says new account. Do I need to make a new account for it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I need to make a completely new account.
You will need to make a new account. You will need to make a new webhook. You will need to connect the APIs again because it will give you new API keys, and you will need to create a subscription product again.
Oh, I get it. This is because I've had this Stripe for a bit, and it has all these other things on it. Okay, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for testing purposes, you don't have to, but when you go live, before you go live, you would want to do that to keep everything properly separated, and so that you don't get any unrelated subscriptions in there. Because if, let's say, you have products and you already had monthly products, as soon as you edit the price, it will start coming into your platform. You don't even have to create a new product. You can edit the price of an old product and it will come in and you'll start seeing it.
Well, you're also future-proofing this as well. Like if you set up a web app today and it turns out to be doing phenomenally well, and then you sell the business, you give them the Stripe account as well. It's just one Stripe account for that web app. You're not giving everything across there as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and it also makes it a lot easier to keep track of the monthly recurring revenue. So it's
yeah, and payouts can go to different bank accounts and stuff like that as well.
That as well, yeah.
What Dave said was so important too. Oh, I'm sorry, Alicia. Go finish your sentence.
I was gonna say, if let's say you do set up like a company or an LLC or something, you could have it could be verified under a completely different name, completely different business entity than the other Stripe account.
Well, even as a developer, I mean, I'm not one. I don't play one on TV, but if you are basically gaining skills this evening in order to, let's say, sell those skills later on, right? Having separate Stripe accounts, I started thinking about that. I do have separate Stripe accounts, but I never really thought of it in that perspective. But keeping very good records is always a key piece of the puzzle. And when you start a project like this, making sure you have all of the assets, not just the Stripe account keys to your kingdom, but the domain names and everything, making sure that they're one package. I think I never really thought of that until Dave just said it. And I think it's really important, maybe something for your notes, that when you're planning these whole entire projects, to make sure from tip to toe that you've covered all your bases. And when you decide to exit and start, sell it off, that you have it as a complete package like that is separate from your own personal stuff, I suppose. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I like what you said. It's kind of like, yeah, take my business in a box and there's everything you need. But also what I said on the first session we done on this, with the potential to collaborate with other people, also having that segmented. Should you decide to bring somebody in, then you give them access to this Stripe account and then they get to see all of the sales, and it's very, very transparent. But also you're not showing them everything else for all of the other collaborations or all of the other individual projects you have as well. So I think it's kind of like, just think about it like I'm building a business in a box, and one Stripe account is going in there as well inside that box. But I have a separate business in a different box and I have another Stripe account.
So smart. So smart. On many different levels, that's so smart. And especially for those of you that after you come to all successions and now you have something to actually sell, right? You're going to pitch it in Josh's space, and you're going to have that all-encompassing, wonderful little package with a bow in it. And it's really important to be able to segment it, because good fences absolutely make good neighbors. A lot of you, I know, I'm looking at faces here that are in Web3. We mentioned pirate money and crypto, right? If that's how you're going to be paid and everything else, you have to be incredibly transparent, but also, making sure that all of those fences are put in place and that the commingling of funds doesn't happen. That's why each of those in those boxes matter. Alex Damsker can help you with those kinds of things too. But go ahead, Alisher, before we get on a tangent, because I'm absolutely smitten with this whole entire idea. Go ahead, love.
Yeah, I mean, I actually love that idea, is just packaging the whole thing as a business and selling it off with all the cloud infrastructure. I think that's really cool. One thing I do want to add, to manage Stripe, I've been logging into Ross's Stripe account for years, until a few months ago we discovered that we can actually share the store with other users and people with other email. So if you're getting a little confused in Stripe, you're not alone. They don't always make it as obvious. Okay, so we're almost done with setting up our customer portal. And remember, we set up the cancellations. How do you want the user to cancel? What does that flow look like? After cancellations, here in subscriptions is where we can link our subscriptions. So here you get a choice. Can a customer switch plans? Of course, for ease, we're going to enable that. You don't need to change the quantity. We kind of want it to be one account per subscription. There's no need for them to buy another subscription. But here, as you guys can see, I'm actually going to get rid of this. Most of you will have nothing in here. What we want to make sure is that all 4 prices that we set up, or however many prices, if you have 3 products, you're going to have 6 prices. Remember, they each have monthly and yearly. We're going to add those in. So that's my first product, test subscription. Then I'm going to add my second product in. And I think the per month is, it's not English, but messed that up somewhere. There you go. So I'm going to add my second product in. If you guys have 2 subscription tiers, you're going to have 4 products in here. I just can't add the other one because it's also a monthly price. It's not a yearly price. Now, some more settings in here. And this is, by the way, how you limit what gets seen. So if I want to see the update plan page, I can go right here on top above the preview, click
Did we just lose Alisher?
That's what I'm wondering. I am not hearing Alisher. I think he has jumped down. I'm not seeing a live mic. Ross, can you chime in, love, so I can?
Can we read?
Stick me out for a second.
We found him.
And so strange, when I went back in, I heard myself on a delay. Okay, so here we have our update plan, and you can preview what it will look like. Instead of having to go to your platform, you get this little window where we can see, okay, now I can switch between the 2 different tiers in here. And can't really click in here. But yeah, first, this is what we're going to set up. Make sure you set up all your price IDs and all your tiers in here so your customers are able to switch between them. And then you want to set up, well, how does this change take effect? Does the change take effect at the end of the billing period? So their current subscription will expire and a new one will start with a new price? Or does it take effect immediately, and for that month they're just charged extra of whatever the difference is between subscriptions. So here, if they upgrade immediately, they'll be charged $10 immediately. If you select the other one, they'll be charged $10 at the end of the billing period. So when the next one starts, it's on the new subscription plan. And of course, here you can also allow them to apply some sort of promotional codes. So if customer signs up and let's say you release a discount code 2 months later, are they able to apply it, or because they're already signed up, they can't? That's up to you to decide. We typically have this off because the typical practice is you sign up, you can't really apply a promotional code unless you're canceling, and then the subscription service might offer you a promotional code so you don't cancel. So typically we would have this promotion codes option off, but it's completely up to you guys. Stripe kind of gives us that freedom.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Under subscriptions, I think that's where we're at, right? Under subscriptions? On shortcuts, or am I wrong?
Or what?
Are we under subscriptions, like under shortcuts? Because I'm trying to find out where this.
So you can click on subscriptions, and it will open a whole new little section, like a drop down. But yes, we are in subscriptions here. So this is customer portal, and you're gonna scroll down to subscriptions in here where it says subscriptions, allow customers to update subscriptions, and these are all the settings we're gonna see.
I don't know why I don't see mine. Does not look like that. Huh.
You just wanna scroll, and if yours doesn't look like that, it might be because you don't have products in here. So you wanna add a test product, and you wanna also enable customer can switch plans, otherwise you will not see the rest of it.
So, it says create test subscription.
You're not creating a subscription.
Okay, so that's not it.
No, this is in customer portal. So in the search on top, you can look for customer portal, and that's where you're gonna end up.
Yeah. Settings, billing. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay.
As just a little reminder, we're in customer portal. You want to activate the customer portal, and then we're going through all these settings: invoices, customer info, payment methods, cancellations, subscriptions, and business information, which are all the different parts of the customer portal that the customer can interact with. Okay, so just make sure to reiterate, you want to enable customer can switch plans, so they're allowed to downgrade or upgrade between the different tiers. In here, in the little search bar where it says find the test product, you're going to add all the prices for the different tiers that you offer your customers. So you want to make sure that both the yearly and the monthly is in there. So if they want to upgrade their yearly plan to a more expensive tier or downgraded, they're able to do that. Or if they want to upgrade from monthly to yearly, they're able to do that as well. Here where it says prorate subscription updates, this is where you get to decide, does this change take effect immediately, or does it take effect next time they get charged, next time when the next billing period starts? And of course, you can allow them to use different discount codes or have that off, so they're not able to edit technically the price and apply the discount to their current subscription. Do we have any questions before we go into editing business information?
I'm not seeing any hands. I think you're good to go, love.
Awesome. We're almost at the end of this section, and then we're going to go into exploring GitHub and finding some cool projects. Okay, so in here, this is our business information. Similarly, you can click on it, and here we have a few options. We have the portal header, which, as you guys can see, is this heading here that we're gonna kind of use as almost like the store name.
So if you have your company name, product name, whatever this SaaS platform is called, this is where you're going to add it in. Now, this redirect link is going to correspond to the back button that we see on the website, on the customer portal. So you want this redirect link to be your link, or let's say your live link /account. So they're able to get back to the account page whenever they're done using the customer portal. Right, so redirect link is the link to the account page on your website. And remember, this website is going to be hosted in Vercel, so it's always going to end in this .vercel.app, and everything before that will be a little bit different. But most of our projects are called Next.js subscription payments. So your URL should look very similar to this, but not exactly the same. You guys can set up terms of service. You can set up privacy policy. For now, we're not going to be setting those up. You can actually set those up on your website as pages instead of setting them up here. And we're also not going to set up custom domain yet, because some of us might not have a domain. Okay, just to reiterate, we're editing the business information. You have portal header. This could be the name of your product, could be the name of your website, your SaaS, and then the redirect link should be the link to the page, to the account page on your website that is hosted live in Vercel. And the best way to access this link is to go to vercel.com, find the project, and click to visit it, and then copy the URL. Now, after we do this, click Save Changes in the top right. It's very important. This is how the changes take effect. So Save Changes in the top right here. And once you guys save the changes, you have this information set up. Give me a thumbs up, because there's one more thing I wanted to show you guys here in Stripe before we move on, because a lot of other things you already set up when you activate the account, such as your billing information and your bank information. But there is one thing, one little branding option that we do not set up either here or while activating.
Alisher, before you take a breath and continue, I saw Sharon's hand flew up and then she put it back down. So I know she's questioning something. What you got, love?
Thanks so much. I have a problem finding that link. I see customer portal link, but I don't see any other link. What am I missing here?
There is it's called a redirect link. It's right under portal header.
So yeah, I think I messed up. I think I'm somewhere else. But it doesn't, customer portal link. No, that's wrong, huh? That's not where I'm supposed to.
Portal link is at the top. But once you scroll down to business information and click on business information, remember guys, you want to go through each one of these sections: invoices, customer information, payment methods, cancellations, subscriptions, and business information. So once you go through each one of these sections, when you get to business information, there's going to be a portal header, redirect link, and a few other options that we're not going to touch on just yet.
Okay, thank you. I found it.
Awesome. Remember guys, once you edit, very important, make sure you click Save Changes in the top right, the purple button. How many of us were able to edit majority of these settings? Let's do, you can give me a thumbs up, you can give me the 100 emoji. Awesome. So once you guys click Save Changes, here you're going to notice one more link on the bottom. Right below our preview, whatever preview window you're on, it's going to say, go to branding settings to customize colors and upload brand assets. So this is where we can upload our logo. We can change the color scheme of this customer portal, and I think a few more options in there. So once you click Save Changes, on the bottom here under the customer portal preview, click branding settings. I'm gonna stay at the link for a few minutes, for a second. And then we'll go to branding settings and we'll see what these settings are all about. Okay, so in branding settings, and so you can orient yourself. This is in dashboard.stripe.com/settings/branding. Here is where we can further customize what our Stripe checkout will look like. So we customize what the portal looks like, and part of that portal experience is the checkout. Here we have the branding elements. So you can add an icon in, you can add a logo in, and then you can change the color. So for me, let's see what I can set up here. I'm gonna make it green. Why not? Accent color, orange. Let's see. Okay, so that's the pay button. And it gives you this nice little preview on the right where you're able to see what your window will look like instead of you having to actually go and check out the product. So depending on your swatches, depending on what kind of color scheme you're using for branding, you'll have a different color scheme here. Now there's a few more things here on top. You have email receipts. This is what the receipt will look like. The invoice. You have customer portal. So this is what the customer portal will look like with all these colors. It doesn't look too bad with green. You can see what the invoice looks like, and that's about it. You can see what logging in and identifying looks like as well. So once we set up these color settings and an icon, if you do have one, you don't have to set up right away, but just keep in mind, once you have your logo, you want to get back in here and you want to set it up here so that you have kind of like a unified brand throughout, whether people are going to Stripe or not. You can click Save Changes. Very important. Most of these pages in Stripe will have save changes. So Stripe doesn't automatically save your changes. You do want to click this button. And that should take effect almost immediately. And so that's how we set up our customer portal. If you want to check out what the portal looks like, go to your website. Now, you will need to sign up for your website. So you'll need to go through the sign up process, and then you can go to, well, I'm already signed up, but you can subscribe. And when you subscribe, actually, am I able to log into an account? Let's make a new account.
I think you're in an account because it's
but I want everybody to see what it kind of looks like because this is not in the guide. There's Stripe test credentials that you can use to subscribe. You should not use your real card information here. But this is what our platform will look like. Most of us will see a page like this when we go to our website. You're gonna have your tiers here, have monthly, yearly. You have sign in, and then when you click on sign in, there's an option to sign up right here on the bottom. To have an account, sign up. And you can make an account, and this will work. This will send you a confirmation link. So let me see what Gmail I have available here. Okay, I have one. You're gonna fill out your password. You're gonna fill out your email, click sign up. You will be sent a confirmation link. So I just got a confirmation link in my email. Just like a real platform, when you're signing up, you want to confirm that this person is real, have them
go through the confirmation process, and this is all powered by Supabase. And then from here, once you confirm, you can just click sign in and log into the account you just made. So that's how this little template works. So you guys can sign up for an account for yourself. Now, when you subscribe, let's test what our Stripe looks like. This is going to redirect us to a Stripe checkout. And as you can see, it's green. It's applying all those settings that I messed around with in branding. It has the logo that I set for the product. And then the test information to sign up for Stripe is just a bunch of 4.2s. So it's 4.2, 4.2, 4.2, just until you can't type in 4.2 anymore. And then for the rest of these, the information doesn't really matter. And then you'll be able to click subscribe. Sharon, do you have a question?
When trying to sign up, I get some kind of error code. It says email rate limit exceeded. What does that mean?
So you might already have an account. You might have tried to test sign up last week.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, as we get more comfortable with these platforms, we're going to learn how to manage our
Hey,
users.
Alisher, I'm interrupting and I hate doing that. Mr. E had sent me a DM behind the scenes. I don't know if he's able to speak, but he had a very good take on Cordell's issue. And I just wanted to make sure, I know we kind of passed it already. It's a little bit past, but if Mr. E can come off mic for a second and explain what he discovered for Cordell, that would be cool. Mr. E, can you come off mic or no? All right, so I'm going to find it and I'm going to read it out loud. He said, for what it's worth, I think Cordell's trouble earlier going direct to link in Alisher's top bar was the easy way. So the dashboard.stripe.com/settings.billing was going to test at first. So that might have been where the streams were crossed, Ghostbuster style. I don't know if that helps you, Cordell. Did you finally suss it out?
I think it's just that I already have a Stripe, and I was just in the wrong space earlier. But I think I'm fine now. If there's another issue, I will ask about it. But
Cool beans.
But yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're all hot, straight, and normal, because sometimes it's just the weirdest things that you'll start to think about and then you'll start to doubt. And then the time has passed. And it's very easy for me to just say, hey, by the way, I'm going to play the bystander that doesn't know anything and just kind of spit out random stuff to help everybody.
I think for that issue, Stripe has a lot of pages. So there is a subscriptions page, but there's also a subscriptions section in Customer Portal. So that's, I guess, a little bit of a verbiage mix up as well. And when that happens, I mean, they have so many pages. I only know like 3 or 4 of them. And the easiest way to get to something is there's a search bar on top. So you can always just search Customer Portal.
It is an ecosystem that is very robust, right? There's a lot there because it encompasses a ton of different business models, a ton of different, ways of doing things. It really is kind of one of those things that you have to know the secrets. It's like when I ask my AI tutor, I'm like, can you suss this out for me? Because I don't know Windows. I'm a Mac person. And it's a beautiful thing because it susses out back doors that you don't know. Incidentally, my AI tutor does know Stripe really well. So when you get lost, you can say, hey, in Stripe, can you help me find and navigate XYZ? And it usually does a very good job. Just by nature, it just has a way of sussing out things like that. So it's something to tuck away. Go ahead, Alisher.
Yeah, but the search on top, lifesaver, because what you see here in this menu is probably not even 10% of Stripe. I just clicked on more and immediately there's just product, page after page of some other feature of Stripe that we're probably not even going to get to at any point, that we even haven't explored after, running a SaaS platform for over a year.
Cordell, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the page I was on. That's why I was really confused earlier. I was like, this is a lot of different. This subscriptions page looks really different.
And I know what you mean, because I got confused the other day when we were trying to manage different products, and products aren't products. Even though the product is a subscription, it's not in subscriptions. Subscriptions is when somebody actually signs up and something that's active and connected to a customer. Yeah, I was working with this the other day, and it's confusing even me.
I don't feel so bad now if it was confusing you. I do have a question. One more question though, if y'all don't mind.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to. Okay, so I'm back to where I am trying to add yearly subscription, a yearly product now, because I saw like the one product that's on here, but I don't know if I needed to go back into Vercel or Superbase or what to add.
You don't need to go back into any of that. All you need to do is, let's say, here's test 2 that I have. Here's a product, test 2. I go into test 2, and there's 2 prices in there. If you have only one price, you can click add another price. So I actually have this price right here, 200. That's a monthly that I accidentally created. So I'm going to delete that. And then here I'll add the yearly price. So each tier of subscription is its own product with 2 prices. And billing period is what determines whether it's monthly or yearly.
Oh, I see. So
There we go. Now I have 2, and this will automatically update in your website. You don't need to go to Superbase and change anything. You don't need to redeploy in Vercel. This is pretty synced up.
Okay, so let me do this one more time like that. So that actually made sense. We'll go back into subscriptions.
Products. And then, yeah, you would go back to customer portal if you added a price. And if you want your customer to be able to use that price and change to it, you want to be adding it in subscriptions and customer portal. So right here where I'm missing one of the yearlies, I would add the one that I'm missing.
So, okay. I see I see customers can switch plans. Customer can change quality of their plan.
So as soon as you enable customer can switch plans, you get an option to add different prices and different subscriptions here, different products, so to say.
So, okay, right. So I have that. So I have the product that I already have, but it's not giving me an option to add another price.
So you see find a test product. If you have a price already in the product, you'll be able to see it here and find a test product.
Yes. So I already have the one. So what I'm saying is, so I have the one, and I guess it says that for a month, right? But then when I look at it to add, if I want to add another tier, I don't see that option. Just now I just have my product on here, the one that says 10 per month.
So yeah, so there's find a test product right on the bottom. And just like how you added the monthly, you can add the yearly. And if you don't have the price in there, then you want to go back to product catalog. You want to go to that product, that tier, and add a yearly price if you don't have one. If you don't have the yearly price in there.
Got it. Understood. Payment catalog. It's wanting to go then. Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Awesome. And yeah, guys, so just make sure you have 2 prices already set up in your product catalog for monthly and yearly for each product. And product for us will correspond to a subscription tier that the customer sees. Now, back to where we were checking out right? You want to sign up for your own account on your SaaS platform. You want to check out, and you're going to end up using this card number that has just 424242 the whole way through. Whatever information you put after doesn't really matter. It could be whatever test information. It doesn't have to be a real address, doesn't have to be a real name. It just needs to be an expiration date in the future somewhere. Doesn't matter what the security code is, and then we can just click subscribe, and then this will get the gears rolling, and it will give you a test subscription. And it's going to be something that's reflected directly in your website. You'll be able to see this on the account page. Oh, I think I was in the wrong one. Yeah. And if it takes you to localhost 3000, what I suggest is just go through some of these settings again and see where you might not have a link, or where it asks you for a link and you haven't included one. And now in here, once you subscribe with the test credentials, you'll see your plan. You'll see $10 a month or whatever your plan is. And then I can click Open Customer Portal, and I'll be redirected to Stripe Customer Portal with my theme colors, the name of my SaaS product, and I'll be able to change plan, cancel plan, edit whatever settings I enabled the user to be able to edit. And then, yeah, this doesn't redirect yet. Then we can just go back and, yeah, back to our platform. And now what's also interesting, when we go to pricing, well, it actually no longer says subscribe, now it says manage, because this platform also reads whether or not you have an active subscription. So if I was to cancel, let's go back to our account, and you guys can play around with this, and you can test the portal. You can see if changing the subscription does anything. You can see if canceling the subscription does anything. So I'm going to cancel. It's going to tell me, okay, well, we have a setting set up where the cancellation will happen at the end of billing period. So my cancellation will actually occur on May 11th. So even if I click cancel right now, I will still have access up until May 11th. And now it's asking for a reason. Well, $10 just too expensive. There you go. So now it says that it's canceled. If I go back to my website, it'll still probably say that you have subscription, you still have access, but after the billing period is over, it'll be it. No more access for me, unless of course I renew. All right. Do we have any questions? This is pretty much how we set up the customer portal. Just to reiterate, the biggest thing we set up here is we went to our Stripe, we looked for customer portal. It's in settings, billing, customer portal. And you want to activate the portal, and you want to set up all these settings here. Once you're done setting up these settings, you're going to click Save Changes, and the customer portal should automatically work whenever somebody signs up and wants to edit their subscription. Now let's take some questions. If you guys have questions before I hand it off to Ross, and he takes you through looking into GitHub and finding the projects that you guys will need to realize your ideas. Okay, was everybody able to set up the customer portal? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, I'm seeing some trickling in. Awesome.
I'm looking at folks down in the audience. I didn't see any thumbs up, so I'm just kind of looking at all of the names. I just wanted to make sure that we are seeing you, just so you know. And even the 5 listeners that are hidden, thank you guys for the thumbs up. It's just one of those things that we want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And I know this kind of can be monotonous for some folks that are very familiar with Stripe, but even going through it a second time, finding out new features, it's like continuing education. You are really exercising your muscle memory and understanding, oh yeah, maybe I haven't done this in a while, or I set up an account 5 years ago, or whatever. Those are all things that are very helpful. And the other thing too is that in doing these exercises, what you're doing is you're also learning how to teach twice. So you're going to help somebody else along the way, because that's what we do around here. We pay it forward. And in teaching somebody else the skills that you've learned this evening, you're going to solidify it even more. So I am looking forward to hearing Ross. I'm not seeing any other hands or waving or any DMs, so I think we're good to go.
Awesome. And yeah, guys, keep in mind, you can always DM me, you can DM Ross, and tomorrow we are going to have a review session. I'll spend maybe 15 minutes just reviewing how to activate the customer portal and what each setting means. And also the step-by-step guide, it does explain majority of the settings that we need to enable and what they mean. And yeah, I'm going to give it to Ross to take you guys through the world of open source and to start finding some code that matches your idea, that matches what you want to do and what you want to build the SaaS product into. Take it away, Ross.
So before I override you, did you stop streaming?
1 second. I did not end the stream yet. I'm ending it right now. Just ended.
Okay, cool.
Yep, and I can confirm I see it as ended on my screen, on my second screen here, my second laptop.
Also, we will not be doing anything with Stripe as of this point with me right now as we move forward. If you have Stripe questions, come up to the stage right now. Alistair is here. He can answer any quick question that you have. But we are actually moving to the next phase, and we will not be on Stripe.com right now. Okay, no questions. Nice.
Make sure you're refreshing your screens too, just in case, because it does freeze up.
Yep, it'll freeze out, guys. Join the stream. You will need the stream. Make sure you are here with me right now, live. We're switching from Alistair to me. All right, so guys, we're gonna have like a little chat really quick. So I need to know who did their homework. Who did their homework? Emojis if you did your homework. If you did not do your homework, we'll have an emoji situation for you. Don't worry. But if you did do your homework, put an emoji right now. Did you guys do your homework?
What was the homework? Did I miss something?
Oh, you definitely missed something. The homework was to find GitHub repos. If you're clean slate right now and you got nothing and you didn't do your homework, I got something for you. Don't worry. You're coming up next. But if you did your homework, give me emojis right now. And if you hated your homework and you found that process painstakingly difficult, give me emojis too, because you tried. And that's cool too. You definitely get points.
There's also brownie points for folks that tried to do their homework and then went down rabbit trails, because there's so many really cool things on GitHub. So I will give
Yeah, I
you a
just call it
1-800
like
So went
justify.
down rabbit holes.
yeah,
There's a
like
1-800
guys,
justify. You might not have found what you're looking for, but you definitely found something interesting, right?
I call it lost in translation. When you get too far in GitHub, you just get to a point where there's no turning back. You're in that dark cave, your flashlight ran out of batteries, and you're like, what's actually happening in life right now? I need a coffee. And then you need to restart, because that's how it works. So, who did their homework? If you did your homework, I want to hear from you actually before we continue. You need to come up and be speaker. And if you're a speaker right now and you didn't do your homework, don't be speaker right now. We need speakers that did their homework. I want to hear from people. I want you guys to connect with each other a little bit for like 5 minutes, and I want to hear what you guys did. This is collaborative, and you guys are learning. And if you don't get to voice your opinion or tell us what you did, other people can't learn from it. Because the way I do it, I'm going to find the best GitHubs, always, really quickly. But you guys are not. So I want to hear from you.
I'll start it out. What was really fascinating for my exercise, I've played on GitHub a little bit, right? So I was kind of understanding the navigation and, trying to understand it. But what became really apparent to me was our first lesson, when we were all giving what project we wanted to create, and you were giving the thumbs up or thumbs down because you kept thinking, I have to think through that lens. Is this possible? And I realized when I was looking for various repos, I was looking at it and going, wow, the thing that I originally had in my head was either A, far more complex, or B, maybe it wasn't a great idea because a bunch of other people already had it, and so I found myself editing my idea and actually modifying what I was thinking about, which was not what I was supposed to do. But in essence, I mean, I took more notes in looking at various things than I had ever imagined I would, because I didn't really realize how many things were actually out there and how many things you could riff off of in a much more efficient way than trying to reinvent the wheel. And for me, that exercise was absolutely priceless. It was time well wasted, as they say, because I thought to myself, wow, I my idea was so obsolete by the time I had scrolled through, because somebody else had thought it through in a much better, more concise, more efficient way. And I just looked at it and went, wow, this is damn near perfect. I don't need to modify it in any way, shape, matter, or form. But it definitely helped hone my own understanding of what I'm asking. Good questions, Go ahead, Dave.
And Dave, yeah, he can talk in 1 second. He can always talk, but I just need to reiterate. This is the last warning you're going to hear from me because I'm not going to be repetitive. We have a lot to do. If you're not on live stream right now, you're going to be lacking in what's going on there. Because we're going to be actively searching GitHub repos and showing you how you should be searching. So please hit that live stream right now. If you've been just on audio or you didn't make the switch from last live stream to this one, refresh that page. Go to the Innovators Think Tank website. Get on stream. You need to be on stream for what we're about to do next. Dave, please ask away.
Oh, I cannot wait for you to make GitHub search easier for me. It's so frustrating. Exact word searches, no fuzzy search. Yeah, kind of similar to Sarah. I went down some rabbit holes, but I think I'm quite intentional when I'm project focused. I always ask a question of how or where will I use this right now? And if I can't use it, I literally just saved it to the Notion document kind of later on. Like that's like, treats that you can look into later. What I did find I had to do when I was looking at my idea was there was nothing kind of out of the box there. So I had to use what I call up, down, and across thinking, kind of going up a level further. Is there something else that's already being built that, may have some of the components I have, or going a level down, which is, well, I'm building a quotation app. What do I need for the quotation app? I need somebody to approve it. So I needed somebody to fill in a form. So then I started looking at forms and stuff like that because I know they're an essential piece of what I have. So I kind of found small bits and pieces, but to actually decipher which one is absolutely amazing and which one is a piece of trash, I'm looking forward to how you can help me with that.
I have one thing I want to share with you, Dave, my friend. I think I shared something last week, but I just shared it again and tagged you in it so that you have no excuse now. So like if you don't see it, like I don't even know. But look at what I shared. I shared a thing for builders, which is all of us. And I tagged you in this one just so you see it. This is like really cool actually. Do you see it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
This is open source, dude. I saw that and I'm like, yo, this is what Dave wants. Dave needs this. You can probably make a few
Yeah.
small changes, Dave, and your whole entire app is built.
Yeah, change the word invoice to quotation and I'm done. Yeah, I kind of
Dave,
like
do
it.
you see the power of open source, my friend? Oh my God. I know you know about it, but like, I will never it will never be like old news, and it'll never be an old feeling for me to see like open source just like win.
Can I kind of like really annoy your brain now and go
Sure.
specific? So I want a PDF at the end. I have a lot of customers who are like, I need a PDF for approval, but how I sell is options. It's not take what I'm giving you in a PDF. It's like build your own quotation. Check this box, check this box. That's where I make a ton of my revenue is optional extras. It's add on,
Yes.
add on. Would you like the shiny extra?
Yep. So I will tell you for sure. In this process, during this session, I know you're a seasoned engineer, so you're going to understand this. We have just did a soft launch today without a major announcement of Gemini 1.5 and AI Tutor. And we're slowly moving it, and it's available for everyone as of right now. And we're slowly putting it in all the apps. But um, if you just paste the entire code, like each page one after another, and just like we're going to talk about how you do this, and it's so easy, but you just name the page at the top in a comment, like // you know, and then you can give it all the pages and just tell it what you want it to change in this open source app. It will make the changes and you'll be good to go.
So
Like
so
this
you
is,
would paste the contents of the actual each
yeah.
file rather
And
than
the best
uploading
part,
files.
yeah, and we're going to do all this live. So like what you're going to do is with a million contacts, Dave, you can paste every single page, like not just one. And
Yeah,
then you
I'm
can,
down for this.
yeah, dude, like you're gonna be able to alter that app that you just forked, right? And you're gonna make it do what you want because that's the power of GitHub and AI together. But let me tell you, Dave, I just got you 85% there, I feel like.
Ross, before you continue, Bjorn Free has his hand up, but I also wanted you to make mention and have in the recording how
Oh,
important it is about the disappearing. Um, you know,
yeah,
yeah,
I'm gonna talk about that
and
right
the
now, actually. But before,
ephemeral nature of them.
yeah.
Okay, Bjorn, go ahead, love.
Oh no, he was just wanting to talk about the
No,
GitHub stuff we had
tell me,
found.
tell me.
Oh,
No, tell me right now, and then I'll hit that. Tell me your question, please.
oh no, it wasn't a question. I just had it up to go next. Where you were just saying, mention the GitHubs that you had found or the repos you had found, and I was just going to go after Dave, but no, Dave's was much more interesting. Go back to that.
You know, really quickly too, one of the things that Dave said and Bjorn said that I think is really important. I noticed that when I was searching through these repos, um, because we spend so much time with one another here and we toggle around the ideas, I kept looking at it and going, wow, this would be awesome for Dave, or wow, Ross really needs to see this, or wow, this is definitely something that Morgan really needs. And what I realized is that sometimes you might not be realizing that it may not be about you at that particular moment, that you thinking about other people that are in this audience and their needs, you are actually honing your skills in terms of identifying pain points and offering value propositions. Because what you're doing is you're saying, hey, by the way, I'm actually thinking of you and your needs, and I found something for you. And it was a really interesting experience because I have noticed that with some of the kids that I work with too, is that they might not know what they're looking for, but when they are finding things for people that they care about, they're ending up learning a whole new skill of networking and collaboration, which is very, very important when it comes to this ecosystem. GitHub values folks that share and make notes and help other people. You actually gain a reputation, and it's a skill set that a lot of people have to learn because they don't really readily understand open source and that kind of hat tip to one another. So it is a valuable skill. But go ahead, Ross, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Uh, no, you're never interrupting because, like, guys, sometimes I can get a little crazy and I can start talking tech, start talking code, and just drive everyone into the forest with no guide. And Sarah comes here and she's like, wait, what did you just say? Like, can you do that, like, again? Just like, but wait, but in English. And that's really important. And the thing is, like when we work with organizations or schools or anyone really, we really take this into consideration, but sometimes it's hard. when you're building, and especially in a space like this where there's like so many people, it's really important that everyone follows. And sometimes like it's really hard to like remember this when you're like in the weeds building things. So it's really important. And guys, if you didn't do your homework, like, okay, so first, not good, but you need to take this seriously, because if you do, you can gain a whole new entire skill and change everything about what you're doing if you understand and it clicks. But without doing your homework, the next phase won't click. So I'm just gonna like, let's see, random tests, live stream. Okay, so there's 20 people on the live stream. That means there's a lot of people that are not seeing what I'm seeing, which is okay. I can't force you. But again, this is my last and final warning because we have a lot of things to do. Go on the live stream. You're gonna be not understanding what we're talking about. But if you're not looking at it and you're like, I'm gonna watch it later, that's fine too. But if you're real time doing this, you need the live stream right now. We're gonna do stuff that is so visual that you need to watch. So, without further ado, do you guys see my screen?
Yeah, when I click on it, it
Sarah,
took
do
me
you?
to Twitch.
As long, are you seeing my screen though?
Yeah, it's still on Stripe. Explore, purple button.
Nope. Right now it's on GitHub. Does everybody see GitHub? Who does not see
That's a
GitHub?
negative, Ghost Rider. I do not.
So what you
So
want to do is you want to go to the ITT website. You want to go to the agenda for today. And if you're already on that page, just refresh it. Because you might be playing a recording
got
now.
Got it.
You're still on the Gemini chatbot in GitHub, right?
yes, yep. If you see Gemini chatbot, you're in the right place. All right, so we ready? Guys, if you're not on the stream, get on the stream. All right, so a lot of things happened today. So before we even go into anything, first, what I need you to do, and this is so important, if you don't do this, I actually really can't help you. Like, because I can't see what exactly you're doing. So this is like your opportunity to get help. So what I need you to do is you could make 3 comments in this space. You could make one comment after another. You could put it all in one. I need your GitHub repos. Post your GitHub repos now, like right now, in spaces in the purple pill or whatever you want to call it. I don't care what you call it, just post it. I need to know what you guys are thinking. And I don't want you to raise your hand and tell me because search sucks in GitHub. Like, I need a repo or it doesn't exist. Give me a link.
How do we get our link?
If you go to your GitHub that you chose, copy the link that's there, post it in the purple pill. If you don't do that, I actually can't see your code. And I can't tell you if it's possible. So if you don't do this, this is
So
going to
this is
stop.
before people fork, Ross, yeah?
Yeah, like I need to
Yeah.
see what you're thinking. Like this is not like a class where you're going to like upload your assignment and your homework. Like if you don't communicate with me, I don't see it. Also, please don't DM because that's not helpful for anybody. Mainly because sharing repos is part of the thing. Open source is sharing. Sharing is caring. You hopefully learn this in kindergarten.
And
If you haven't learned it in kindergarten, I'll teach you now. Sharing is caring. Share your GitHub repos, please, now.
one more thing, I'm seeing some of you post in the repos here in the replies. As I'm looking at some of these repos, some things you want to be, I guess, a little aware of. The repos you're looking for are TypeScript repositories. So when you're in a search, you want to filter by TypeScript because the framework that we're using is Next.js and TypeScript. A few other things. Try to read the descriptions of the repo. Visit the website that's potentially available in the description to get a little bit of a better idea what this repo is. For example, one of the replies here is Preline UI. And it says that Preline UI is a set of pre-built UI-based components. So while you can use that in your project when you're developing the style of your page, when you want to develop what the look and the feel of the page is, what it does not do for us, unfortunately, is add function, right? So we want to find something that potentially connects to an API, just like the example project that Ross had. The Gemini chatbot connects to the Gemini API. And by the way, guys, I updated the agenda with a link to Google Gemini API where you can sign up and get your own API key if you are using Gemini.
One other thing Alistair just brought up. This is an awesome opportunity for you to help or have your AI cohorts helping you. I noticed for myself, there were a lot of terms that I just weren't on my radar. I didn't understand what the heck they were talking about, just like what Alistair just said in terms of, does this work with my idea? If you've already created a persona or something of the like in your my AI tutor, you can actually ask them, say, hey, we're working on this project together. I found this repo. Do you think it'll work? Does it fit what I need? And you'll be amazed at some of the things that will come out of that conversation. Because a lot of times, especially if you're not a developer, I don't play one on TV, I don't know the questions that I'm asking. It's like shooting, things in the dark. It's because, you're looking at all of these, and for a novice who has never coded a thing in their life, and they're just looking at how do you discern what's between a good one or a not good one, or what project you're building or not. In those situations, when we don't have a Ross, Nick, or an Alistair on speed dial, we do have some interesting techniques and tools on our fingertips that can help us, suss out those things. And so, it's now becoming more my default, is that if I need something to be explained to me because there's certain terminology that is not in my wheelhouse, the worst thing it can do is spit out something that I don't understand. But not asking the question keeps me in the dark longer. And, my time's precious, just like yours is. So it is something to think about. Go ahead, Sharon.
I just have a question regarding what are the languages that we can search repos for or projects?
We're going to go over that right now. But if you look at my screen, what I'm doing is I typed the word OpenAI, right? Because I want to use AI. And then I chose over here, so I'll go back so you can see. I chose TypeScript. We need TypeScript, guys. And if you're posting a plugin, like I saw Dave, you posted a plugin, you can use that. But we still need a project. So your project would be the repo that I posted. The plugin would be something you would bring in and maybe create a new view or use that component. So guys, you want to search like this, and then there's like cool things you can do. So best match is good, but what's better is what happened today. I love what happened today. What happened today is a testament of what's going on in real time with the pulse of GitHub and developers. So you can see this says a web app offers an interface to interact with OpenAI, ChatGPT via API. Okay, what are you? And then you click it. And then you click it. And it's like, okay, well, that's cool, but I want something better. That's not really what I want. So then you keep looking, right? And you can see between when I searched and now, a new one popped up 36 seconds ago. This is important. GitHub is alive. Things are changing every single day. Now, before we go any further, a few things have changed today. So, for everyone in this room today, right now, Alistair has kindly posted where you can get an API key for Gemini. Yesterday, if you did this, the end result would be different. Today, if you do, you'll be entered into the beta of Gemini, which means you would have access to 1.5 temporarily. So in AI Tutor, it will exist even after the beta, right? But now, it will give it to you guys during your building phase for free. So imagine you can build in an unlimited way and not have to worry about paying token fees. And you can do this for free right now if you follow Alistair's link to get the key. Now, I'm going to show you an example. And of course, I'm going to post it somehow. I'm going to see how to do this. Hold on. There's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. So, I'm going to post it in the blue pill from desktop, what I'm showing you. Are you guys ready? This is so cool. Alright. So, if you look, are you on stream, everyone? If you're not on stream, you're not going to see the visual here. So, here's a project that you could use right now. So, like, when I give you this link right now, you could say, hey, I want to use this for my project. What you're about to see is not only groundbreaking, but far beyond anything that I knew was possible. And this is why. The reason is because of Gemini. So here's an actual, like, world premiere of something you could build tonight. So I'm going to say I want to go and I want to take a flight. Like, I want to book a plane. And I don't want to leave this website. So I'm on your website. I pay your little premium, $20 a month. You help me book flights. And here's how it works. First, I say, let's book flights. And look at that. Real flights. Not fake flights. Real flights. This is a testament to what's changing now. AI is becoming more capable. Functions are becoming more real. Any questions before I even continue?
Hell
I'm sure.
yes,
Hopefully,
hell yes. Does this Next.js mean that we could copy this and throw it right into our current JS framework and that becomes chattable? Is that really what you're saying?
Copy paste.
Oh my God.
Sharon, you have a question?
Where do I find the link again? Is it in the purple pill or?
You didn't get that far yet.
Oh, okay.
And if you thought that this is just a demo and I'm done, you're wrong. We're booking the flight.
Hold on. It's accessing and interacting with the website that you're ordering from?
We're interacting with the API at American Airlines, my friend. So what's interesting about this screen here is, guys, this is not an answer. This is a UI. Do you know what this is called? It's a new thing. Take out your notebooks. It's called generative UI. What if UI can build itself? What then? What if this is possible now? How does that change your idea? Does it change your idea? If so, I want to hear it. Tell me how it changes your idea. Let's talk. Before I hit the next one, I want to explain what's actually going on. We are talking to American Airlines. We are going to Rome on May 12th, 2024, on United Airlines Flight 240. We're going from San Francisco to Rome, and now I'm getting the opportunity of a lifetime to choose my seat in a chat interface. Can you even imagine a world where you can pick a seat in a chat interface? Don't even bother imagining it. Look outside. We're in that world. You live in it. Now we have to capitalize on this, guys. You guys gotta learn how to code. If anyone tells you AI is here, you don't have to code, they're lying. Don't listen to them.
This is crazy. I could go in there and add hotels and all kinds of stuff, day trips and everything. You can have it. Oh
Sharon,
gosh, this is crazy.
there's no limit to what you can do, Sharon. The only limit is what you set.
Don't listen to Jason Huang. Jensen Huang. He said don't learn coding. I say opposite now.
Yeah, don't listen to him. He's wrong. I don't care if he's the CEO. He's wrong.
Ross, Beyond Free has a question.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, Ross, so of course I'm selfish and can only help to apply the tools you're presenting to myself, right? So Let's talk about blueprints for a minute. Does this possess OCR, like the optical character recognition? The only way I see my idea working is if the AI has construction knowledge, which it should, with it being AI, but I would need to upload a set of plans and set the scale. Would this be able to recognize those characters or length of lines or things of that nature?
100% yes.
Oh.
And when we get to that, I will show you how to interact with that and make it have eyes. You can even give it ears, y'all. Gemini could hear. And soon, it will watch videos. We're so close. I mean, what you're seeing is not only insane, but guys, I've never seen this anywhere. Not even on United. Imagine a world where you get a job with United Airlines because you showed them something they have not seen. That's powerful.
And right, it didn't have to look like this, right? This is just the UI that comes.
It could be whatever you
Right.
want. You could tell AI Tutor to do whatever you want, to put whatever logos you want. You can even add new functions. This is an example. It's laying out the framework for what's possible. And we're not even done, guys. Okay, we're picking a seat. I want to sit here. Okay. So check this out. Do I want to get a hotel, or drum roll, do I want to buy the ticket? Anyone have a question before I continue? I see someone came out. Please ask away.
Vin, that's you, love. Did you have a question? Vin, you have to take your off mic. Take your mic off mute.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't get on if it's not if I'm not triggered. I've been here right from the get go, and I'm kind of my head is kind of spinning right now. Ross, thank you for the other day we had that section. I'm dealing with a lot of things, but this booking of a flight thing is like a kind of adrenaline is running through my vein right now. I don't know. How is this possible? Sarah, I don't want to get you giggling again today, but this is I don't know. I'm not gonna say unbelievable.
It's magic. No,
It's beyond.
it's magic.
This is not magic, Sarah. This is miracle. And Ross, I'm not gonna take anything that is happening here for granted because you and I had an extensive conversation, and my head is. I feel like I'm gonna go back to 20 or 30 years old back so I can do so much thing with my life. Now, my concern is can we, in a real time, use this as an experiment to book a flight going to Africa? Do you want me to give you a location? Because I know how much I spend every year booking a flight to Africa. And I'm looking at this. And also, United Airlines it has always been my airline because I go through Frankfurt before I go to Lagos or Port Harcourt. Is that something we can demonstrate right here for the audience to see how this is possible? Or I don't know how we can use this, but this is something I want to get on to using right now.
Well, we have a few demos that I'm going to show you, but just rest assured, if you choose this as what you want to do, this can get you, just like Dave, like 80% there.
Boy, say no more.
But
Let's get after
if
it.
are you watching the stream? You
Yeah,
are.
I'm
So look, if
watching
you
right
guys look at
now.
the
I'm
stream,
speaking through my
watch
phone. I'm
this.
watching
Look.
through my laptop.
So imagine you hit the button and you're like, book it. Look at this. Now I pay with Stripe.
Holy cow.
I hit pay. It uses my cell phone number to text me the phone. And I pay. I'm not paying.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
doing this.
don't
Obviously,
pay. Why don't we do?
I'm not going to Rome.
Oh my God.
But imagine if you were like, I did book a flight and my friend's on it. What's the status? Insane.
Ross, can you check the plane to see if it's been in maintenance at all?
No, but I can show your boarding pass because that's what I
Holy
programmed.
graphic.
And it doesn't have it because it's not real.
Oh, Ross,
So
you
because it's
built
not
this
actually
agent.
connected. Well, I just built it on top of what's open source.
Right, but okay, but that answers all my questions. You didn't just enter into this and start using it and it knew what you were doing. You kind of created this custom agent beforehand. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, it didn't take too long. I literally used AI Tutor and I used Gemini 1.5, 1 million context. I used our developer agent, which is in AI Tutor, and I just pasted 7 pages of code and I said, well, okay, can we make it book a flight? Because right in the demo, it just search flights. I wanted to like fake a Stripe checkout and like get all the way to the end. Now, we're not even done, guys. There's more. So imagine you wanted to build something that was like sort of where you can get answers to anything. It could be anything. Like it doesn't have to be what you're seeing. Like it could be only about holistic medicine or great clothes at cheap prices. Like cuz you have the entire internet at your fingertips. So we're going to say like is the Apple Vision Pro worth buying? Now, if you don't want to type, you can just click as a demo. But look at this. So it's not just about getting an answer. It's about an interaction. So when you're looking at this demo right now, understand a few things. It did not just answer me, because that's not how this works. We are building customized niche applications that do specific tasks. So let's say I wanted to know just the price and the use cases and something that's not here. Does it break easily? Tell me, please. Now, what's crazy about this is it adds another dimension to interacting with AI. And leading the charge is, of course, Vercel, LangChain, Gemini. And in this scenario, Grok, Perplexity. Now, if you hit send, it's a whole situation that occurs. It's not a search. Guys, just look. Hopefully it works, because local, you know. But look, it knows about the durability. It figured that out. I didn't actually say that word. Here's some images. Here's some sources. Here's some images. And then there's AI answers, use cases, durability, addressing everything I asked. Now, what I'm going to turn this into, like if you guys decide to use this, that's great. But what I'm going to turn this into is a multi-dimensional chat that inputs video and audio. And I'm going to put it in AI Tutor. Because that's what this whole thing is about, is finding really cool things and making it available.
I just fell off
And
my
so
chair. I'm so sorry. I
Huh?
just fell off of my chair. This is crazy. This is so freaking amazing, Ross. I don't know what else to
I
say.
mean, this
This
is
is
stuff people
crazy.
don't tell you. It's like the secrets of the universe.
This is so freaking amazing, Ross.
But the ability to package it up in your own package and
Oh
make it
my
look like it's
God.
yours is worth gold.
It's like this.
I love Vin's
So,
laugh. It's so contagious and wonderful. You make me smile, Vin.
so guys, like imagine your idea in this format. That means you don't have to search no more. I have replays for
You
you.
know, you know, Ross, I know you are still talking. Please, I think I'm gonna quit
No,
my
you're
job
good.
and come to be an apprentice under you. You know,
Like, it's truly like transformative what you could do with the right knowledge. Honestly, like if I didn't know that I could like do all of these things, I don't know if I would have built AI Tutor and Pixio and all the 120 applications for students that we built over the last 10 years. I don't know if it'd be possible, but luckily I had some people and I had some really good opportunities, some mentors that helped me. And I was like, well, how does the world not know this? Like, how is this a secret? Like, I just don't get it. Because when you do stuff like this, like anyone could turn this app into anything. And then what's crazy is it contains like really cool features. Like I said, I want to make sure it's durable, right? Okay. So now it's continuing, which is so cool. And it says beta, not because it's a company, because it's just beta. Like this is a repo. Like you guys can literally fork this, and we're gonna go over that in a minute. But once it finishes its answer, I'm gonna show you something. Okay, so here's the related situation, right? And I'm gonna say, look at what it searches. Look, guys, this is crazy. It's like superpower internet. And this could be behind a paywall in your app. A whole new way to chat. And the whole guided stuff, this, like when you first ask, look. So someone could ask you, and this could be like your company's data. Like this doesn't have to be just a product. But this is a product that can actually compete with something like Perplexity. For $10 a month, Perplexity is over 20. You could beat them.
Not only that, you can add an AI influencer type scenario where you're actually talking to a person and conveying this information in whatever way that person wants to hear it, see it, experience it.
Yeah, no, that's
Think
true.
bigger.
And
Think bigger, folks.
I don't want to continue this process before what I want to do next, which is if you're really participating and this is like real for you, which is great. I saw some good stuff. Everything must be addressed. If it's not addressed, I can't tell you if it's gonna work,
And
right?
guys, yeah, as far as that goes, I went through all the replies in this space and I replied to most of you on whether or not it will work within our SaaS template or it will not work. So look carefully at those replies and remember what we're looking for in GitHub is something that is TypeScript and Next.js because that will have the easiest time integrating into our SaaS template.
Yeah, and so Smoke, yours is really good. I've actually built that. It's super cool. The one part that's missing is being able to do it with multiple people. So that would be like the only part that you would have to like build. So if you want a no building solution, I would pick something else, but it is cool. Like you should build it for yourself, not a SaaS product, just you. That would be like really cool, I think. Like, because the thing is, it's not designed in a way where you can have multiple people doing Diffie. If that's your idea, Smoke, like you want people to make bots, shoot me a DM and I'll show you a repo that can do the same thing, but for SaaS with Stripe. So just DM me if that's the situation that you want. I know a few that will work. I'm literally going through them too. Does anyone want to come up to the speaker and talk about what they chose and what they want to do? This is like a really good time for you guys to do that. We're not going to do this again because we're going to be building.
One of the other things, just before we have everybody come up and talk about them, when you are choosing repos, there is a cosmic karma to this kind of stuff. When you're in open source, hat tipping the folks that have helped you get there is going to be so important. You don't have to. You can hide it. You can, you know, cloak it behind your fork and do all of those things. But I will tell you that in the very near future, those social currencies are going to matter. And especially in these kinds of communities. Many of you that are listening in have never been in a collaborative environment like this or an open source community. And there is you know, courtesies, common courtesies, and hat tipping one another, and making sure that you say thank you to the people who actually put the work in to create these repos for you to use. So, you know, always be mindful of where they come from, and always be mindful of the folks that have actually put in and invested their time and energy. Because I swear to you this, if you honor those folks in just a random way, simple thank you, it'll come back to you tenfold. But if you forget about it and you hide it, you're going to have harder times later on down the road finding the collaborations that you really want to make. There is something about this, and I can't emphasize this enough amongst this community specifically. So if you are unfamiliar with the hat tipping and the way of being kind and making sure to make, you know, note, keep those notes in place of who authored these kinds of things. It's just a really good habit and discipline to get into. I have seen that Rosemary did come up, and I haven't heard her yet. And I wanted to make sure, there were some questions in the purple bubble about where the live stream is. The link is up top. You actually have to go to the Innovators Think Tank, and you have the live stream there. And you'll be able to access these after the fact as well. So, Rosemary, did you have any questions? Are you all hot, straight, and normal? Are you thinking about all the wonderful things that you're going to be building?
Hey, yeah, I just DM'd Ross and them because I was struggling with finding repos during my time of going through the homework, just because it was like looking at Spanish and I don't speak Spanish. So um, they just asked me what my idea was. So it's an all-in-one solution platform. It's similar to a Kajabi or Builderall, but I have a twist because I've been on the back end.
Wait, hold on. I don't know what those are. So you got to actually tell me.
Okay, so it's an all-in-one platform. So it's like a CRM, invoicing, and management for your business. So it's like a if you were a coach or someone selling online digital products and facilitating communities and cohorts and such, you want to have one place to handle all of your business, meaning taking you from lead generation to facilitating lifetime buyer cycles with your ideal clients.
So I would reduce that idea to one component first, and then you can like tackle the other parts later. But I would pick one part that you want to use, and then either figure out if you're going to use AI or not, and that's what you should focus on. And then you can find the GitHub. So, for example, you said you wanted to make invoices and stuff. Like I linked a repo that Dave's going to build off of. That does that, but there's going to be modifications that you got to make. So you just got to boil it down to one thing, 3-step process that someone could do. And again, you could like evolve this, obviously. But we have to start somewhere.
You're not always going to find the exact thing that you want, but tackling bit by bit. It's the old adage: you can't eat an entire elephant in one bite. You have to do it spoon by spoon, right? And a lot of times, every added spoke or facet that you want to add adds another layer of complexity. And right now, you're just trying to muddle your way through and understand the underlying principles, if that makes sense. And so it is kind of one of those things that I myself had to kind of struggle with, because in my head I thought, well, this is just a simple, you know, role playing game type scenario and whatnot. And then I realized something else. I know that Ross got kind of sidetracked, but I had marked a couple of the repos that I thought were fascinating, right? And then for the life of me, I couldn't find them. I was like, where the flip did they go? And then I realized that repos come and go. And if you see them, they're kind of ephemeral. They're like little, butterflies. You have to try to catch them right then and there, because sometimes they're removed. Sometimes, something happens to them. And so unless you've forked them and kept them and kind of, hoarded them away in your own digital, ecosystem, they can be lost. And so I thought I had something really, really cool, and I couldn't find it again. And, there is a finesse about this, right? There is a game in sniping the perfect thing. And I will tell you too, a lot of you are younger, but back in the day, librarians did this. They have a secret knack of finding things. And most people don't realize that, librarians had to take professional classes in order to suss out information. And then later on, people like Ross, who understand the Google ecosystem, they understand search. A lot of folks just put in, I'm searching for this. But there's a lot of nuance, just like when we're prompting and prompt engineering, where you have different language, different orders, different, context. You can add and this and that, and lots of little secret things that we may not be aware of. And so you're learning today how to suss out that perfect repo. And it may be that you have to cobble a couple things together, but going simple right out of the chute just to learn the ecosystem, 10 times easier than trying to build out the master world domination plan that we all have secretly lurking in the back of our supervillain heads, Right.
Yeah, it's so important, guys. What she's saying, even though she's actually does not, as she says, act and pretend to be a developer in the daytime, but there's definitely a part of this that it's not just like technology and development. It's understanding. It's gaining the skill to learn again that maybe you feel like you've lost, because just because you're not in class doesn't mean you couldn't learn like a sponge, like a 5-year-old. You can when you're excited. And if you're here, I'm gonna assume you're like not trying to kill time or at the gym listening to this, that you're actually excited. So without further ado, I'm going to show you option 2 of searching. So head over to YouTube, type in the amazing 2 words. It's like open sesame, Next.js space task. And there's going to be a lot happening here, but we're going to go through a vocabulary list right now. We're going to take you guys to school a little bit. And if you don't like work, well, I don't know why you're here. So take out your notepads. We need to know the buzzwords. So, bun. Also, extra points if you know what any of this is. Anyone know what bun is? If anybody says, like, something you put butter in and you eat with dinner, it's not that. Anybody know what bun is? Okay, so bun is the same as NPM. Does anyone know what NPM is? Okay, that's bad. I don't see emojis. Sarah, is there emojis?
A
I was
library of
taking notes,
executables.
man. Yeah.
Network
Do we?
programming manager or something?
No, it's Node
No.
Package
Node
Manager.
package manager. Crap.
We are so past NPM, guys. Do we know what this means?
I just said what it was.
Yeah, you're right.
Yay,
But does
because I
everyone
had to,
else know?
but they're what you can't ask them questions when they're writing notes. This is very
Yeah, but
difficult.
they can't write notes if they don't understand what
True,
NPM
true,
is.
true.
So bun is another variation of a package manager. So think NPM, but instead bun. And honestly, if you go look up bun Next.js, it has the most adorable logo.
It's basically
Don't
bundled
be
up nodes, right?
don't be fooled by the cuteness. It's sort of complex. And if you don't, and oh my god, this is so important, guys. This drove me wild for days when I first learned this. So your computer, right? Can we do emojis if we have Windows? Emojis for Windows. I don't see emojis, and I'm on
That's
an
because I
iPhone.
hate
This is
Windows.
bad. Anybody have Windows? Okay,
Yes,
good.
we have
Uh,
Windows.
if you have Mac, put an emoji. Okay. Both of them are not supported. So that's fun.
Is it Linux?
So both those things. It is, yeah. And so we're not going to cover this today, but like next week when we are like in the weeds building, we're going to cover things like this. But buzzword number 1, vocab list. You guys should have a list. If you don't have a list and check it twice, you're not getting a gift. You're just not going to learn. You're not Santa Claus. But you have to check it like a bunch of times. And if you plan to do this in a capacity where you're making $300,000-$400,000 a year, you must understand these things. So bun is equal to npm, but not equal to as the same. Bun is faster, 96% faster. Does everyone understand so far?
Yes.
It's the same exact thing. So you could do like bun install whatever, bun run dev, and it will work. Now here's the other thing. Vercel supports it, which means you won't actually have to code to get it to work. Now, if you have Linux, that's great. If you don't, you need WSL. You can look this up. We're not going through it right now. This is not being covered in this section, but we will cover it at a later date. But if you're one of those people and you're in this room and you have Windows or Mac, you absolutely need to know what WSL is and install it. But we're not doing it today. So if you want to go Google, go for it. Now, when you see the word bun, that means you can't run it locally. So no matter what you're going to do, it's not going to work unless you have WSL. So the next thing we're going to learn, the next word, right, is neon. Neon Tech is a database. It's a free database that you'll be able to use for your website, in addition to Supabase. Why do I tell you both? They're the same thing. That's stupid. It's not. Because let's say you download a template and it's using Neon, and it's using something in Neon that Supabase does not have. You want to know what Neon is so you can get an account. And you're going to see it quite often. Neon and Supabase are pretty much like the top 2 database engines out right now. So they're common. NGRock. Spelt exactly, it's not a word. It's N, G as in grandpa, R as in Ross, obviously, it's a good one. O as in Oscars, K as in, I don't even know. What's a good K?
It's not
Kangaroo.
Grok.
No. That is a way for you to use your own computer as a host. So let's say you want to use your GPU, like you play games sometimes, but you're like, well, I wish you can be like making money graphics card. You can make graphics card make money by building an application that utilizes graphics card using AI, and NGRock can pump it to the world. So your users can use it from your local machine. This is important for launching cool apps that require an actual machine like Pixio. Pixio runs on NGRock. Not all of it, like 20% of it. And that's important because our GPUs are in Pixio, real life GPUs. And we use NGRock to get it into Pixio so you guys could use our GPUs. How cool is that? So NGRock takes your local host and makes it public host without Vercel. This is important because if your application uses a lot of RAM, you can actually host that part of it locally. So Vercel doesn't charge you extra. Next thing we're going to learn. Upload thing. Upload thing. One word. What it does is it lets you upload files from your application. We use this in Pixio. When users upload images and videos, they upload in via the API. And so it's a great thing that you need to know because a lot of these companies use it. And if your app is going to upload data, you would use it too. Now, don't get siloed. Like, if you find an app that has like a different login system, like we can make it work with our login system. So if it says it uses Clerk, we're not using Clerk. So you would disregard Clerk. Clerk is a login system. We already have this with Supabase. So if you're looking at my stream, what I do is I search like this. Now look at this. Build and deploy full stack Next.js. Now check this out, guys. I click this video, and I don't want to sit here for 4 hours, right? Let's just say I go here, and here's the GitHub. So now here's the whole entire project, and it's a Canva clone, guys. It's like really powerful stuff. Like you can see, he normally does a demo like right in the beginning. I'll mute it so we don't hear it. But like, look, just look at stream. This is not Canva. Imaginify. Like, what even is this? It's a whole thing. It uses AI. It's a whole entire SaaS platform. Like, start to finish, built, done for you. Look at how cool it looks.
This is insane. You know, sometimes I have to sit back in my chair. You know, when you think about the dawn of the internet and how far things have come and how many things we just take for granted, and then you sit back and you think, how many years did you struggle over PowerPoint, you know, presentations? Or I had to give a TED talk once, and it was absolutely nerve-wracking. And then you look at something like this and you're like, well, dang. You know, it's just there are so many possibilities, and sometimes I know that other people feel this way too, that you just become overwhelmed. You're like, there are so many ideas, how do I focus on one? That's the first question. The second question is, oh my gosh, it's already been done, why should I bother? And I think to myself, you know, what an amazing time to be alive on the timeline of history, that you have the ability to be a true creator. And what I mean by that is that you have at your fingertips all the tools of creation, and all you need is the initiative, the inertia, you know, the push forward, the science piece of the puzzle. And once that happens, incredible things are possible. You know, we listen to Vin, you know, in his little contagious giggle. It's because he understands. He's an engineer. And I think a lot of us that are now, you know, I hit 50, right? And then you think to yourself, wow, I'm going to start a brand new career at this moment. You know, you've had this whole entire kind of way of existing, and now you actually can create and generate the most amazing things, and generate in revenue income on a different level. I had heard earlier in a space about someone saying it's not universal basic income. It's everybody's going to have these tools, and they're going to be able to generate whatever income they need at that particular time. And truly, I mean, you know, you look at Bjorn Free and you can hear it in his voice because it clicks for him. He knows exactly what he's going to do with it. He's already realized a huge, powerful win when you consider the fact that he's been in class for 2 sessions, and he has made, you know, he put it down below. I'm not going to say his dollar figures because I was brought up correctly in life, but you know, it's like one of those things. You don't necessarily talk about money, but you definitely elevate wins. And for him, that's life changing at that particular moment, because now he's thinking to himself, how am I going to capitalize on this? How am I going to build it? When Ross tells you you can build anything, you can, and you will. The only thing that's stopping you is yourself. And a lot of times people can be, you know, have that paralysis, you know, because the thing is what if you actually get everything that you've ever wanted, you know? And that's truly the question of the day, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, everything that I do is going to be going through the prism of this, the augmented integration. It's not necessarily artificial intelligence. It's an augmented integration into whatever it is that we want to build. And it's just incredible. And the fact that you're sitting here with so few people so few people. You have the first mover advantage. If you had My AI Tutor, you had Gemini Pro before anybody else. You've had it in your hands for what, 2 weeks. We've been playing with it every Saturday night in Josh's space. You've had first mover advantage. You could go home, you could work all night and create something and have something that's very, very profitable in a really, really quick amount of time. You know, it's absolutely humbling, and wow, you just get a lump in your throat because it is that amazing. It really, truly is.
And as everyone's talking, I'm just like streaming cool projects. Like what you just saw was a website builder, like similar to Wix. Like it's so crazy how you can build these. They're right on YouTube, just like hanging out, waiting for you. Like all these cool projects, like anything you could even think of. Look, email newsletter platform. Literally, it's like a whole platform. Look, image generation. Look at this. You could build this and charge people. Check this out. You know, one of our demos in AI Tutor and Pixio came from this. I started from this, and I built out something really cool, totally different from this. Like you wouldn't even recognize it. But check it out. You put in your Stripe, the user can do AI, generate music, generate images, generate video, generate code. They pay per generation. It's a framework to show you how you can do this. Guys, this is just on YouTube. Like, I swear I'm not even joking. If you don't believe me, I will literally take my search. So it's like my search, so it should be equal for you guys. I will post it in the nest. I won't because I have too much going on. But I will post it in the comments because there's just way too much going on here. But I think I can post it in. Yeah. Okay. Good. So you can execute this search and you can see. But basically, look like a headshot app. Like imagine you want to like make an app where people make their own headshots. This dude is gonna show you how it's done. Let's skip ahead so we can like see what it builds. Look, stable diffusion. Check this out. Look at his headshots. You could charge people for that.
Hey, is that Cash Money Cap at the bottom right?
Huh? No. But you can see, look, he's deploying it on Vercel, and it's like, okay, I don't care about you right now. Where's your code? Because all I care about is the code, because that's what I care about. Boom, look, I will link it right here in the everything I find. I will just link for you guys. Look at this. By the way, I updated and I posted the search, and I also posted the Gemini bot that I showed earlier, and I posted the headshot starter, which allows your users to actually create real headshots. I'll show you what it looks like in a second. Configuration done. Okay.
Where did you post this stuff
Okay.
at? That Gemini bot from earlier?
All in the comments of this space. This is a shop. So let's say you want to like sell stuff and you don't want to pay Shopify because that's super annoying. Check this out. It's free. Look, here's the quick demo. If you have questions, come up now. Talk to me. This space right now, this particular space will be the last time we talk about like repos and choosing. Like we're building next space. So this is your shot to like tell me what you want to build, and if you have trouble searching, I can help you search live. But this is a full shop. Like you can actually launch a business from this demo. And it's not just a demo, guys. It's a 5-hour video tutorial, 4 hours, and it comes with the repo. So here's the repo to the online store. I'm posting that too. You can literally just sell products, and it's free. You don't have to pay no one. There's no middleman. Just you and Stripe. These are just ideas. You have to spend time and find your own ideas. And Alistair and I will comment on them and look at them all. But I hope this was helpful, and I hope people aren't like, oh, I hope we coded right now. Like, I'm trying to be really understanding of the idea that potentially this is the first time you've ever did this. And I hope that us going slow is like a good thing and you're not wanting to like move faster. And if you are, please tell me. Feedback is key. This is a literal experiment. We've never done this on this scale on social media. We've done this with rooms full of 400 people, but not social media. So you guys have to help us. If this is like too fast, tell us. If it's too slow, tell us. But do we all have some type of repo, or we're still not? We don't have one. That's Next.js and TypeScript, because I gave you all examples that are TypeScript. So you can head over to YouTube, find a cool tutorial. Like, you need to find something. You need code. And it's all on YouTube. Like, look, you can build Dropbox right here. So this is Dropbox. It's like a literal clone. Remove background in seconds. I also urge you to head over to Vercel, which I'm sharing on stream. You can go to your account like this. You can hit project. You can hit template. And there's a lot of templates here. If you want AI, you can choose AI. These are all AI. Please take like a few moments. And before we start moving a little faster, anyone have any questions about the 3 places I told you to go to figure out where or what you're going to build? It's very important that you take this part super serious, because this is what you're building.
I
With a
cannot
show of
find that
hands.
bot.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead, Bjorn.
Oh, no, it's okay. I can't find that Gemini bot link in the comments at all.
I'll see if I can find it for you. I didn't see it either, but I think it could be up top too. You know, for those of you that are listening in, and I know that there are a couple, I've read the DMs behind the scenes. Just seeing today, you know, you might have done your homework and everything else, but for some reason now, you know, seeing these things live, things are clicking for you. And then all of a sudden it becomes, whoa, you know, it's okay to modify. It's okay to kind of look at all of the evidence and the data and the things that we've discovered together this evening. You know, when you're getting ready to kind of go to the next step and kind of flesh this thing out and build it out, you know, having these steps, these stepping stones, and these like little breadcrumbs that you're following, it's okay if you're changing it a little bit, you know. Sometimes when you are hit in the face with a better idea, you know, that is the universe saying and conspiring with you. You may not know it at that particular time, because you really might be stuck in thinking one thing or the other. A good friend of mine, Chris Anderson, you know, his dad wanted to build the windshield wiper, and he was so stuck in it that someone else had that idea and took it and run with it, because he was so hell-bent on making it perfect. You know, if something is striking your fancy and all of a sudden you're realizing, oh my gosh, I was thinking in a totally different direction, it's okay to adjust your sails. You know, we're in this iteration project, and I can tell you a lot of people looked at GitHub differently, you know, 5 minutes ago than they did last night. You know, and that's okay. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And when you're learning in an open environment like this, that is the cross pollination of ideas. That is the iron that sharpens iron. And sometimes it means that your steel was not standard. You know what I mean? That you had to up your game a little bit, or maybe flesh out the ideas that you were originally thinking. Or in some cases, like our friend Christelle, you know, she came to a Saturday night, and AI had basically progressed so much overnight, you know, that, you know, a new model had been unearthed and her entire idea was already solved. You know, those are the kinds of things that can happen. I see that Evaflow has his hand up. We'll go to you, and then I see that Rutro has come up too. So, Evaflow, how are you, love? What can we do for you today?
Hey, what's up? Thank you very much for everything. And I really appreciate the space and everything. Actually, I have there's a few quick questions for Russ. Now, I had remembered last week, I don't know if you mentioned something about a limitation to the amount of apps we could be able to build just based on, I'm not sure which one of the pieces of the stack that limited the number of apps that we could build, but I wanted to know if there is a limitation to the number of apps. That's my first question.
So on Vercel, when you build and launch applications to the world, there's literally zero limitation. It's absolutely insane, and it's the coolest thing ever. and I'm so happy to perpetuate their awesomeness to you guys. And like, I'm not a paid affiliate or anything. I just don't know how I would have done without what I did without Vercel. You can have unlimited projects. It's crazy.
Perfect, perfect. Now I have another question that's similar. Um, is it possible to build multiple apps within one app, but they're similar? So let's say you have like you could have somebody has an app, but in that app they could generate images, but they could also generate lyrics, but then they could
Yeah,
also
like
create a store.
yeah. So like, think about Pixio, an AI tutor, right? So I know you have AI
Yeah.
tutor. You log in and you have an app within an app. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, perfect. I have another last question. How does what we're doing now with software as a service based on like a subscription model, how can that be integrated into, because I think OpenAI, they just like they have like a GPT store. Not sure if I'm getting it right, but I think there's a newly launched store, AI store, where like it's basically like the app store all over again, but it's presenting a grand opportunity to develop AI apps that are useful and make them available to the public.
Yeah, like just like my demo, man. Like you saw, like I was chatting, but then I was booking a flight. I think things like
But I
that
think
are gonna
also
change.
just like something like AI Tutor,
Yeah,
instead of using ChatGPT, we use OpenAI API. So we make an
this is
API
true.
call to get whatever sort of AI response you want. And typically, the API models that are available to you are better than the models that they provide you in ChatGPT. And another thing to consider as in order for you to use any sort of plugin or a GPT, you might need a GPT Plus subscription. And in this case, you're charging a subscription directly from the user instead of having to rely on OpenAI to charge a subscription.
So basically, if I do what Ross was doing right now, which is basically doing a deep dive on YouTube for ideas, going on GitHub for ideas, and I see 3 different ideas that I like, that I want to test. I don't know which one's gonna work, but hey, you never know, right? I can go ahead and implement my multiple ideas and pitch them.
Yeah, it's really just going to be different pages and different files, but they could all be within the same project. And they could even all use
Yes.
OpenAI.
Yeah. Yep. And you could use all different things. It doesn't just have to be OpenAI. Like you could generate songs. You could take the lyrics and generate a song, and then generate the singing person. You could literally build Suno. Guys, can I just share with you like the coolest thing that I just tweet
Squirrel,
right now? I
squirrel,
mean, I didn't
squirrel.
tweet. No, listen, you guys got to see. I don't care, squirrel or not. And you got to see. So okay, so the reason she's saying that is because my brain is like a squirrel. It finds things and will derail your conversation if what I'm about to
We're
say
talking
is
music,
useful. And
that's why. Yep.
let me tell you, what I'm about to show you is useful. Are you ready, y'all? Check out the latest comment. You know that new thing that's like breaking the internet right now that like everyone's talking about music? Guess what? Guess where they made it? Look who posted it.
Wait, what video?
Look who actually posted that tweet.
Vercel?
Nope, not Vercel.
I just saw the Vercel thing.
Nice try though. Try again. Anyone know? Who knows?
Super bass.
How insane is that? That we're here
Insane.
learning about the thing that's literally breaking the internet as we speak tonight is made in Supabase.
Who also
Yeah.
tagged Ross because he thinks what we're doing here is so
Okay, that's
amazing.
true.
Yes.
They're definitely following this whole thing, guys. Supabase and their entire team and their community manager is all following what y'all are doing in this space. So much so that I forgot to share it, but Supabase is happy, and they told me in DMs like they're happy to like showcase your projects when you finish on like their website in their community area. So it's really important when people are watching that you actually built something kind of cool, because you have like Paul Copperstone who's actually watching you guys tonight. And that's crazy. And he's the CEO of Supabase.
And they're just giddy people. You know, when you understand the kind of culture that they cultivate there, they're giddy about building. They're giddy about builders. They're giddy about, trying to test the boundaries and push the envelope. And that's exactly what you're doing when you have these like digital maker spaces. You're using the tools in ways that they never anticipated. You're thinking outside of the realm of their use cases. And it's fascinating because when they watch you build, it spurs their creative teams also. It is that iron that sharpens iron. It's like we've used the analogy before, where you're running a race and you're chasing this guy, right? You're chasing him down and you're trying to better your score and you're better your time, and you finally catch him. And the first thing that you ask him is, well, who were you chasing? Because that's what happens, is that you're spurring innovation on by constantly having this wonderful game of, it's not one-upmanship necessarily. It's pushing the technology, and they think it's delightful. I mean, we're using social audio in a way that was never intended. And, all throughout the ages, humans will use whatever is on hand to do with the thing that they want, whatever it is, to build the thing, tell the story, whatever. And I couldn't be more proud of Nick Alisher and Ross, because there are a lot of really amazing people who are wickedly talented, who are looking at what we're doing here as a beta and saying, what if we can turn education upside down? What if ordinary everyday people can build extraordinary and beautiful things simply because they have access and a place at the table? That is incredible. It's powerful, powerful. Rutro, your hand is up. Are you lost? Do you need help? How can we help you?
Well, oh my God. So when I was doing the homework, I sort of did what you did. I went, oh my God, people have already sort of done this. So I was like, and then it's really hard to make a decision. And then now seeing all the stuff that's happening here and how you can get the YouTube thing, etc., it's like a kid in a candy store or at the Wonka chocolate factory, or like your little post, the bazaar with all the color pencils. It's like, what do I pick? And I now I'm starting to think about the thing that y'all approved. My idea might not be so great, so I guess I'm sort of asking, where should I just maybe grab something just so I can learn and move forward? What would be the big one? Would it be
What
the
speaks
Gemini?
to you? Because deep down secretly, there is always
Yeah.
something that you're a nerd about. Whatever it is that you're a nerd about, it could be something like fabric because you like to quilt. It could be paint. It could be anything. And any possibility is there. And what's so amazing is that you're sussing out the process, because once you figure out the process, figuring out from tip to toe how these things are, building blocks are made. Basically what Ross has given you guys, each and every one of us, is a big giant sand pit of Legos, and we have everything at our fingertips, and it can literally be anything. That's what we're playing with. We're playing with these little blocks. And some people have been before us to say, hey, by the way, if you put these blocks in this order, you're going to get this shape, and this is really, really a helpful shape, because if you get this helpful shape, then you can build a wheel, or you can do XYZ. That's what you have to think through, because otherwise you'll have too many choices, and then you get into that paralysis moment where you will not make a decision. Just pick something that you're passionate about, and it could be something really, really simple. It could be an invoice thing, like whatever. You could actually mimic somebody that's far smarter. That's kind of my shtick, is like, if I'm trying to understand something, I'll say, okay, Dave's building this out, or Bjorn's building this out, or Ross is
No,
building
don't
this out.
mimic me.
No,
My
I'm
head's
using you.
spinning with new possibilities now.
Well, that's the problem with these things. But you find someone that you respect, you understand, you click with, and that has, something that is useful, and usually it's a problem that you yourself has. You know, I mean, why build something for somebody else or a problem that you want to solve the world? Solve the one thing. And it could be something really simple like cataloging, your markers or whatever it is. It could be a problem that is just unique to you, but you'll be passionate about it because it's solving a pain point for yourself. That's my advice, but I'm sure that Dave
Yeah,
has better.
yeah, that is very actually very helpful. And I keep getting kicked off, so I didn't really see the step. If you could just sort of maybe verbally sort of tell me about how you go from the YouTube thing to the actual GitHub. Is there a link within? I didn't see
Yeah,
that part.
so basically what happens is like if you're in a YouTube, like for example, we'll choose the first one that I had over here, and you're in the YouTube, you just kind of look in the more and it tells you GitHub. Does that make sense? And by the way, I've been like posting like a madman all these awesome, insane starter projects that you could actually use now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I missed that step. I was like, well, how do I get that? I mean, because this is going to be homework in and of itself to sort of look through all these things and sort of watch the video and yeah. So
And yeah, no, we're gonna go over some stuff in a minute, and they're gonna see how to use the GitHub repo. But Cash Money Kev calling you out, dude. Sorry, Dave. We'll get to you in like a second, and Everflow will get to you in 1 second. Cash Money Kev, I'm altering your project, whatever it is. You know what you're building? You're building Draw a UI. I tagged you. That's your new project.
Sometimes the problems in the projects just summon you. Rutro, what I was going to say to tag on to what Ross said, when you're looking at AI pictures and it has the ALT, and you push that button and then it shows you what
yeah,
the prompt was. Okay. So for YouTube videos, more is very much like that because a lot of these folks make oodles of money making sure that all of those links link to something affiliate wise or whatever. But when it comes to GitHub, it's not that they're making dinero on those. It's the open source community making sure to give credit where credit's due because social currency is far more valuable than anything else. Because if you screw someone over, you're not going to have the help that you're going to need later on. So that's how you find it. And if that makes sense. Dave and Everflow, I think Everflow first and then Dave.
I think it was Dave first.
Okay. You are so sweet, Everflow. I love you to the moon and back too. You are such a wonderful, wonderful human. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, on the YouTube stuff, you'll probably find bigger creators and with bigger followings are going to share GitHub stuff, and you'll probably find some smaller creators are probably trying to actually monetize the code. You'll see in some of the descriptions it will be buy this source code as well. So obviously we don't want to follow those projects if it's behind a paywall and you don't actually know, you can't really assess it. Nobody can give you advice on it. But also I think what's good about today is everybody got to stretch their legs on building something more basic and simplistic, but now you're seeing the possibilities that are out there. So it's actually perfectly fine to pivot. Even for me who builds a lot of stuff, I'm looking at this going, okay, well, it's not necessarily what is the very easiest for me to build. Now it has my brain thinking not necessarily about the building part, but actually what is the demand and what is suitable right now.
So smart.
that's helpful. Thank you.
My question was just about Stripe and how does it affect? Is it okay as well, just like Vercel, where you can do unlimited stuff? Is it the same with Stripe if you have multiple apps accessing the same Stripe account?
Yeah, so because it's API driven, it can be like all different apps using one key. Seeing on stream right now is an events app where you can purchase tickets to an event for your brand or organization. And after you purchase a ticket, they get a confirmation, all done in Next.js using Vercel, upload thing, Stripe, the whole 9 yards, and Clerk. And you can see it like not only will teach you, but go through the entire 5 hours. So you can be like, you know what? Next like tomorrow I'm gonna spend 5 hours and watch this video that Ross posted, and we're gonna build this thing. And 5 hours and 41 minutes later, you have a new app that lets you book events and people can pay you. I'm literally just scrolling in the most very random search. I've already posted things that are like, um, uh, it's called Novel, and what it is like Notion, but with AI, and you could launch that for your own brand. You can check the comments. What you're seeing now is threads. Think Facebook, but like your own community with your own people. Look at this. This is completely open. God. Okay. So this app we actually use in real life, me and Alisher, to build a project, a real project. And I can't reveal anything beyond that, but a real project.
Yeah,
What you're seeing is the demo.
we use this app as a great proof of concept in order to kind of like an MVP, in order to kind of sell the project and the idea. And also, I wanted to add is if you're not finding a project, look for an API service or a service that provides you with an API key, and using AI, you can build on top of that. I think in the next few weeks, we're probably going to do like a one-off stream where we take a service that provides you with an API and we'll show you how to use AI to build it out into a page where you can, let's say, generate an image or have some sort of a chatbot UI type project. Because it's very easy to build something out using AI, especially if they have the documentation for it kind of publicly available to you, because then you can take the documentation, you can paste it into AI Tutor or whatever AI platform you're using, and you'll be able to kind of direct the AI towards how you want to build out this page.
I have a quick question. So, how does this Twitch, like you're sharing your screen, how does that work? So if I go back to this agenda page, will I be able to see everything that y'all have done? And how does it pair up with the X Space?
So yeah, it's not. It's on the website, and I'm also posting every link that I'm hitting right now
Okay.
in the comments.
Was she
But
asking to see if there was like a replay? Was that the purpose of the question?
oh, are you asking about a replay?
Yeah, yeah. So I'm definitely going to go back and watch all this because I kept getting kicked off or whatever. But I wanted to go through like the screen share, etc. And then how do I map that up to what you're saying? I guess it doesn't really matter, but that's what I was
No,
curious.
no. So we're gonna produce a video that's gonna have the audio matched up with the video for you guys.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
So I'm showing you a creator that I use a lot to learn how to build really cool things. I'm gonna show you one that he did that's really cool. And again, I'm linking everything. All the creators are being linked. But I want you to see what he built. Look at this. It's open source, guys. Like this entire
Soul
project is
cycling
open
for
source.
coding. He got the music going. He got the attitude. This is a creator whose tutorials we have followed in order to get a greater understanding. And most of the time, he built out an app from nothing into a full-on SaaS platform that's usable and completely working. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, you could even see the implications here. You're chatting with people in different languages. So one person speaks a different language, you speak a different language, yet you only see your language and they only see their language. And the whole thing is backed by a paywall with Stripe in Next.js. And it's open source. And it's crazy. So I want you guys to really, this is your last opportunity to sort of pick a starting project. So for me, what I'm going to pick is, where is it? So, Cash Money Kev, do you see my screen, dude? This is your project, by the way. So, I want to go over a few things before we like do literally anything, because all this is nonsense unless we understand. So, let me find one of these things that can help me. Got so many tabs, guys, for you all. It's crazy. Okay, so we're going to go to Gemini. So you can find Gemini in the Vercel templates or from my demo. And I want to dissect a little bit in the GitHub repo. So first thing you're going to need is you're going to need a website to actually launch this. Now, if you want to disregard your idea and just do this, you can. Consider it an exercise. And if this is the template you chose, then, well, now you're going to actually see how to build it. So this is the screen you actually want to be at if you're using Gemini. Now, how do we know this, right? That's always the thing. And the way we know this is in the GitHub, right? You see ENV? Does everyone see it on the stream? If you guys, again, this is, I'm going to like break my rules again. If you're not on the stream, you're literally not going to understand what we're about to do. So if you're not on the stream right now, get on the stream. This is the part that takes a GitHub repo to reality. This is the most important part. So watch on the stream and you're going to see. I'm going to click something called ENV. Before I do that, I'm going to read. It says, Next.js chatbot. Great. Okay. Here's all the stuff we need. So if there's something here that we don't have, like a sign up or a platform, we need to do that. Now it says we need Gemini. So in order to use Gemini, we need to go here. And to get here, you're going to go to Twitter. And I know it's called X. I just don't care. Because we got bigger things to worry about. I'm just going to post it here. And you can find it in the latest comment in X. Hopefully Cash Money Kev will put it in like the Jumbotron and be like awesome.
Can we also snag them to put them in the notes and attach it to the Innovators Think Tank notes on the screen for lesson 3, just to make sure that they're captured?
Maybe later, not right now in real time, because there's a lot of repos. So if you want to put all the repos in, maybe later we can add them all in that were posted in comments, if that's what you're asking.
No, I was just making sure these links, because there are some people that may not have my AI
But
tutor.
Sarah, you do realize I put like 30 links out
I
already.
do. I've been tagging them all like a dutiful.
Oh, and by the way, if you do not have AI Tutor, you're gonna need it to paste in all the code.
Exactly.
Because ChatGPT will not work. So if you don't have AI Tutor and you want to have AI Tutor and you want to be onboarded before next Wednesday, we can make that happen. But you need to, Cash Money Kev, can you do me a favor? Can you post your link that you post every ITT? That same thing that you put in the Jumbotron, so people can remember to use the ITT code. But yeah, so what's really important about today, guys, is Gemini released their API, which means you can essentially go ham for 3 months. 2 months. Sorry, I lied. So for 2 months, you can go ham and you don't have to worry about paying no one. But after that, you will be responsible to pay your API bills. But what that means for now is that you can go build and create and not pay a dime. So you just hit get API key and it's that easy. So if you guys want to build with me today in this quick demo, please go get a key now. I posted it in the comments, which I don't see because Twitter sucks. But hopefully you guys do.
And also, I will add this project to the agenda. This is the Gemini chatbot, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I will add this to the agenda for today so you guys can easily find this link.
Are we going to get restricted on locations on Gemini, Ross?
Yeah, use a VPN.
Also, something interesting I found out
Yeah.
too, Ross, just by looking this up. Well, this was random, but I didn't know this. But if you have a Google account, Google offers a free VPN as well. If somebody doesn't have a VPN.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
If you have Google
One, it
yeah.
offers a free. I saw that. I mean, I use Layer VPN, but if anybody doesn't have a VPN, doesn't really want to pay for one, if they already have Google One, you could utilize that.
That's true. So you all here? You see where I am? You got a key?
Yes, I got my key.
Okay. So what the key's gonna let you do is build out an application that's like for just like your own self. So for your brand or for your own self, you could build, and the limit here, guys, is groundbreaking. It is 1 million tokens. But again, they will charge you eventually. So right now, you're okay. So for this app that we built tonight, if you were to release it to all of your friends and be like, yo, look what I made, you're fine. You could spend hundreds of dollars an hour and no one's coming after you. But they will tell you when it's going to happen. But for now, you can build it. So we got our key. Now we're going to go back here and we're going to look. We're going to like learn a little bit. So, okay. I see like a bunch of stuff that I don't know. Like I actually don't know what's going on. But new vocabulary word. ENV. Who knows what that is? You get 5 fake points if you know what it is.
Environment.
Yes. What goes there?
Your framework.
Anyone know? No. But good guess. Any other
Super
ideas?
base.
Close. More direct. I need a real answer, not a general.
Is it the scaffolding, just in general, or no?
Not really. So, any other guesses? And by the way, guessing helps the learning process, guys. Interact. It's fun.
Your key?
Yes, Rosemary. Can you explain and elaborate for everyone? What do you mean by that?
That's where you put your API key.
Do you know why we do that? And why we put it there?
It's the place where everything starts the communication, right?
That's correct, but do you know why it's better there than directly in your code?
For protection?
Correct. So Rosemary is, nail on the head, 100% right. Does everyone understand this? If you don't understand this, like, speak up now. Because doing this wrong can, like, get you in trouble with whatever company you're interacting with. So you gotta be really careful. Does everyone understand? Now, if you look at my screen, there's a few things there. Can anyone tell me what's what? Anyone know? Anything? Just guess. You can guess. Who knows what's what? Anyone?
I
When you
see
say what's
Vercel.
what,
So I see line 2, line 5, line 8, 9, 10, 11. What are they?
Code.
But what do they
Oh,
want?
they want keys and values. Those
Keys.
are dynamic values. Yeah.
Oh, like keys we put in before
Right.
too. Got it. For the site.
So for the first one, for line 2, what goes there? Who knows?
your generative API
Yeah.
key?
What is that? Do we know what that is?
Your Google key. The
Yeah, that's your main key that we get from what we just created.
Right. Now, what's auth secret? Who knows?
oh.
This is for 10 Ross
Oh, is
points.
it your?
10 Ross points. It's a little harder. What do you think it is, Cordell? Just be wrong.
I know. I'm just saying.
Like graceful.
I was
Who
thinking it's
cares?
just your secret. Well, your like your stripe. Well, I don't know. What's either your stripe key or no.
Is it like your
I
direct
like
key
that.
to you?
Well,
That's where it's generated in super base.
Okay, so you're all wrong, but you're all
generate
close.
secret Vercel. So Vercel's the base. Vercel is where my GitHub stuff is at. So it needs my secret key.
Anyone have AI Tutor open right now? Because you're gonna need it. You're gonna need either AI Tutor or something comparable to get through the next part of this class and the regular class coming next week. So I want you to open AI Tutor or your favorite AI, and I want you to ask a simple question. What is a random secret open SSL? Who knows the answer? You guys have AI, no excuses. Let's go. I'll tell you what I tell my students. Start chatting.
Ross, can you not hover your mouse over the title?
Smoke Love, we can't hear you.
I moved it. He wants me to move the mouse. I got you.
And AI Tutor, it says it's still generating, but the secret for SSL, it says in the context of SSL/TLS, which are protocols used to secure communications over computer networks, a random secret.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Now, Rosemary, follow-up question. Can you say I need to create a base 64 random secret and just tell me what it says? We all need to learn, guys. And I don't know what the proper definition is, so that's why I'm having Rosemary use AI Tutor, because it will
And you
know.
said I need to create a base. What was the rest of it?
Base 64
Uh-huh.
random open SSL secret.
Okay.
I got a part of it. So it's saying, all right, creating a base 64 random secret is like making a secret magic spell out of a mix of letters and numbers that only certain people can understand.
It
Since you're,
feels like
yeah,
a seed phrase for a crypto wallet.
Kind
yeah.
of.
Since you're secure, I'll show you how to do. I'm using.
So
It's
Not your
saying it's like
keys,
a
not your crypto.
it's it's saying that imagine it's saying that your secret it's like a secret clubhouse that you want to keep safe so that a secret code only. I don't know. I don't get it. I guess like just like a code
well,
for I'm confused.
well, if your Clubhouse is your app and it's telling you to secret code, what is it saying?
Oh, it's like the code to my clubhouse. Oh, like you put in the code going to Oh,
Bingo.
I get it. I'm sorry. That's so simple. I was thinking it was so much
Guys,
more
this
harder than
is
this. It's so
so
simple.
simple. And that's why I'm telling you, use AI Tutor. It breaks things down really simple for you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh my gosh, Cordell.
In this process, AI Tutor is going to be very helpful, I promise you.
Yeah, it actually is. It's good, especially if when you tell it to break it down, like you're a 5-year-old.
I love that it talks about magic spells. That's part of the training that I gave it. Because I told it that what we practice is open sorcery, the wizardry of the web.
I
So
love
it
that.
kind of draws from that. Yeah, which is
I'm
pretty
here for
cool.
that.
So, okay. Now we have a new problem. What in the good Lord is KV? Like, sweet God, what is that? So we're going to go to the README and like figure this out together. What is going on up in here? Okay. So, guess what? They don't tell you about it. How does that make us feel? They don't really go over it too much. I see one thing. This. What's that? Chat history. Rate limiting. Okay, what is going on? Who can tell me what that means? Anybody? Guys, don't make me talk to myself. Let's go.
So
What does
when you're
chat?
chatting with AI right now, it kind of saves your chat history forever, kind of like you did with AI Tutor, and I'm assuming that's token oriented. And then the session storage. So I guess that's meaning you're going to have some storage capability somewhere to house the chats.
Okay, that was really good. You get like 20 points. Does everyone understand what he just said? That is 100% correct. Now, who handles this? So we don't even have to click it. Who handles this, guys?
Vercel.
Also, can we bring Artie up, please? Is that possible? Or is it like full and that's why?
You can take me off as a speaker and bring Artie up.
Yeah, you guys can remove Alistair. Don't worry, he's still here helping in the background. Artie, how are you, sir?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to interrupt where we are, but I still have questions on the GitHub repository that I'll use ultimately.
No, give everyone like a 2-minute breather. Ask me your question.
Yeah. So, okay, I want to create a wellness app where people can have private conversations with an LLM, but I don't want it to go through, OpenAI or Google or anything like that. I want privacy for the people so that they can feel, so they can have vulnerable conversations with the LLM, so that they can have, like mental health kind of conversations without worrying about Google ultimately knowing. I mean, they probably will still know in some way, but without Google or any of these large corporations knowing exactly what's going on. And I'm just struggling to find what repository I would use for that.
Okay, so all of them, Artie. So basically, you get to make a decision. So as the builder of TSI and AI Tutor and Pixio, Alistair, myself, and Nick, we ultimately had a choice to make. Do we create an environment where everything is sent to OpenAI, Anthropic, all these companies? Or do we limit the back and forth? We chose to limit the back and forth. You can do the same thing. Just because it goes through OpenAI doesn't mean it has to actually live on their servers. It could happen on your servers. That's the beauty of what they built. So you could actually use any language model, right? And you don't have to report the data back immediately. You could just not report it. It's part of being a builder. You can make the choice. They tell you that if you use moderation, it's cheaper. So your calls are cheaper with every LLM when moderation is enabled. Your calls are more expensive when moderation is not enabled. But that also means it's private.
And I would say another thing to consider, especially with an app that deals with mental health, is that models like ChatGPT might not allow you to have certain conversations. So in that case, you want to go to some open source models, maybe something like Mistral, Mixtral, or Llama. And you can find those models on Replicate, or you can even run the model yourself on a computer.
And even if you don't have that kind of money to actually run it on Replicate, which is going to cost you hundreds of dollars a month, there's services that will put these models up for you and you could use them. And services like Local LLM can turn your graphics card into an LLM machine for your customers. So like if you have a GPU, you can use it. And if you don't, you can just use any of like if you use Mistral's API, they specifically have an option to send and train, and you could choose to do it or not. So I would just say any of these tools or any of these repos work because you can always change what model you're talking to. And just like you see on screen, what we're about to do is go over like how this is all happening. But like Vercel, for example, offers the Vercel AI SDK. And if you go look at it, it's like it supports Hugging Face, LangChain, and all open source models. I'm showing you on screen. So we're using something that can do all of that. So I would say build something that you know you can build, and then like you can change it later. Like who it talks to. If you look at the description in the model, it says OpenAI, Anthropic, Cohere, Hugging Face, or LangChain. LangChain, Hugging Face, Cohere are open source.
Can you show what repository this is again?
So the repository I'm at right now, I will share again. I just commented it on this space. You should see it. I'll actually just do it again and tag you. That's fine.
And to add on top of that, you could also use OpenRouter, which has just numerous models, whether open source or not.
Yeah, and we partnered with OpenRouter. So a lot of you people that have AI Tutor have seen the word OpenRouter, and you understand that OpenRouter means a ton of models when you add OpenRouter in AI Tutor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, because the way I kind of envision it is somewhat like your plus in AI Tutor. It'll be a little bit different ultimately, but it's kind of that layout. If I could have people choose between the models like that, to some degree, that would be pretty cool too.
Yeah, you could do all of that, actually, like all those things. So
Hey Ross,
this do it.
did you link the API link?
Sarah, you're like late 5 minutes ago.
I
You
know,
already
I
have
know,
the.
I,
Yeah,
I
I
know.
sent it to you.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure and catch up on all of the DMs because they're behind the scenes. I'm like, wait, did you do that already? Okay, thank you.
You can also Google the Gemini API key and it'll take you right to it.
Yep.
There you go.
Affirmative. If you only knew how many balls are being toggled at this particular moment.
Hey, look, I'm down to help too in the background or catch people up or whatever. I'm down to help.
I
Anyway,
am so
hit me
proud
up,
of you,
anybody.
Bjorn. You have no idea how proud I am of you. All right, continue, Ross.
So let's say we are now here and we're like, okay, we need to do this thing. So what is this? Let's find out. Okay. Larry, I know you're excited. Larry's excited to see you guys. So serverless storage designed for the web. Okay. Yeah, who knows what this is? You already know the drill. You know I'm not moving unless you talk. Because this is interactive and you don't learn unless you talk and you physically experience it. So let's experience it, guys.
So
What does this mean to
I'm
you?
assuming the database or Supabase held kind of larger amounts of data than what we would be looking at for here. Like storing chats is really short lines of text. So it feels like this would be, like it says, serverless storage for that type of storage. You wouldn't want to upload 10,000 PDFs to this service, probably.
Okay, that's half the answer. Anyone want to add to his answer? He's not wrong, but he's not 100% right.
Isn't KV a programming language, kind of like Rust and everything else like that?
So it's not a programming language in itself. It's something different. Anyone else have any ideas? I'm giving you some keywords right here on stream.
What is Redis? I ain't never seen that before.
Ooh, good question. Who can tell me what Redis is? Get to typing, guys. What is it? If it's a foreign word, we must figure out what the foreign word is, or we can't move forward.
This feels like a Rosetta Stone where it's going to read and write. This is very cool. I have to find out.
So did anyone use AI Tutor and say, can you please explain to me what Redis is like I'm 2 years old? Has anyone done this yet?
I'm looking at what Vercel KV is, but
Just ask what Redis is. Start there. What's Redis? I could tell you.
Redis and
That's not
Redis and Vercel are two separate technologies, but they can be used together to build highly performative and scalable web applications.
This is true. This is true.
Redis is an in-memory data store that provides highly efficient way to store and retrieve data.
And bingo.
remote
Now can you say
dictionary
that again
server.
in English? Can we say this in English though? Not just like the fancy words. Who can break it down? What is it?
It says a remote dictionary server. So a place to store lots of information about your server?
Not about your server. What is the information?
Redis also provides other features such as messaging, queues, set operations, and analytics.
Which one of those are we using?
Wait a second. This is serverless.
Messaging.
Messaging, and yes, this is serverless. Now, Vercel KV is just a rebranded Redis. Let that sink in. Redis is open source, my friends. It's a GitHub repo that turned into $1 billion organization. I forgot to add that part. So we need something called Vercel KV. Okay, well, we don't know what that is. So let's try to deploy it. So here we are, Vercel Labs Gemini chatbot, part of the templates. So you can go to templates, AI, and oh my God, customer reviews. This is so cool. Okay, next week. We'll do this next week. But guys, look, this is a repo, Morphic. I shared it today. I shared Gemini today. This I did not share today, but super cool. It takes all the reviews of your product and summarizes them for your new users to understand what kind of products you sell. Summarize with all your reviews. Okay, so we're gonna go here. So there's like a deploy button. So when you click this, there's like a few things that are gonna happen. First, it's going to tell you you're going to create a new GitHub and you're going to make it private. You don't have to make it private, but since it's going to have your data, I would, unless you want to open source it. So once you do this, you're going to hit create. After you hit create, you're going to have to do a few things. So who's on my screen right now? Because guess what? You don't actually need to code here. Vercel owns KV, and they're just going to put it in for you for free. So who's on this screen? And I am on my hobby account, which means it's the free account. I am not on the Tech and Schools Initiative account, which means you see what I see. Do you all see what I see? Who sees what I see? Who's on my screen? I don't see emojis, Sarah. So are people sleeping? Wake up.
Some are. Some the UK folks have had to call it quits because it's 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time and it's like 4 in the morning there. So
Okay.
you're losing
well,
folks.
they're not here.
Yes, sir.
The people that are here, wake up.
I'm a little lost in exactly where you are.
Okay, I can like literally easily go back. So I'm right now on Vercel. I'm on the main website. I'm clicking this cool little gradient and I'm going to dashboard.
Hey, I can help there too. If people still got the GitHub up from the project, you can deploy straight from the GitHub project at the bottom and clone your repository right on. It takes you straight to that screen he was on.
That's true. And if you're on Vercel, you can just literally go to Browse Templates and choose the template that is this. And to see it, you got to hit AI, and then you choose Gemini.
I'm still kind of lost. So I'm on Vercel, right? And then I just go to search repositories and projects, or where do I go?
So you're going to go to, from here, you're going to hit, like from your dashboard, you just hit Browse Templates right here.
That's
You also you can hit add project and then browse templates.
Yep.
Say that again.
So you want to hit add project. If you're on Vercel homepage, it's gonna be in the top right. It's gonna be a black button that probably has like a plus that says add project. Yeah.
I'm on a complete different page. I have to figure it out. It's just
So
I see
you
Sherry's 2024 projects and I'm trying to go to the homepage, but it just jumps to this and I'm not
You
really
can just
sure
go
where.
to vercel.com.
Okay.
Vercel.com, and then the top right you have add new, and you're going to select project.
Yeah, it just keeps jumping back to my yeah, I see. It's just not doing it. I don't know what's wrong. If I have to erase my cache or something.
Hey Sharon, do you
Take a
have the
screenshot.
GitHub? Do you still have the GitHub up from this
I do.
chatbot?
Yeah, I
You
do.
do. Scroll down, you'll see where it's got the white screen that you could click on and see what it is. Scroll down a little bit further, and you'll see a little black box with a triangle in it that says deploy.
On the Gemini chatbot, that's what you mean, right?
And on the GitHub page for the Gemini chatbot, scroll down. You remember where Ross was clicking in the env file?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, scroll down into the information and you'll see a black box there with the Vercel logo in it that says deploy.
Okay, I'll do that.
If you click on that, it takes you straight to where you want to go. Make sure it's private and just click and then click continue.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, now I'm there where where Ross is. Show me again where you were, Ross.
Create? Is that the word?
Yeah, right there.
So when
Create.
you're
Yes.
Yeah, thanks so much.
you hit
Thank
create.
you. Thank you.
And then when you do, you want to add the KV database. So you hit add. And then once you do that, you'll get to here. Here, you want to put your key, right? And you want to put a random number here. And then we're going to go over that random number next time we meet. But this is how you build. We haven't even downloaded anything. Our computer was never actually used. We've deployed from GitHub to Vercel and never opened it on the computer.
So
Because that's the power that we have right now.
we're clicking on create, right? Because I'm jumping through between different screens. I'm not that fast. But I clicked on
So you
create.
want to hit
Yeah,
create.
okay.
And then you want to hit add to the database.
Perfect. Okay.
And then you want to put in your key.
Let me go on advanced options. Or do I do that by database name? No, that stays, right?
Yeah, you can just hit next on
that's
database
right,
and
that's
get
right.
to here. You want to get to keys. Once you put your two keys in, which is your API key and a random numbers, you hit deploy. And then you build your first project from GitHub.
So I'm creating a KV database, right? And then, okay.
Yep. And then you hit
And then I
next.
hit connect, right? Okay.
Yep. It's going to do all the work for
Okay,
you.
there we
Awesome.
go. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good, Sharon. We got you. So guys, I'm not going to deploy it because I already have one. You guys deploy it and share your link. You just built an app, a full stack app that can go inside your Stripe. And you can charge people for this inside your other app that we made, which we're going to connect next week.
Hey, Ross.
So we're not actually going to do any coding today.
Hey, Ross.
Unfortunately.
On
Yes.
my configure projects, underneath it, where it says name or where you're supposed to put your keys and stuff for at.
Got you.
My API,
Guys,
my API key is gonna be the key. Is gonna be the key from my
from
Google.
Google.
Okay.
Google, yeah. And then random numbers in the other place.
So, but my Google, hold on.
Do we need to
And then
remember?
we're going to learn about everything.
Do we need to
Huh?
that secret auth secret? Do we need to remember what we put there?
No, good
Okay.
God. Just put random numbers, like 32 random
You
numbers.
you will always be able to go back in settings in your project in Vercel and see it again.
Yeah.
So the other number is just a random number?
Wait.
But 32 of them, Sharon.
I don't get it.
So just type 32 numbers. Just type 113376645532111 until 32.
You could also just go and ask the AI, give me a string of 32 random numbers, 32.
Oh, that's good. Alice, you're swooping in. Ask the AI to give you 32 random string characters.
Okay, cool.
Where am I getting the Google generative AI key from?
So we already posted where you can get your API. You got to go there and just get a key.
Is it
It
on?
is.
Oh,
Sarah will DM it
It
to
is
you.
aistudio.google.com.
Okay, there we go.
aistudio.google.com.
That's it.
Cordell, he tagged me and Kathleen in it too, so you can check also under that. Rosemary has her hand up, love, and then Bjorn also has a question, a quick one. Go ahead, Rosemary.
Okay, I got a little lost. I'm on the page where it says configure project Gemini dash chatbot. Um, that's what I see, and the big white deploy button. What's my next step? Because that's where I got confused.
There's three things. You gotta name it, connect the KV, put your keys, and hit deploy. So you should hit connect on where it says KV, and then it's gonna ask you for keys, and then you hit the deploy button. If it does not let you hit it, you got to do the step before.
I'm trying to look at where it says connect because I don't see that.
If you look on stream, the KV is right here. You have to hit create first, then you'll be able to connect. Did anyone build it, by the way?
Yeah, mine's live. I had a question about that.
Can you link it? Can I see it, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So
What
it's
was your
obvious.
question?
So
There you go.
it's travel plan focused. If we wanted to change that, how would we go about it?
We're gonna learn that next week, but it's in the code.
Understood. I'll get to the bottom of that.
And
Promise you
you can
that.
Yeah, you can
also
go hunting and gathering and bring this into GitHub desktop, bring it to your computer and run it locally and start changing it to not be focused on an airplane.
Bro, I'm
and now
all
that
What
over
I
it.
everybody also has signed up for Gemini, you can actually go to aistudio.google.com, upload the whole project. So download it from GitHub, upload it to Gemini, and ask Gemini questions about your project.
This is true too.
Yeah, so mine's linked right now in the chat or in the bubble or in the purple
I'm gonna go
messages.
check it out. I gotta find it. Where is it? I hate this stupid
I
Twitter.
just posted mine too.
I'm so proud of you guys. You guys are doing so awesome. And the other thing too is that when it is posted in the purple bubble, it gets attached to the space. So folks that are listening in will be able to kind of follow breadcrumbs, and it really is a kindness. So if you do post those things, and also, we have a lot of folks that are watching, right? Whether it's from Vercel or Supabase or any of these other sites. And so, sometimes they can follow what normal everyday folks who do not have the training or anything else are doing. And it helps hone their skills too in terms of teaching. It's not just Ross and Nick and Alisher and learning how to communicate and teach other people. It's also these big companies, because a lot of times folks forget that when you're immersed in a specific kind of language or whatever, fill in the blank, we sometimes forget that outsiders have no idea what we're talking about, right? And so sometimes you have a rude awakening when you go in a group of people and they look at you with deer in the headlight look. Rosemary, go ahead, honey. I see that your hand's up.
Yeah, I was gonna give up, but I'm just gonna be honest. I don't see what y'all see. I'm still stuck.
So
Take
listen,
a
just
screenshot.
don't even worry about it. Rosemary, just come tomorrow and we got you in the morning, 10 a.m.
Okay.
We'll fix you. Can you come 10 a.m. to the after party?
Is that Eastern or Central?
Eastern.
Okay, yeah, I'll be there.
So 10 to 11, we'll do one-on-one and help you. Me and Alisher. We got you.
Okay.
No worries.
And yeah,
I
what we're going to go over is we're going to spend 10-15 minutes on the customer portal, maybe even less if most people get it, and then we're going to essentially relaunch this again.
Yeah, so anyone who had issues, we're doing this again in the morning at 10 a.m., but like fast, not like super slow. We're gonna like do it again from start to finish, launch this thing, and get it on Vercel to show you how you go from GitHub to Vercel. But one more time tomorrow.
Ross, you've got a couple hands, honey. We've got Artie First, go ahead, ask your question, and then we'll go to Mr. E and then Sharon.
Yeah, when I hit deploy, it said there was an issue. We're working on it. And then I go to my projects, and the project says no production deployment. Should it say that?
No, I would say just redo
Okay.
it. It could have been a random Vercel glitch.
Okay.
Mr. E, go ahead, love.
I think this is super quick. On Vercel, I don't know how on the forked repository for Gemini that I forked my GitHub, how to make that accessible to Vercel. It doesn't show up. I don't see
You
where I.
don't need to do that. You just got to go to add project, choose the template, choose templates, and then choose this template. And the reason is because when you fork it, that means that person gets to watch what you do.
Yep.
So like Vercel or whoever forks it, like publicly can see you build. By doing it this way, you create a private repository and nobody could see what you build.
Okay, so
So you want to do it.
delete the fork and do it.
You don't have to delete it. You can just leave it there.
Okay.
And you can just go into Vercel.
Yeah.
Go to add project, choose templates, choose AI, look for the one that looks like it has American Airlines on it, and then deploy it. That's it.
Okay, so go to browse all templates. I'll do it that way.
Say it again.
Mr. E, finish your sentence. It's always hard when people are talking at the same time. Go ahead and finish your sentence, and then the boys will jump in.
Yep. So go to the select the template, and then if I search for Gemini, I've got it right here. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so to answer, the fork is more for projects that you will not find as a template.
And then
And
just
that
click
makes sense,
deploy.
actually. That actually makes sense. Yeah. Sharon, you have your hand up. How are you doing? How are you faring? Go ahead.
I'm doing well, and I deployed. Now, I just want to understand the process, because when I'm thinking and working, I have trouble to understand what I'm actually doing. I just follow like a machine. So this project that I just deployed is separate from that subscription-based project, right? So I got two projects. Is that right or wrong?
Correct.
That's
Yep. And what you're going to do is merge them. So
exactly.
they have
That's
to
what.
pay for your
Okay, I
thing
understand.
to actually use it.
Perfect. 'Cause that's what that would have been my next question. Do we merge that now? And is that the building? Is that how we do that? Is that the Redis thing? Is that how we do that? So we have building blocks within Vercel that we then can merge to our main project, so to say, or our foundation.
Yeah, so what you'll have to do in the next class is we're going to have to take the code from this app and bring it into the other app so that it could be one app doing two different things. One side takes payments, the other side grants user access to play with your AI.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much.
It's always so fun when it works. Cordell, go ahead, love. Cordell, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. I was sending the version. What happened? I got the same thing I think that Artie got, which it gave me this like error, Vercel error. But so I went back and it still says Gemini AI chatbot, but it says no product deployment. So I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I think that maybe Russ said wait till tomorrow. But
Yeah, so you might have had an issue or you're using the fork and not the template. Just are you available to come tomorrow? It's really important that if you're able to come, we can fix it
yeah,
for
I
you.
could see it. I can try tomorrow morning and see if I can move some stuff around.
10 o'clock, come first thing, and we got you. And you could fix your
So
problem and leave.
nine my time. Is that
9 your time. With 10 a.m. Eastern Standard, we go live with a
okay,
recap.
let's see if I can.
And doing this one more time.
Okay, I think I might be able to swing that. Maybe. Okay, thank you.
I mean, if you really can't swing it, Cordell, you already know. Just DM me, dude. I got you.
Ross, even though I might have finished this and done this correctly, can I just come too, just to watch or just be part of it, just to go through it again?
Yeah.
That would be great.
You should come hang out in the morning, get your coffee, and do it again. And you can learn more.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, guys, this is going to be available publicly. Anybody can come. This is going to be on X Spaces, and we're also going to have a live stream.
Artie, go ahead.
Yeah, so I deleted my project, the old one, and then I'm trying to create this new one, and it's telling me that I reached my limit of one of the VC. types. Is that just a matter of waiting a little while?
Yeah, no, this is real. No, that's real. So what's happening is you have to go to Vercel storage and like delete your VK storage because you already get your free one. You used it. You want more? Upgrade. Give them $20 a month and you'll have unlimited everything. But Vercel is not just like a free for all. It's a free for a little bit. So it's free, but if you make more databases, it's not free. So you already have one. Go find storage and delete your database and you're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, so we have Bjorn free, and then we have Mr. E. Go ahead, Bjorn.
So if I wanted to jump out there tonight and the rest of the week, I'm assuming I would push this to my desktop, open in VS Code, and then get busy with AI Tutor and changing the Gemini chatbot's personality. And then even if I wanted to go further, since they're both in Next.js, I'm only assuming that AI Tutor would even help me begin to merge those. So I could possibly even change the personality and set up the portal and my products to play with it following that path. And that was like last week's lesson, right?
Yep, and yes to what you just said. So AI Tutor can definitely do all of those things in the meantime between now and next Wednesday. And you could arrive at the beginning of next class ready for the next thing and already have done the part we're going to do in the beginning. And maybe you can even refine it and learn new things about how to communicate and code with the bots to make them more sort of like fall into the role play and environment that you are creating. But yeah, you could do all that, and AI Tutor will absolutely handle that completely, and we'll do the merge process for you. And if you do have an issue, feel free to shoot me a DM, and we'll hop on a Calendly, and I'll show you how you can begin to use AI Tutor to start merging these files together.
The man, thank you.
I love that. Mr. E, go ahead.
I was creating the secret key. I know you just said you could type random numbers, but I did like just a command line. I asked the AI for a few different commands. So I used the
Yep.
OpenSSL one with a
Yep.
random hex 32, but it's 64
Yep.
characters long. Did you say 32 characters long?
Yeah, so we want 32 for this code, so you can do the same command, just not 64, 32. And you definitely get 10 Ross points for doing what we're about to do next class, where I introduce when we're like building code, how you could have generated this with a simple command. I applaud you, my friend, for going the extra mile and taking the extra step, because all those extra steps only help you. So thank you for helping yourself, because
Cool, and
that's why we
I
do
can just
this.
take the 64 one long and take the first half of it, right?
Of course you
I'm in
can.
business.
We're
All right,
developers. We do
we're
whatever we
going.
want.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Sarah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to take off mic. I just kind of giggle in the background. Go ahead, Sharon.
I just wanted to ask you, Ross, is what with AI Tutor, because you have a couple of different subscriptions, which one should I choose?
So the one you want for like coding is going to be premium because it has everything. So you'll get 150 language models and the beam feature, which means over between 2 and 8 language models can help you with code at the same time. Can you imagine if 8 of the smartest people in the world helped code your platform
This is really
at the same
crazy.
time?
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, I can actually then cancel because the only thing that's keeping me with ChatGPT is just the vision and that I can upload documents.
Well,
I can do all of
yeah,
those too.
you could do all that in AI Tutor. We have vision bots, open source vision bots, Gemini Vision, OpenAI Vision, literally every bot in the whole world. And then I'll teach you how to use everything the way I use it, and you can begin to create your own workflow using multiple different
Yeah, I
AIs.
think I'm going to switch because I don't really need, I have too many. I'm Gemini, I'm using Gemini and ChatGPT, so I can cancel
Well, what's
both of them.
crazy is you get more than that. You'll get Gemini, ChatGPT, Anthropic, Mistral, and 100 other LLMs
Crazy.
available.
Yeah.
And it's unlimited tokens, so we don't even have a token count. There's no little number going down. We'll never stop you in the middle of your coding. Never, ever,
Oh,
ever.
that's so cool. Yeah, I'm going to switch. Definitely, for sure.
It's so worth it because if you add up all the subscriptions, you're paying so much more, and you don't have to.
So I've already completed 2 projects in AI Tutor. I just haven't brought them up here, and they haven't been but one was an HTML and CSS project, which we're not doing at all here. And the other one had a little bit of Tailwind in it, but AI Tutor, I didn't really need to know nothing. You can literally tell it to tell me where to paste it on what line of the code. I mean, it's wild.
Yeah, and Sharon, if you are wanting to get AI tutor, I urge you as soon as you get it, like DM me. I will get you into onboarding sooner than my Calendly, so you can like get in there quicker. Because my Calendly is kind of like insane right now. Because literally in the last few days, over 40 people have signed up,
Oh, yeah. Cool.
which is
Yeah, I'm
crazy.
definitely going to do this. I don't know if I'm ready to do this tonight because I'm so tired. I need to take the dogs out, but I'm going to do it tomorrow latest for sure. And I'll let you know as soon as I do it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, of course. You know, we created these tools to increase access for people like you that want to just like build and not have to deal with like 40 messages and you have to stop talking. I can't tell you how many people literally get AI tutor and they're like, something's wrong. I'm like, what's wrong? They're like, it's not stopping. I'm like, what's the problem then? Are you complaining? And they're like, no, I just want to make sure it's okay. I'm like, it's okay, working as intended. It's crazy.
And you also,
Any other
yeah, I
questions?
just wanted to ask, you also have agents, right? I can build, right? Isn't there, or,
Yeah, so not only can you build like GPTs, but you can put GPTs on other people's websites and charge them
oh,
for it.
cool. That's wonderful.
So I want to reiterate, well, not reiterate, but tell you guys one thing. We're gonna end like in the next 5 minutes. We did a lot today, and don't think because you didn't code like we didn't do anything. We increased knowledge. We got educated today. We learned vocabulary. We learned about GitHub deployment, and we learned about free APIs that are large language models with billion-dollar companies. And next week, we're actually going to start splicing these two technologies together. So, our Stripe dashboard SaaS thing with an actual app. Now, you don't have to use Gemini. So, by next week, you better have something you're going to use. I gave you a lot of ideas and a lot of good things that you could use. If you do choose Gemini, Godspeed. It's going to work for sure because I built it twice already. And it's going to be awesome because you can make it do things for your app. So, just to frame it before we end, let's say you create appointments with Calendly and you have a link. Well, what if your bot can have all that in generative UI, like airline tickets? And then it could sell your course after they book an appointment or before. Imagine, just imagine. And so, if you have any questions, now's your like last
I think we
call
have
for
one more
questions.
question, last one, and then we'll leave all the other goodies till tomorrow morning for the night after space. Mr. E, what do you got for us, my friend?
Just the last thing on the private thing, it had given me the error that said I have to push it to main. So what's the final step?
So I'm guessing you might have skipped one of the steps. So I'll urge you to come tomorrow morning if possible. We're going to start from beginning to end, like
Alrighty.
from zero to launched on a URL. And you'll be able to suss out any of the things you missed or mistakes you made. Because though you may have made a mistake, you definitely learned a ton. And it doesn't mean just because it's not live like some other students tonight that you didn't succeed. Like succeeding is understanding, not completion. And that's why it's important that during this process, not only do you guys show up, but you guys are repeat offenders. Like you have to come back. You have to continue the good fight. And if you can't survive these 6 weeks, you definitely don't have what it takes to build software and launch to thousands of users. So if this space is like, I can't survive this, then that's a good like reality check that maybe you're not building software and it's not what you want to do. But if you're here and you're excited and you could actually not even care about what's going on, if you fail or not, then let me tell you, you're in the right place and we got your back and you don't have to feel stressed out. And the idea that you want to be here, we're going to make sure you succeed. But just keep in mind, if you're feeling stressed out, don't get stressed out. Don't like freak out. If you hate this, that's okay. Maybe you learned that because of this and you don't want to be a software engineer. But if you're empowered and you're excited, then we're ready to see you next week to progress your education and move you to the next phase of building a SaaS from idea to impact.
Let's go. This has been so cool. I can't believe we're getting to that Wednesday
I
of
just
the
wanted to
week.
say thank you before we close out. Appreciate all of your
For
effort and
Rosemary, you
what you're
got it.
doing. And I look forward to me and Cordell being in tutoring again together in the morning, bright and early. And
Look,
again,
okay, Rosemary, look, you look,
we stay in tutoring.
we stay in tutoring, okay?
I laughed so hard when you didn't get it either. I was like, we finna be in tutoring in the morning again. But anyways, y'all, I really appreciate you, Josh, everybody who is a part of making this come together. Frustrated or not, happy, sad, all the emotions. Is an honor to see Sharon and everybody just dedicated, because we are really building some and learning some epic things, stuff that people would love to know. So I don't take your presence and your dedication, Ross, lightly. And I yield there. Thank you for letting me speak.
No problem. Rosemary, thank you so much for coming into the room. It is so cool to see so many people growing and building in real time. And I was saying we're getting to that Wednesday mark in the week, right? It's like it's Wednesday in the space. You guys just got done with the third session of 6, and you should pat yourselves on the back. It is just an incredible feat. And big shout out to the tech team. I want to say real quick, folks, if you're working on a project like Bajorn, if you're working on these ideas, at some point you're going to need to pitch these ideas if you want to launch them to thousands of people, if you want to be in a room informing people about it, if you want to get collaborators. So the ITT, part of that is to help iron sharpen iron, which means some of you should be showing up to pitch your products. You should be showing up, figuring out how you can concisely communicate the value of what they are. So I want to encourage you guys, on the ITT site, there's the apply to pitch section. Go on over there. It's a couple questions. It takes like 30 seconds to fill out. You can even choose an ITT date that's like a couple weeks down the line, but come and tell us what you're working on and use this as an opportunity to take the project even further. When you're going from idea to impact, certainly these MVPs that we have are going to be incredible, but learning how to come full circle with the communication that you have, learning how to lift more folks and inspire them to rally behind your idea or purchase it is going to be important. So don't forget to sign up for 60-second pitches on the website. This has been like incredible. We're 3 weeks of the way through. We've been doing this for about 15 hours so far, guys, and that is absolutely incredible. I think this whole idea that collaboration is the new currency is coming to life in this space like every single minute. And thank you to Nick and Alisher and Ross for all of the knowledge they're putting on the table right now. Everybody is just like growing yards, including myself, Cash Money, Mattia. I know that our team is just incredibly stoked to be learning with you guys. So this is awesome. Sarah, you have been amazing during these spaces, absolutely crushing it. All in all, I mean, you're a teacher, you're a friend, you're a supporter, you're somebody who can challenge our thinking. You're so many amazing things. If there's any last thoughts that you have on building a SaaS from idea to impact, this is week number 3. I mean, any thoughts for all these amazing students before we wrap up shop here?
It's interesting. We're saying it's a SaaS, software as a service, but really it's our own mind that is the computer that we're kind of molding and creating to do something, to serve other people, and to meet those pain points in whatever it is that we're building. I always think that that's something really profound when you think about how the human process, the human brain processes these things. I hope that each and every one of you that showed up today realize this is not blowing smoke up your skirt. This is a big deal. To pay for this kind of information, you could have to pay a truckload of money to have a university class like this, or, have a one-on-one tutor. Much of the stuff that we're learning, especially when it comes to AI specifically, you can't get in a textbook. If you have kids that are in college right now, they're not learning this stuff yet. You are on the forefront of an emerging technology. And, we don't have all the answers. None of us do. But the fact that you would show up is a huge testament to not only your own resilience and your flexibility, adaptability. You're going to need those kinds of skills, those soft skills, like we are talking about a SaaS, software, soft skills that, are preparing you for a new age. We were talking about being literate in the next age, this next iteration. Being literate in that next iteration means having a fluidity of not just AI tools, but the idea of collaborating side by side with an AI, constantly going back and forth between, let's say, AI tutor and, sussing out what these things mean. It's a powerful thing.
All right, guys, good morning. Good morning. After amazing Wednesday, number 4 of Build a SaaS from Idea to Impact, Jonathan's grandma, Artie, Dallas, Rutro, Vladimir, Sarah, so good to see all of you this morning. I have a couple things going on, a couple meetings, but that doesn't change the fact that we have a recap going down this morning. I'm going to bring up the tech in schools. We'll bring up Alisher, Farhadi, as well as Sarah, and let you guys have a great hour of recap here. Guys, like and retweet the room if you're in here. There's probably some folks who missed last night and today could catch them up. It surely could. So, Alisher, I'm going to go ahead and give you the mic. I'll let you go ahead and run this session. I'll be back here after a couple meetings. We'll be sure to close it down and share some notes with innovators as well. But for now, Sarah, welcome up on stage as well. Good morning. You got some coffee and ready for a little recap or what?
I always have coffee. Coffee is proof that God loves everybody else because uncaffeinated Sarah is no bueno. So, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to class. I'm so happy to see all of your shining faces this morning. I know you're crispy around the edges, but you know what? We're going to get her done, got her did, as they say out here in the rural area I live in. So, I'll be watching for hands and answering DMs behind the scenes as Alisher goes through, and Ross and Nick, if they are in the background also. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, or need help, just holler. We'll look out for you.
I love it. I'm so glad you're here, Sarah. Alisher, I'll go ahead and give you the mic. It looks like you're in the Tech in Schools account. If you wouldn't mind maybe opening up the room a little bit, sharing with folks kind of what happened last night for the most part, and then what we're doing today as well. So, Alisher, I'll give you the mic. Brother, thanks for being here. Those of you who are trickling in the room, really good to see you as well. Rosemary, welcome back in here. Leslie, good to see you as well. Crazy Jack, welcome back, my friend. Alisher, mic is all yours, brother. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Today I'm taking over the TSI account a little bit, and I'm gonna keep my account as a listener for now because I'm using it to record this space along with the live stream. So, yesterday we had a long session. We had a long and very technical session. And the whole point of the session was to take what we have found, the code that we have found on GitHub, to take our SaaS template and put them together. Start, sewing in all those parts of the app that we need to add in different features and make our SaaS product attractive to potential buyer, to your potential audience. Now, yesterday we went through a few modules. First, we went through understanding how to build, a basic feature with AI, using the proper documentation, and learning how to make proper API calls with our features. And then we took that and we started to combine that into our next subscribe payment template that we got from Vercel. And what ended up happening is we got through most of it. And at the very end, we just had a few things in terms of just different types of app structures and adjusting to that. Well, gladly, AI was able to help us. And today we're going to go through that. We're going to go through integrating actually two projects into our SaaS template so you guys can see that process. And understand that even though it is very much trial and error, you do have to go back and forth with AI quite a lot. At the end of the day, it does fix our code, and we are able to sort of proceed with the feature and use it. And hopefully, by the end of the recap, we'll have some people who have their projects in Vercel. And you can even start charging a subscription already at that point. Because now you're providing people with a feature that you are actually getting charged money for, because we are paying for the Stable Diffusion API call. And if you were using the Draw UI template, you are paying for that GPT-4 vision call. So right there, you can figure out what your margins are, what the user can do, and you can start charging people your subscription fee. So what I would say is let's do a little showcase first. So let's go to the live stream, and I'll show you guys how far we got yesterday. So I'll give everybody a minute to get to the live stream, and then we'll take a look at the end result of what we did yesterday. And
Alisher, just for a second, Cash Money, can you add the ITT tweet that has the connections so that folks can find the live stream? Sorry about that, Alisher. I'm trying to populate the nest with the information that we had last night. I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, let me go ahead. I noticed on the website as well. Let me pull this open here, guys. Apologies here. Okay, I see this. Sarah, we're going to get this fixed. So if you guys look at the Jumbotron here in a moment, we'll have a link directly to that live stream. we'll make sure the TSI_org is being ported over to innovatorsthinktank.com. So, Alisher, sorry about that, my friend. Over to you.
Yeah, and thank you guys for noticing that. It's important because we are going to need the live stream. Oh, and I do also see that it's not there. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I'll take a minute, but I'll explain what we did either way up till that point. So up until that point, what we did is we set up our SaaS template. We did that in week 2. Now our SaaS template, our next JS subscription payments template straight from Vercel, it essentially uses Supabase, which is a database service, to keep all the user data, and then it uses Stripe to charge your user subscription and for you to be able to determine whether or not they have an active subscription. So it becomes very important when you're determining whether that user has access to certain features of your platform or it does not. And so once we launched that template, well, immediately, whatever products we made in Stripe started populating in for the monthly and the yearly on our website. Now, some other services that we used that week was Vercel. Now, Vercel enabled us to take a project from GitHub and immediately launch it into a live website. So you're able to give people a link that ends in .vercel.app, and they're able to visit your website, and immediately you can start using your website to sign people up, and of course start collecting the subscription payments. Now, for most of us, for now, this is in testing mode. But I would say, as of yesterday, if you have added new features, you should be able to change your Stripe to live mode and then redeploy your app so you can start charging people actual money and start using this template. Now,
Alisher, just so sorry for the interruption. We got you live on innovatorsthinktank.com with the agenda for today. And I will note that I put that in the Jumbotron and I said live stream link with a siren and an arrow going down. So, guys, if you want to get the live stream that Alisher is referring to, click on the link in the Jumbotron. So, sorry about that, Alisher. Our fault over here. Your mic is all yours, sir.
No, that's awesome. I was just checking the website as well. Guys, very important. Do go to the live stream and follow along with the live stream. The live stream is going to be extremely useful. It's going to give you that visual representation that, unfortunately, X Spaces kind of misses when it comes to learning. I think visual learning, a lot easier for some of us to understand what's going on. And right now, as I'm going through what we did so far in our SaaS template, if you're following along with the live stream, what you're going to see is you're going to see this page. This is the page I've been building out with you guys since week 2, since we launched this. And as you can see, at first, everybody's going to start out on the front page. Everybody's going to be signed out. Your page is going to look something like this. So what you want to do is, if you have not signed up for your own website, sign up. And once you're signed up, you'll be able to get into your account. And if you followed along with us last night, you would have some additional things in the menu. So for me, I have Draw UI, which is our Draw UI example. So I have it right here wrapped in my website. So I'm able to use this to draw UI and then have GPT Vision make it real in HTML code. So that's how Draw UI works. And here's our generate, which I got rid of the key last night, so I don't accidentally get charged. But this is the generate from last night that we may work as well. So you're able to fill out your prompt, your negative prompt, your aspect ratio, and as you can see, the style of this and the colors are terrible. So that's what we're going to do next week. Is we're actually going to take these pages and mold them into whatever UI and UX you, as a creator, want to present to your customers. And you guys know something like Pixio. We have kind of like a very distinct UI that's singular and unified throughout the app. So we're going to learn how to create that and how to use different components next week. But for now, this is good enough. And let's see if it still works or if it does not work. So I'm drinking a Red Bull, so let's look for Red Bull. And as you can see, the UI is not even letting me see the text because the too many text colors are matching. So I can barely see these aspect ratios. And let's generate. This generate button, very simple, failed to generate. That's because I took away my API key so I don't get charged. So by the end of the day, this will work for all of us. So that's our SaaS template. Now, yesterday, what you guys did is you started out with Ross by going through the Stable Diffusion 3 project that Ross himself open sourced to you. So let's take a look at that. So here, I'm going to go to the agenda from yesterday. So Ross open sourced the project to us. It was, here it is. No? Oh, I went back too far, I think. Did I? No. There it is, Ross project. Okay. So Ross open sourced the project for us that uses the latest Stable Diffusion 3 model. So it's a great way for you to, I guess, come out with a product that's one of the first to the market, so you'll be able to immediately gain traction. Stable Diffusion, also very popular model. It's one of the basis of open source image generation. Now, this project used the template, the starter project template that we learned about in our week 1. And all Ross did is he plugged in the front end code that's inside of Pages, and he plugged in the API call inside of API. And he used the AI to construct these two. So he went to Stability's website, he went to their docs, and he took the docs and asked the AI to analyze the docs and give him a page that would make this call, this API call. Now, some of the issues we experienced last night were because these two projects kind of mismatch a little bit. This project right now, the Stable Diffusion 3 project, actually uses an older version of Next.js that uses what's called Page Router. So all your pages and all your API calls are inside of a folder called Page. And our project, our SaaS template, uses what's called an app router, right? It uses this new way of having all your pages inside of this. Let me go to my project inside of this app folder. So that's really the main difference. Is in Ross's project, everything that we need is inside of the pages folder, and in here, everything that we need is inside of the app folder. So as you guys can see inside of app, I have all these different subdirectories that lead to different pages. And of course, I also have the API, which makes the API call. And that was our main hiccup yesterday. So I spent a little bit of time, I think maybe after the space, I'm pretty sure we actually fixed it during the space as we were wrapping up. So those last 20 minutes, I was able to fix this up just by using AI. I went in, I spoke to AI a little bit, and I got an idea that, well, it doesn't really understand that there's this new version of Next.js. And all I did was I went to Next.js, I copied over their documentation, I gave it to the AI, and it was able to understand it a little bit better. So giving it that extra context that we are able to give because AI Tutor Plus and GPT-4, they provide you with this huge 120K context window. Now, for here, we're going to get to this part. This is code that I open sourced back to you guys last night before we wrapped up. So, I think let's get along with actually integrating this code. So this right here is Ross's code. And in order to integrate it into our SaaS template, well, we're going to need to understand the structure of our own template a little bit. So in our template, we have a few important folders. First, of course, we have the app folder. So since our template uses what's called App Router, all of our pages and our API calls will be inside of this folder. And you guys are going to notice immediately this page.tsx that you see inside the app folder. This is the main page that your users will hit as soon as they go to your website. So this is the main page, and as you can see, it has the pricing here. So just so you can orient yourself within this template a little bit. And then inside of this app folder, we have other folders. So for example, our template.
Alisher,
Yeah.
Alisher, I'm sorry to interrupt you, love. Justin has a question, and I don't know if it's with something that you just previously said, because he wasn't here last night, so he might be following along at a different pace. So if you could answer his question before continuing.
Yeah, please.
Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, hey, thanks so much. Real quick clarifying question. So is there like a preferred like top three, like ChatGPT, Gemini, and one other one that you would kind of suggest as like your preferred like top three that you would like, oh, these are like my go-to? Because obviously as part of the platform, you guys provide like a ton of options, right? But from a general tip standpoint, can you share with me like, oh yeah, these are always my top three: ChatGPT, Gemini, and whatever else?
So that's a great question. I think for this type of work, last night and what I personally use the most is the developer personality and GPT-4 Turbo from 0125, so from January. Those are probably your best combination. This will get you about 120,000 context window, and what will happen is you're really not gonna hit that context window in this project because this project is pretty light. But if you do hit that context window, then you can bump yourself up to Gemini 1.5 Pro, which has that 1 million context window. I don't have it set up here, but you can always go to models and then add and just add in Gemini. You don't need any API keys here.
Okay, awesome. And then as a really helpful, thank you. And then as a follow-up real quick, so from the general standpoint of using the AI tutor tool, are there like a top three that you would suggest, or is it just depending on which persona you pick?
So for coding specifically, I suggest Plus because Plus it doesn't have a limit for your message. So in here, in this message, I can put in all of the code for my app. I can put in all of the documentation, and it'll go through it. If you go to something like Multibot, it'll cut you off. It will get you as much context as you want, but per message, you'll be cut off a little bit. But Plus doesn't do that. Plus lets you parse in. If you want to parse like a 60,000 token message, you could.
Okay, awesome. And sorry, last question. I promise, super helpful. So if I'm just like a marketer, right? Like I'm a marketer and I'm using AI tutor and there's all those different options. Are there like a top three that you would suggest? Like, or it just depends on the persona I pick?
Like specifically for marketing?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so it depends on what you want to do. This is a great tool, but this is purely for, I would say, chatting with and getting responses. If you go to premium for marketing, I highly recommend Magic. That's a great one for marketing. And let's see.
Okay, yeah, that I don't want to take us derail us. So thank you, super helpful. So yeah, continue on. My really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, but for you, for marketing specifically, I'll recommend Magic. I'll recommend AI Tutor Premium and maybe Multibot. That's gonna be your trifecta of AI tools, and you can get different things out of them. Especially Magic. Magic has voice generation. It has different article generation. You can play around with SEO using Magic. So a lot of good marketing stuff in there. But yeah, that's actually a great question. How do we use these AI tools? That's kind of I guess that's the lesson today. Is today we're using these AI tools to try to splice in the code into our SaaS template.
Well, to give folks a better kind of word picture, we have traditional Legos, and then we have the other Legos. And you know what I'm talking about when you go onto Amazon and you see the other Legos that are compatible with the legit Legos. Now, sometimes when we're cobbling together, bits and bobs of open source code, they technically are supposed to fit together, but sometimes they're a little wonky, or they might have a different kind of connection in some ways. It's not saying that they won't fit, they actually will. It's just that you have to kind of go into the experience knowing that that might be the case. We have been trained on having everything kind of fit here and there, and then it all works seamlessly. That's not always the case. And when we're talking about my AI tutor, we have all these different personas that are wonderful at sussing out bits and bobs that we need to kind of figure out for ourselves. One of the main lessons and takeaways from last night and from today and from this point forward is that your AI is a cohort. If you don't understand something, you're constantly switching screens. And I know it's difficult because you're holding a phone, you're talking into the phone, you're looking at the computer, you're watching a live stream, and then you're also trying to navigate your own open windows, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, last night I told the whole entire class that I was an idiot, that I was trying to fix the screen that belonged to Ross, because that's what happens when you get tired and things like that. I understand that it can be difficult, but you do want to have your My AI tutor opened on the side. And this is not a pitch necessarily for their product. It's just that it's the best one. There are other alternatives. We did talk about that last night. If you have other AI systems that you're paying subscriptions to and whatnot, go ahead. But you don't have the suite of tools, and those suite of tools can play off each other to really suss out the code. And for those of us that are not developers, I am not a developer, I don't play one on TV either, I need that AI to kind of interpret as if I'm a 5-year-old artist playing with coloring crayons, right? And that was one of the beautiful things last night too, that Ross did have, the step by step, and it was through the vision of a wizard, right? So whatever analogies help you understand, make sure you're really pushing the buttons and really putting those folks to work, meaning your AI cohorts, because that's what they're good at. That's their superpower: aggregating data, distilling it down, and helping you understand so that you can do your job. Visual Life, I did see you wave. Did you have a question? I can bring you up if you need to. Or maybe you're just waving and saying hi. Or if you're on a desktop, I know that you can't raise your hand. So there you are. So go ahead, Ross. Or not Ross, Alisher. Sorry. Continue, love.
Ross is here too. But
I'm sure he is.
but yeah, so our app uses what's called app router. So all of our pages and our API calls are inside of the app folder. And now think of pages. Pages are your front end code, and everything inside the API folder is your server code, your back end code, your API requests. So that's how our app is set up. And we're going to adjust. So we're going to need to kind of adjust the old Next.js and bring it into this new Next.js framework. Now, there's also components folder, very important. That's another piece of your front end code. And typically in these different React frameworks, so if it's React.js, Node.js, um, Vite, Nuxt, all these different React frameworks, they're going to have components that make up the pages. So components are your different UI elements. And what we're going to do is
we're going to first create a component for our feature. And then we're just going to use that component within a page. So we're creating kind of like this wrapper where it becomes very easy to integrate different features and not change the structure of our pages too much. So we're going to use the same structure for most pages, where it has the nav bar, where it checks whether you're logged in, whether it checks if you have a subscription, and then within that we'll put a component that is our feature. So in this case, the feature is using Stable Diffusion 3 to generate images, or using GPT-4 Vision to create different HTML UI elements with Draw UI. We're going to take a look at both of them because they're both pretty easy to integrate into the SaaS template. So I would say first is we're going to create a page in our app that will have this feature. So inside of our app folder, we're gonna create a new folder. So I'm gonna right click on the app folder, and I'm gonna say new folder, and I'm gonna call this. I'll call it generate recap. So I know that this is from the recap space. Now, remember these folders. When you go to your website, whatever your website is, .com / one of these folders. So / account, you end up on the account page, / auth, you end up somewhere on the sign in page, / generate, you end up on this page from yesterday, / private, you end up on a page that's private. So these are different / directories of our website. And so now we have / generate recap that's empty right now. So inside of this / generate recap, we're actually gonna create a page. So right click, new file. We're gonna call this page.tsx. That's gonna be the only page inside of this folder. This is the new Next.js setup. That's slightly different because before you were able to name pages different things. I could have named this generate.tsx, but then it would get redundant because we already have this folder name. And as you can see, the page inside of most of these folders, if you look at sign in, they're all called page.tsx. So we're going to follow that logic. Now, inside of this page, we need the code to check the subscription, check if the user is logged in, and then display the Stable Diffusion 3 generation component that we'll create. So, for this basic setup, I've actually already created the code for this. It's a code that's very universal. You guys can get it from the guide. So here we have the guide, understanding the project structure. We just went over that. Now we're creating a protected page. And as you can see right here, I give you the whole code for that page. So I'm going to copy that as well. Again, just generated using AI. I went to AI, and if you guys read through this guide, you'll see that I give you the prompt as well. It's a pretty big prompt explaining to the AI exactly what I'm doing and what I want out of this page. And so what I end up with is a page that, as you can see, checks for the subscription, if a user has an active subscription, and it's able to pull this from Stripe and from Supabase live. So if your user cancels a subscription, they immediately lose access. And then it also checks if the user is logged in, of course. And now this is our basic setup for this page. So if I go to terminal and I run this, npm run dev, if I go to this website and I go to / generate recap, I'm going to end up on this private page. So let's go here, / generate recap. I'm going to end up on a page. It should say private page, but I'm actually not signed in. So it just shows me the pricing table. So let's sign in. And now I should end up, when I go to generate recap, on the page that says private page. Perfect. Most of us should get here. So, just to give you guys a little recap, I went to the app folder, I right click on the app folder, I create a new folder, and then inside of that, and then what you name that folder is whatever you want to use the user to go to. So if you want the user to go to / generate, you'll name the folder generate. If you want the user to go to / SD3, you can do that, and whatever the name of your feature is. And then inside of that folder, so I created generate recap folder. So inside of my folder, I right click on it and then I click new file and I make a file called page.tsx. And then the contents of that page, well, I give you guys an example for the contents of that page. You can really do whatever you want in here, but the example starts you off with a basic setup where on the page, it checks if the user has a subscription, it checks if they're signed in. Otherwise, they'll display the pricing table. So otherwise, here, go buy a subscription, sign in, and then you can view this page. So that's our setup for this page. That's how we create this private page that's only accessible to subscribers. Any questions so far? Because now we're going to start integrating our code into this template. So any questions, guys, just feel free to raise your hand. I am on the phone, so I can see everybody. I can see
Give me
all
a
the comments.
second there. I see you. I just brought Artie up. It took me a second. I was like, dude, it won't come up. And I said it just like that under my breath. Dude, it's not coming up. Alisher, Artie is on stage. I do believe he has a question. And I'm bringing up Rutrow is also.
Hey, Alisher. I've gone through and I've copied the code from the GitHub repository that was most recently updated. Every time I try to run this locally, if I go to / generate or / generate recap, I still get the pricing plans page. I don't get anything else.
Yeah, that's because, are you signed in?
Am I signed
Are you
in?
signed into your own website? Over here in the top right, does it say sign in or sign out?
It says sign in.
So you're not signed in, so you need to sign up for your own website and buy your own subscription.
Yeah, so Artie, it's working. It's just you're not able to see it because you didn't pay yourself yet. You got to pay to play.
It's not pay to play. You can use the Stripe test credentials.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
You
know
got
if you're saying pay to play.
well, fake pay. You got to fake pay.
Stripe test credentials.
It's just
Okay.
because it's not letting you see the private page because you have no subscription.
How do you get the Stripe test credentials?
It's the card number is 424242, just continuously.
And just make sure the date is in the future.
Okay.
Artie, also make sure when you're adding your subscription, right, to Stable, make sure you keep a note of it, okay? Because these subscriptions do add up, and you want to make sure that you're keeping track of those kinds of things and also writing them off because you are building a business. So make sure you know that.
Yeah, definitely.
I would say if you're paying for an API call, it's considered cost of goods sold. Because essentially
This is
that's your
true.
production cost.
Do not take anything that any of us say. You know, you're going to have to consult a tax attorney. But I know for me personally, that is what I'm able to do. So I'll just leave it there. Rutro also had their hand up too. I don't know if you're done with your question, Artie.
Yeah, until I get signed up. Yeah.
Bonus. Excellent. And I apologize ahead of time for the puppy in the background. There is a squirrel that is in the front yard and definitely needs to be chased off. So that's not going to happen, but you might hear the whining in the background. Rutro, go ahead, love.
Mine's real quick. I missed a step. I was on another screen, so I'm on the page and I copied all the code in there. And now what do I do? DPM run dev? Is that what we do?
So it's npm node package manager space run space dev.
Rutro, this will feel familiar. Those words or the NPM,
Node
they kind of package manager. Yes, those are you'll recognize it. It's going to start toggling in your head from previous lessons, but it'll start to make sense. You'll have that epiphany moment. It'll start to click. I swear it. It takes a while, but it will click. But yes.
Okay.
So guys,
So what is it again?
before we continue, what is the command?
What, peanut butter?
Yes.
Please repeat the letters. It's Nancy Paul mailbox, right? Is there a space or an underscore?
There's a space.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's where people got tied up last night. If you can see, can you see, I know, visual life, I see you're smiling. Can you see Alisher's screen at all? Are you lost on that step?
Okay, I got it.
Excellent, Smithers. I'm proud of you.
So npm run dev. That's what I said. But then y'all said package runner. Oh.
npm stands for
Okay.
node package
See, I
manager.
told you. The light bulb
I
moment.
was spelling
Yes,
it out. I go, I
yes.
never spelled
There
it
it
out
is.
before. What the hell?
It's
Okay.
morning.
Got it.
It's morning.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Don't
Move along.
apologize.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. You know, it's really interesting too that sometimes, especially in social audio, your brain is trying to connect the dots. So when you're listening to something, your brain is a different part of your brain is being activated, right? And so then you kind of think back and you're looking at the visual, and then all of a sudden it hits you and you have that aha moment, and it's delightful. All of us are smiling with you, Rutro. I think we are all on the same page, are we?
Give us a
Thumbs up
thumbs
to the
up if you
folks
guys
down
got this
below.
far.
Yep. Is anybody in the listening audience, if you can send emojis or thumbs up, that also helps us as visual cues. Rutro needs some help, Alisher. Oh, there she goes. She was just putting the thumbs down so that I would know. Mashing buttons. I love this. Okay. Just chime in if you need help. Go ahead, Artie.
Yeah, I feel like an idiot because I just can't. I'm not understanding.
You're not an
Like,
idiot. Don't worry about it.
It's localhost 3000. That's what I'm on, and if I hit subscribe, it says unable to access customer record.
Yeah, you don't want to subscribe on localhost. We don't have that set up. That's a little bit too complicated for us to set up. So once we get to Vercel, so if you follow through with week 2, you would have your project on Vercel. You can go there and you can use that link to subscribe.
Okay, I did have it on Vercel, but then I think so. I don't really understand how updates get pushed. Like, it says sign up failed, email rate limit exceeded when I try to sign up.
Artie, take
So
screenshots too and post them in the bubble, because sometimes that helps us try to suss out what you're doing or where you're at, right?
so you want to use the project that we used during week 2. If you start a new project, then you've disconnected yourself from the project from week 2.
Okay, I think I got to the right page.
and the updates get pushed through GitHub Desktop.
And then you put any name for the card holder or your
Yeah, you
name?
can put any name, any date. Yeah, we can't do it locally because locally we don't have Stripe running. It's gonna be a little too many steps for us to install Stripe CLI and then have a local listener. It is in the guide though. If you go to week 2 guide and you follow it step by step, as I was testing everything for week 2, I made a note of each step that I took to get to the end goal. So if you follow that week 2 guide, when you're reviewing, getting up to speed, it will help you drastically.
Okay. I think I'm good now.
Excellent. If we're all caught up and on the same page, don't hesitate to chime in. If I don't see your face or anything or your hand, don't worry about it. Just, chime in. Tell Alistair to slow down. It's okay. We want to make sure that everybody is caught up by the end of this session, so that you can kind of marinate and connect with the next session. Okay. I see that Morgan and Rosemary have arrived. I see you too, Renan, and of course Blue Pace and Brain and Dallas, Karobro and David, Rock and M. All welcome to the space, and all of our mystery listeners in the background too. We all love them. And I see you too, Mattia. So yes, go ahead, Alisher.
Awesome. So that's good. If we're all caught up, that's great. Now, yeah, unfortunately, that's the problem here with this little test. Is you can't, if you don't have your computer set up for Stripe locally, you won't really be able to test it locally. But if you want to test it, it's actually very simple. You just go to your GitHub desktop. Let me make sure I'm on the right one and I'm logged into the right account. I'm not. Continue browser. Okay. All right, so you're gonna go to GitHub Desktop if you're trying to test this and you haven't signed up and tested the subscription. You didn't get to that part in week 2 and 3. So here, I'm gonna have this one change since we just created a page. We haven't gotten to integrating our feature yet, so we should only have one page change. If you have other things here, uncheck them and make sure you only keep this one little thing here. It tells you what changed is you added a page inside of app generate recap folder. And then when you commit to main and you push, this is how you add changes to the repository that we have connected in Vercel. And now Vercel will immediately start to rebuild. So I can go to my Vercel, I can go to deployments, and I'm going to see there's the rebuilding. So that's how you would eventually test the change, sign out with Stripe test credentials, pay yourself a subscription. Um, and yeah, you want the subscription because you want to test whether or not this page works, whether or not this page in localhost. So let's see, localhost generate recap. Oh, no. So you want to check if this page actually checks whether or not you have a subscription. So this one does. As you can see, I'm not signed in. It's asking me to get one. Once I sign into my account, it'll immediately unlock this page. And yeah, the rebuild should be about a minute and a half. So after it's done rebuilding, I can go to my website again. I can refresh. I can go to generate recap. And I should be able to see this private page. Congrats, you have a subscription. If you guys haven't changed this. So that's how you would actually test this page. Now, back to our code. So the integration for Stable Diffusion 3 is pretty easy. There's really only 2 pages we need to add to our app, our SaaS template, to make it work. We only need to write maybe about a line of code and install 1 package. So fairly easy integration. All it does is it sends an API request to the Stable Diffusion 3 endpoint that they have, and then it returns you an image. So what I have here is my components folder, and the way we're going to do it is we're going to create a component that has the entire page first, that has that form that we fill out with prompt, negative prompt, and aspect ratio. And then we're going to use that component inside of our page that you need a subscription for. So does that make sense? We're kind of wrapping our page in a component and then reusing it inside of our actual page that people have to pay and have an active subscription to get to. And then you can also reuse that component in whatever other page you want. So if you make another page that's paid and you want to reuse that form there and add more things to it, you could. So it creates this reusable component that you can really use anywhere in your website. So very important, you're going to go to your components folder. You're going to right click on the components folder and you're going to create a new file in here. And I'm going to call this file also generate recap. And in terms of naming convention, just make sure you keep it consistent. So for me here, it's called generate recap.tsx. It must be .tsx. That's your front end TypeScript code. And the G in generate is capital for me, and the recap R is capital for me. So that's your typical naming convention for all the different components that you're gonna have inside of your components folder. And that's also how we're gonna call it on our page. So generate recap, it's completely empty. There's absolutely nothing here yet. And what I am gonna paste in here is the code from Ross's project. So this is where we get to go to Ross's project on GitHub. Remember, everything in Ross's project is going to be in the SRC folder inside of the pages folder. So SRC, pages, and then index.tsx is going to have everything that we need for the form. So I'm going to go to index.tsx. I'm just going to copy the whole page and paste it as my generate recap component. And you guys are going to get one error in here. We're going to fix the error. You might have Axios missing from the project because that's the new package that we're introducing. But other than that, if you look at this page, it has all the code. You should have no errors. We're just going to change a few things here. So the first thing is in line 5 of this page. Since this is a home page that we're copying, it's called home, but our component is called generate recap. So we need to stay consistent, and instead of calling this home in line 5, we're going to change this to generate recap. And immediately you're going to get an error for the very last line on this page, and that's where you kind of like export this component. So we want to export generate recap instead of home. So keeping that consistent, in line 5 and line 92, you're changing home to the name of this page, the name of this component. Then we're gonna save this. Now, if you still have this Axios error in line 3, you know it's an error because it's gonna be underlined in red. You need to install a package called Axios. So all I have to do is run npm node package manager install Axios, exactly as it's spelled here on top. So that's going to be your solution majority of the time. And once it installs, it'll take a few seconds for Visual Studio Code to recognize it, and then that error will go away. So that's the first part. That's how we bring in the front end code for this integration. So again, to give you guys a little recap, I'm creating a new file inside of components. So I right click on components, select new file. I'm calling that file whatever I want the component name to be. So it could be generate if this is your first time doing this. I already have generate, so I'll call this generate recap. And then inside of this component, I'm pasting all the code from the front page that I found in Ross's project, in Ross's SD3 Stable Diffusion 3 project. And then in here, you just need to make a few changes. So wherever you see that it says home on this page, mostly in line 5 and line 92, we're going to change that to generate recap. Because we want to keep it consistent, that's what we want our component to be named, so that's what we're going to use throughout. And if you have an error in Axios, you can go to your terminal and you can type the command npm install Axios. And then that'll install it for you. It almost sounds like a Harry Potter spell. And that's how we bring in all this front end code sort of in one swoop. We don't need to write this code again. We can just bring it in. It's a fairly straightforward piece of code that doesn't have anything extra that we really need in this project. It's the perfect little mold for you guys to start with. Then eventually maybe make it look like this beautiful image generator with different graphics, animations. Something we're gonna get to next week for sure. Okay, do you guys have any questions? Because we're gonna also get to the next step, which is the API call, right? Because Ross's project also has another file to making the API request to the stability servers to actually get the image to generate. So any questions, feel free.
I have one question. I pushed everything to Vercel a moment ago. When I'm on localhost, I can get the generate and the generate recap pages to show properly. But when I'm on Vercel, it doesn't. I get 404 errors when I try to go to those two sites, even though I'm signed in and everything.
Is that the right project connected to Vercel?
Yeah, the Next.js subscription payments project.
Yeah, but you might have several folders on your computer because if you push to GitHub, it doesn't necessarily mean you're pushing to Vercel. What you would need to do is you need to go to your Vercel. I'll show you. So you can go to your Vercel, you can go to deployments of that Vercel project, and you can see what the last deployment was. And if it's not the most recent one, then that's not the project that's connected on your computer.
Oh, okay. How do you sync those two up? You go to GitHub?
So I'm trying to think what's the best way for you, because you do probably have it on your computer, right? Because we did do this, and I'm assuming you're staying with the same computer, right?
Yeah, the only thing I didn't do on the GitHub desktop is I didn't hit push origin. Should I push that?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's actually gonna bring the change up. So if you click push origin, you'll probably start seeing the deployment in here within a few seconds.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think I'm getting
push
it.
origin is that actual step that brings it to GitHub. Commit is if you made something and you want to sort of like put it away, kind of to push later. But yeah, you would do both commit and push.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you.
And if this was a project that's completely separate and wasn't even connected, you can just take the files and bring them into the project that is connected. Because these files, exact same projects, files are very plug and play. But that's good. It'll take you about a minute, minute and a half to rebuild, and then you should be able to see them on your Vercel. So awesome. Okay, guys. So now what we need to do is we need to create an API route. So an API endpoint that will send the request. Now, in our app router, this is done slightly different to how Ross's page router app does it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the API folder inside of our app folder. Right? So API folder is where you make all your API requests. I'm going to create a new folder in here. So right click, new folder. And for me, I'm going to call this generate recap, just to keep it consistent. So whenever I make an API call, I'm going to need to use generate recap. So I'm going to need to edit something here. Yeah, generate recap. For you guys, most of this is already set up. So whatever I did yesterday to make the generation work, the project is in the agenda. So if I bring the ITT website up here, I have the project right here. It has both Draw UI and Stable Diffusion 3. So if you guys want to get to the end of today, you can just go to that project and see what's happening. But in the meantime, we'll get this integrated. Let's see. Here's the empty generate recap folder, and if you take a look at these other API folders inside, each one of them has a little file called route.ts. That's going to contain the code to make the API request. So similarly, inside of my generate recap folder in the API, I'm going to right click, new file, and I'm going to make a route.ts file. Now, the code for this, I had a little back and forth with the AI. I gave it some documentation for the new Next.js app router setup, and it gave me a pretty good answer that did work in the end. So I recorded that answer for you guys, so we don't have to go through that again. And it isn't a step-by-step. Let me go to it. There you go. So it isn't a step-by-step here. It's the very last entry. Use this code to integrate the route for Stable Diffusion 3. So this is my little route that I ended up making work yesterday. So I'm just going to copy this code. I suggest you go to the step-by-step for this week and also copy it. Make it easy on yourself if you want to make it work. And this route is also pretty universal to other Stable Diffusion other stability APIs. As you can see, this goes to SD3. You guys can just change this URL, change the model. You can change the output format as well. And it's also pretty universal to any sort of API call you're making. So if you're making a post call, which is what most of these requests are, you're gonna, well, it's gonna work. So you can use this as a template for all sorts of other API requests. But for us, this is fairly simple. It makes a post call, which, if you go through the stability docs, a call you need to make in order to start an image generation. It processes all this data, so it takes the prompt, the negative prompt, aspect ratio, model, output format. Those are all the things you're able to edit in order with your image generation. And then it makes a call to the stability endpoint, uses your API key, and you eventually get an image back. So you can see right here, response is an image, and then it sends it as a B64, as a blob, to our front end. So that's the setup for our API. This is what you guys figured out with AI last night with Ross. I just had to rewrite it for the specific framework, which didn't even take long. It took about 20 minutes. Just figuring out a little bit, reading the docs a little bit, having the AI read the docs as well. Okay, now for the most part, we're almost done with the setup. Really, the only things left over is to go to that page that we created, our generate recap page, and actually add the component that we created for this form. So if I go to generate recap right now, and I look at this page, there's the setup to check the subscription, check if the user is logged in, display the pricing table, but there's nothing here about generate. All it does right now is say private page, congrats, you have a subscription. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on top. As you guys can see at the top, almost at the top of every page here in your project, you're going to have import statements. So import means you're bringing in a component either from the packages we installed when we run npm install or from your project. So right here I have some grayed out components that are not being used. I can just delete those. If they're grayed out on top and not being used, you can get rid of them. You don't need them. And I'm going to add a new component. So I'm going to click enter. I'm going to start typing import. So import, what am I importing? I'm importing the new component we made. So you can see I'm going to show it to you right here. Generate recap inside of components. So I'm going to start typing generate. And there you go. Visual Studio Code does the work for us. Here we have generate, which we created last night. And here I have generate recap, which I just created today. So generate recap, once you click on it, it's going to fill it in for you. So it's going to import generate recap component from components, generate recap. Now it's grayed out because it hasn't been used on the page yet. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to plug this in right where we have congrats, you have a subscription. So you guys can orient yourself within this page. If you scroll down, the white text, so if you see the white text, that means that's the strings, the text that you actually see on your website. So I actually see this on my website. Private page, congrats, you have a subscription. I see it right here on my website. Private page, congrats. So I want to change this. I want to name this something else. So I'm going to change private page to generate images using SD3. I'm going to completely get rid of this little paragraph. I don't need it. So now I just have the heading, and I'm going to use the component that I have created. So if you guys are a little bit familiar with HTML, HTML has your opening and closing tags, right? So if you look right here, section is an opening tag, and right here on the bottom, / section is a closing tag. So we're going to follow the same logic. We're going to start with an opening tag. So it's a less than sign. I'm going to start typing generate recap, which is the name of our component. And now I want to close this on itself. Since this is a component, it doesn't need anything in between the two tags. So I can just go to / and then do greater than sign as the closing tag. And that's how you use a component within the page. You import it first at the top using an import statement, and then wherever on your page you want to put it in, you just use this one tag that's both opening and a closing tag with the name of your component. And then you can save, and I should have this generate recap on my front page. So let's see, am I running this somewhere? I am, right? Yeah, localhost 3000. Generate recap. Right. So this is an issue we did run into last time as well. So in this specific framework, it actually tells you what the issue is. It says you're importing a component that needs use state. It only works in the client component. So we need to let the code know that this specific component is use client only, right? So it's only a front end piece of code. Easy. It tells you where the error occurs. So we're gonna go to that component. So it's in components, generate recap. Awesome, I already have it open. You can see it on top, components, generate recap.tsx. And now at the very top, I just need to add this little use client tag. And then once I save that, on our local host, it'll rebuild. And it should, might need to restart it in order to initiate the rebuild. Let's see.
Use client needed for this one too. I think they're gonna get rid of that next time around. The next routine.
There you go. I'm not signed in, so it kicked me out. Let's sign in. Oh. What's that? No. There you go. And now I can find my generate recap page. Generate recap. Perfect. So now I have this page. It works. Now it doesn't work for us yet because we don't have the API key in. So what you need to do is the last step of this is to go to our .env file. So I have .env.local, and you want to add in your stability API key. So stability API key. Let me see what that looks like.
It's SK.
I know. Let me. Okay. So stability API key is gonna, you're gonna add something like this. It's gonna be stability underscore API underscore key equals, and then you're gonna paste in your stability API key in here.
And then you open it too, right?
Hmm?
And then you open it for the drawing.
I don't do that.
Oh,
No, not gonna get so. But yeah, stability API key. You want, this is where you want to paste in your key, and then in Vercel we're gonna need to update our variables as well to make it work. But locally, you should be able to test it now. So let's get something good. If you guys are familiar with Stable Diffusion and Stable Diffusion prompts, this will give you some pretty good results. Let's check this one out. Can't even see my prompt because the UI is not built yet. So let's generate. Oh no, failed. Good, because I don't have my key in.
Yeah, well.
Now there's some network tools we can use to get a better understanding of what's happening.
Maybe through your key.
Yeah.
It has to be.
I just don't want to. Let me move this out of the way. I have to add my key in, so give me a second, guys. And then I don't want to accidentally stream my key, so let's see.
Now, last night there was a lot of discussion about these keys and how we do have to be very cognizant in protecting them. I encourage folks to kind of listen back to last night because it was kind of extensive when we were talking about it. But I'm noticing some of the folks in the audience, and some of you are familiar with not my keys, not my crypto kind of thing. But it is very important what we're playing with today, and we did last night. Staple 3 is not available to other people. And so having the ability to have that API key and have first mover advantage is really important. And there are a lot of folks, nefarious folks, that will try to extract those things from you, that data from you, and you have to protect it. So I am bringing you back up, Artie. There are some things that we've talked about before, and maybe I'll add it to an agenda item later when we have a regular session on a Wednesday night about safety in general. We've talked about different things that you can add to your computer to kind of give you the heads up that this is sus code or things like that, because we are dealing with the public domain. And especially last night, we had some issues. There are people that are not pleased with AI, and much like in times past, when there's emerging technology, you can be a big target when you're using technologies that other people are fearful of. And so I'm just putting that out there, not to add fear or FUD, as they call it, fear, uncertainty, or doubt. It's just being cognizant of your digital hygiene, for lack of a better term. Artie, did you have a question, love?
Yeah, so I'm getting an error. I think I just missed something in the so the page.tsx under the generate recap. I'm getting cannot find module at components / generate recap, or its corresponding type declarations. I think you.
Yeah. So when you're typing here, I'll bring back my code into the live stream. So when you're typing, number one, you need to have a component inside of components. So as you can see, in my folder, I have generate recap right here. It's green. If you have it called something else, then that's what you'll be importing. And then when you start typing import, so here I'm gonna go to my page. So this is my page. I'm gonna start typing in import, and then I'm gonna start typing in generate, and it fills it in for me. You don't have to type out the whole thing. So wherever it is in your project, it'll pull it in. And if you don't have a component there, then of course you're not really gonna have anything in here that you can pull in. Does that make sense? So you want to have a component inside of components folder. For me, I have two. I have generate and I have generate recap. They both do the exact same thing.
Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. I think I just something was spelled wrong or something. I think I'm good now.
Okay. And also make sure that that you use that component in your page. So here, in this page.tsx that's inside of generate recap folder, I'm using the component over here in line 44, right under the title.
Cool. Yeah, I did add that.
Good morning, Bjorn. I see that you've arrived. I hope that you're doing well this morning. I also see that Mike and Luke have joined the cadre of happy campers this morning. So hopefully you're catching up with the things that you may have had loose ends on last night. If you have any questions, just yell and scream. No problem. Excellent. I think we're all on the same page. Do any of the speakers have any issues that they want to bring to the forefront? Are we all caught up? And Alisher, what else is on the agenda for or this morning, I should say? What other things should people be on the lookout for when they listen to this recording? Because we are cognizant that we're all in different time zones. I anticipate that we'll see Dave eventually here, right? So I want to make sure that we're dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's as we go through the agenda from last night and making sure that we have everybody caught up. Morgan has left or has arrived. Rutro is here. Artie's here. And I cannot see Alisher, which is probably an issue. I'll see if I can bring him up.
Just a quick note for everybody tuning in to the recap this morning. We do have the ITT session, Innovators Think Tank number 50, will be this Saturday at 2 p.m. I went ahead and pinned the post and reminder up in the nest. And again, we talked about it last night. This is another reminder for you guys. If you want to pitch your project in an ITT, this is to get feedback, maybe customers for when you launch, maybe more collaborators. Please fill out the apply to pitch section of the Innovators Think Tank website. It takes like 30 seconds. And I promise, I won't let anybody throw too big of stones at you or stab you too much. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. There's some people in here that I know are building really cool things. Jeff, Brain, Morgan, Visual Life, Dallas, Jonathan's grandma. I know you're building some cool stuff. It would be so awesome to hear a pitch from you. Artie, Rutro, each and every one of you, we would love to hear from you. Of course. Artie, I see you got a hand up. Any questions or comments? It looks like we don't have TSI. Maybe the GPUs ate them. It just ate all three of them. So, Artie, what do you got?
Oh yeah, my question is for TSI because I'm running into an issue on Vercel that I'm not figuring out.
Are you hitting the 404? I did hit that last night and it drove me nuts. I couldn't figure
an
it out.
error with deployment. It's a
Ooh.
yeah, it's an error with deployment. Cannot install with frozen lock file because pnpm lock.yaml is not up to date with package.json.
Oh, we got Alisher. He's back. Alisher, did you hear the note from Artie on his error?
No, that's when Ross's phone died.
Oh, wait, is it the error we were fixing and then it died?
It's the JSON issue that the Artie is hitting that some folks had trouble with last night. And I also brought Karobro up too.
And the code that he's
okay. So what was your issue with the what JSON issue?
Artie, please repeat. Yes, thank you, love.
I just messaged it to you, but it's ERR_PNPM outdated lock file cannot install with frozen lock file because
Okay, you're doing this in Vercel, right?
Yeah, this is Vercel.
Okay, so what you want to do is, in that case, you want to delete package lock.json, and then when you delete it, you want to commit that. This is a generated file, so if I delete that,
it'll regenerate instantly.
And then I will PNPM lock here as well.
That's why.
But after you do that, you could also do an override command. You can delete PNPM lock if you want to, but you just don't want package lock in there because this uses PNPM for in Vercel specifically. So as you can see here, it says I deleted this file. Then I have all these changes, and that's the last step, is to commit these changes. And when you're committing, you just want to be careful. You're only committing the files that you have changed. So the file that you might have changed was package.json, but package lock is typically generated by node. So I'm going to commit this. I'm going to say added recap, and then we're going to see if this works. So commit, push.
And right before we crashed, he changed the code. He checked the code.
Yeah, and right before we crashed, guys, I did fix the code for this to actually work. So, and I did update it in Notion. You probably watched me update it. I just didn't know the phone died. But yeah, I updated in here. So this, you can use this route, this code as your route.ts file. And it is also, if we go to the ITT agenda, it's also in the agenda. I added it for today. Let's see. Where do I have the agenda open? Right here. So I have the agenda. It's in here for yesterday as well. It's the very last link. It's going to be in here for today's agenda as well. If you want to go straight to almost like the end and see what the end result looks like, you can grab this code and just pop the files into your project. And this is going to have the latest files as well. As you guys can see, this is the project I'm using right now during the recap. So let's go to our Vercel. Let's check it out. Here I have ready. If you're getting an error again already still, what you can do is check this out. In settings in Vercel, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. You can scroll down and you see where I have build and development settings. You can overwrite the install command. So you can turn this on and you can do npm install. Because they use pnpm, it's a little bit faster. But you can overwrite that and still use npm install. So that should help you as well a little bit. Now, remember, guys, we're going to need to go to environment variables. And in here, we need to add our stability API key. Right? So just like I added stability to my env, I'm going to come in here. This is in the settings in Vercel, in environment variables. I'm going to go to key, and I'm going to add stability. So stability API key right in here, and then you will put your key, SK, whatever. Then we're going to save to add it in. Make sure this is a real key, otherwise, of course, it won't work. For me, it's not. And then once you add a real key in, if you need the override command, once you write your override command in the settings for npm install, we can go to deployments, and then we need to redeploy this. And then we should get the result that we want, the result that has the generate page. And for me, the generate recap page.
And what's cool, guys, this is not just a demo. This is pretty real. So, like, if you give this to people, they'll pay and it will work. So it's actually really interesting that this now goes from a template to a full stack application that's SaaS. It's pretty cool. This is what we do when we build Pixio and AI Tutor. This is the exact process that we go through. We use our own tools and we build it.
Once it rebuilds, that's pretty much it. It built out. There is one thing we could add, which is the menu. We can change our menu up a little bit. I'll show you guys where to find that. But other than that, that's about it.
The only thing you need is put a domain on it, and that's really it. Just make a new domain.
I'll say in week 6, we'll show you guys where to find some domains, where to buy domains, how to connect them.
And then at the end, we're going to launch your project and make sure it has all the bells and whistles that people can actually use it, and no one was going to have a problem actually using your app. That's what we're going to do towards the end. Caro, you have a question?
Yeah, like I posted in the purple corner, I think Tech in School initiative. I've been working on a project for the past 24 years on how to change education. And I've developed 10 plugins to ensure that the technically rigid workforce among our MIS are technically and economically flexible when relating with people, objects, and environment.
Okay.
I think
just
I'm sorry. I'm not changing the topic. I'm in line with Tech in School initiative. I'm speaking towards Tech in School initiative, and this program is more of Tech in School initiative, PCO, this thing. I'm looking at how DESTEC is digital entrepreneurship soft skill technology, how we can collaborate to build, develop 10 million technical soft skill talents, because those are the talents that can use this website effectively. This enterprise solutions softwares that Tech is Cool is introducing.
Karobro, I love the passion in
Yeah.
your voice. It's so wonderful to hear it. Um, I would love to hear you talk on Saturday when we have all of the innovators in the think tank, because that's where that kind of collaboration can occur. This morning, this is just the tail end of a class last night, so the most of the listeners are just trying to finish
I was in the class
their
last night
homework.
too.
So
Yeah.
forgive me
Okay.
for mentioning it, because this class can't go on as
Okay.
long
Cool.
as last
I
night.
think Josh should give me the opportunity to that day to get the mic and do a 1-minute
Absolutely. You
pitch.
can
My
sign
pitch
up
is ready.
right there on the website. And I would love to hear
I've
what you're
already
building.
signed up. I've already signed up for that. I've signed up, so I'm on the waiting list. But I can repeat again. I can resign again.
Oh, please do. It's
today.
just right now we have a handful of students that are trying to get past the page.
Okay.
So I
Good.
don't want to be rude to
Good.
them
Thank you.
because the time is very, very limited. But I appreciate you coming up. It was wonderful hearing your voice. And I look forward to hearing from you on Saturday, okay? I see that Artie has his hand up and he's really struggling right now. We're going to try to figure out his problem, his snag, and then go on if that's okay with you, Karobo. And I thank you again. Go ahead, Artie. What is your question, love? Did you get past the JSON screen?
No, sorry, I just feel like the problem child right now.
Oh, no, you're not. I am the
Alisher,
problem child. I own that
sent you,
crown.
I sent
Go
you
ahead.
I sent Alisher a screenshot. I'm getting failed to compile, like cannot find a module, and then some import dynamic stuff. I don't know if I just have messed up completely. I don't know.
Just, you don't worry about it. So I have fracked up more things than I can possibly imagine.
One sec. I'm looking at your screenshot right now.
Alisher's looking at it. Just right now, Artie, take a deep breath, because you know what? They'll
Okay,
suss it
yeah,
out.
it's because that project specifically has some more stuff that you don't have. So trying to think.
Hang on 1 second, Artie.
He's pulling in my project. That's why. Withdraw.
Artie, sweetie, is there any way that you have the ability to share your screen in the back channels with maybe Ross or Nick?
So Artie, I know your error. So your error is because you're pulling in everything from my project, right? The project that I shared on GitHub.
Yeah, I was copying over things.
Yeah.
And
So check this out. You're all fine. You just need one more step in there. You're gonna go to my project. So I'm gonna go to my project too, so you can see it. And you are missing a few packages because my project also has Draw UI, right? That we didn't get around to integrating. So in my project here, I have it on a live stream. You want to go to packages.json, package.json. I describe this in a step-by-step, and you can just copy this whole thing and copy it into your package.json.
sorry, it took me a minute to find the screen where I had the live stream on.
Yeah, so you're gonna go to my project on GitHub, go to package.json, and you're gonna copy this whole package.json file into your project, your package.json. Does that make sense? Take a minute, try that out, then push to GitHub again, and see what happens. Because this package.json
this this has some of the things that you're missing. Or does it? No. Yeah, it does. So you're missing TL Draw because it also has Draw UI in there. So this will bring it in, and this will bring in a few other things like Canvas, some other React elements. So you can take this whole thing. Let me check my GitHub because I did just push to it, or my Vercel. Yeah, so it should work. It's really just you're missing that package.json, a few packages in there that you need, and that's the error. So if I go to your error, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna read this out. So his error says, cannot find module at TL draw. A module is a package. So immediately, if it can't find a module, we need to think to, okay, where are all these modules being recorded and pulled in from? And they're all being pulled in from package.json in our project. So if you guys take a look at my package.json, I have things in here like TL Draw, which is used for drawing the UI in Draw UI. I also have things here like Axios, which we installed today and last night to make Stable Diffusion 3 work. It also has other things in here like Stripe, Supabase, and all the other packages that make our app work.
And anytime you add on to this project and you make it better or add features, you have to add more package JSON to make it build.
That makes sense. I'm waiting for it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll wait with you because I think after this, you're just remember you want to add the environment variables in Vercel as well. So I'll remind you guys, our last step for this project is to go to our settings in Vercel, go to environment variables, and add in stability API key and your stable diffusion API key value. So that's very important. It might require you to redeploy after you add that, and then it should work. And I'm going to give you guys one more little, I guess, nugget of knowledge into this template afterwards, after we see Artie get a win right now.
Already gotta get the W. Hey guys, just to reiterate, we use this template for the first year of AI Tutor.
That's true.
Like it managed all of our users, all subscriptions, and all our products for 1 year until we shifted. This template is really good, guys. Probably one of Vercel's best. And ours looks way not as nice as this. Theirs is way nicer.
I wanted to welcome Morgan and Cordell to the stage. I know they're both busy working in the background. Cordell, I'm hoping that we can get you caught up, love. I know that you had to leave last night. Did you suss it out? Did you follow the agenda and kind of get yourself to a place where you're not going to want to destroy the computer or, yell and scream obscenities and ruin your joy? How are you doing this morning, friend?
Cordell?
Hello. What's going on, everyone?
How you sound like you're just waking
Oh
up?
my
How you sound like you're just
God.
waking up?
Girl, I've been going. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, either
I'm
that or you
exhausted today.
haven't gone to bed yet. Either one of those. You sound tired.
What?
You work too hard,
Girl,
buddy. You work too hard.
I'm exhausted. I'm just now making it here, and I'm just not even like getting to my back to my computer. So I'm
It's okay. Take a deep breath. Get some coffee in you. It's time to get to work. We want to make sure that everybody's caught up. This is the hard part. It is hunting and gathering, yes, but for those that were not here last night, there were some significant changes that happened in between the the announcement of the class and then the 6 hours in between until we started the class, amongst them being that Stable has another version, Stable 3, and Ross and Nick and Alisher spent literally 5 hours before class preparing these models for us to, or these hubs, I should say, or repos, for us to fork and kind of make our own. And it's really important because, as everybody knows, the entrepreneurial mindset, that maker mindset, has the ability to be flexible and pivot when necessary. They see opportunities where other people do not. And for the folks that have actually put all of these pieces to use, they're doing some fantastic things, and it's monetizing in real world. I know that money is a motivator for many, many folks. And so, being able to pay off your mortgage or have some groceries on the table. I know that there are single moms that listen last night, especially, and folks that are on, a fixed income here in the space today. The ability to generate and revenues by, the fruits of your labor, for lack of a better term, having that first mover advantage, especially here on the social media platforms, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Farcast, or whether it's, Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. The ability to say that you've already created something using a model that no one else has access to is very powerful. And, becoming more versed in these things. We did talk about earlier having your AI cohort and allowing my AI tutor doing the heavy lifting for you. Now, whether you have my AI tutor or not, obviously I'm very biased and partial because, one, I love the organization, I love the boys, and I love what they're doing. Their mission to get technology in the hands of every student, irrelevant of where they come from or the backgrounds. That's really important to me because access to these tools can make or break a person. It can literally change their stars. And I've watched ordinary people in this space do extraordinary things over the past 4 weeks, in building out ecosystems and, making bank. I mean, Bjorn's not here. I think he already left, but I mean, $5,000 upfront check and $2,000 a week is not anything to scoff at, especially if you are paying $5 or $6 for a dozen of eggs, depending on where you are in the United States. So,
Right?
I know, right? But it's also some of the other things that he is thinking outside of the box. The kinds of tools that he's thinking of are simple man tools. The ability to look at a roof and judge based on, the data that can be gleaned from these models is powerful. It used to be that you would have to have a person out on the roof with your ladder and everything else. If you can take drone data or if you can take satellite data and you have the ability to suss these things out in a very powerful way, accurate way, the ability to maximize your time is so powerful, so cool, and it's useful. Other people know that this is a pain point, especially in rural areas. Think about gas costs. Think about all of the other things that, are involved in traveling from place to place and how those things can be, taken out of the equation and those profit margins can expand. That's really cool. And I love listening to him think of new ways to use his new skills. It's so much fun. It's contagious. We had a couple moments last night, even over the last 4 weeks, where you'll hear the contagious giggle when someone has something that clicks, whether it's Vivek or, Rutro had that moment this morning. It's like, oh my gosh, I understand it. And you hear the little giggle. And the giggle is, I understand it. I'm not a coder. I'm not all these things, but for the first time, the building blocks make sense. It's a powerful thing for all of us because it instills hope, but more so, it instills that can-do spirit, and it's the can-do spirit that we all need, especially in uncertain times with emerging tech that can be fearful, can be anxiety in a bottle, whatever. So, at any rate, I wanted to welcome everybody back to the stage. Resetting the conversation a smidge while Alisher gets resettled. It's hard, you guys. I will just tell you point blank, when your phone dies, or if you're driving, this is another thing. If you're driving and all of a sudden you lose the signal and trying to get back into the space, you feel so obligated because these aren't just faces. These are your pocket family. They're people that you care about. And you're you're dead in the water and there's nothing you can do. You're just kind of pissed and you're trying to push buttons, which make things worse. So hopefully, Alisher, you're all settled in. And Artie, you're sussing out your issue. Do you see what's connecting the dots, I should say? Are they helping you in the background?
I'll help out Artie right after. I just want to start wrapping this up a little bit. But Artie's issue is it's a singular issue. It only pertains to his project. Most of us, I think, only did Stable Diffusion 3. Artie's project just also happens to have TL Draw, which we'll fix it with him. But the fixes also, if you want to know how to fix his specific issue, I do go over it here in the guide. It's actually right here, integrating. And it is, let's see, it's in step 6 of integrating. Essentially, Artie is just missing a few packages, which afterwards I'll help him install, and we'll take a look at his code. But for most of us, if we only add a Stable Diffusion 3, or if we're using my project directly, we should have everything that we need. We should be on Vercel. It should be redeploying. And one little change I want to do before we finish up is actually adding this new page, this generate recap page that I created to my top menu right here next to generate. As you guys can see right now in the menu, I have pricing, account, draw UI, generate. Now I also want to add generate recap. So I'm going to go to my VS Code, and now this is the navigation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search. I'm going to search for nav. And here I have a few things. I have nav bar and nav links. So I can go to nav bar, but nav bar is just going to tell me that it's using nav links. So I'm just going to go to nav links, and in here, you can scroll down a little bit. You can read through some of this code, and you're going to start seeing, well, here's the link to go to pricing. Here's the link to go to account. Here's a link to go to draw UI. And here's a link to go to generate. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to click one of these links. I'm going to copy the code for the link. Remember, the whole code for the link, it goes from link opening tag to link closing tag. And then I'm going to paste it right after. So generate, except this is going to be generate recap. And then the page is going to go to is generate recap. And that's going to be the last change I make. So now when I go to my GitHub desktop, I have this change in here. It shows me the change. I have one change. It shows me the exact change that I made. I added these tags. I changed it to generate recap. And now I'm just going to commit. I'm going to push origin. And now Vercel will take about a minute to rebuild. And I should have a new link here on top that says generate recap in about a minute. So that should be our last step. So again, you're going to go to your project. You're going to search for nav links in the very top bar. This is your file search. So I'm going to search for nav links in here. Then inside of nav links, you're going to find how each link is being displayed. So it uses this link tag with a text in between. I'm going to copy and paste one of them. And then I'll rename it to generate recap for me. And now after about a minute, my live link should be updated. Let's double check. Let's see if it's updated yet. And there it is. I have a new link here, generate recap. And it takes me to this generate page. Now, for me, it's not going to work. I didn't put in my real stable diffusion key in here. But now I have generate recap. I have generate. If you guys followed my, my tutorial, my step-by-step from the Notion doc, you would also have draw UI. And as you can see, this is actually wrapped inside of our page. And then, of course, I have account, which is what it came with already. And I have a little front pricing page.
This is actually a SaaS app, guys. This is real. So cool. This is like something that somebody would pay for. It lets you draw a UI using OpenAI and lets you generate the unreleased stable diffusion tree. Instant buys for people. They would literally buy it.
And then next week, we'll learn how to, spruce this up, make it look like your own and not like a Vercel template.
Which is the fun part, making it different colors, adding your logo, making it branded.
Yeah.
Woo, creative parts. Yay. I like customization.
You can't customize what's not built, so that's why this part.
Oh, you know what I mean. You said colors, and I got happy. Be quiet. No, just kidding. I love
That's
you.
all it takes is just say colors.
Hey, anything?
Guys, just a quick note before we wrap up. I highly recommend that you go through the week 4 guide, you go through the step-by-steps on integrating Draw UI, and you also listen to this recording that I will post, because I think this recap, we went step-by-step through actually integrating the Stable Diffusion 3 code from all the pieces and the projects that we have available to us. So this recording is going to be about 2 hours long. So if this is what you're working on, if you're adding in different elements into your SaaS app, I highly recommend you go through this recording specifically, because it's a little bit shorter than the recording for the space last night. As soon as it gets posted, I'll shoot you guys a link on Twitter, and the guide will take you through building one project, and then this video will take you through building a different project. So you'll have 2 new features for your SaaS app under your belt now. And then from there, if you understand how all this works and how you can use AI to build out the different features with their front-end code and their API calls, then you should be able to start building out new features on your own. So let's see, do we have any final questions?
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Innovators Think Tank. This is week number 5 of 6 of building your SaaS from idea to impact, led by the amazing team over at the Tech in Schools initiative, as well as accompanied by Sarah Hudson. For those of you who are joining us 5 weeks in a row, it is a pleasure to see you guys. For those of you who are maybe dropping in and trying to get caught up, we are stoked to have you. Welcome on in. I want to do a quick recap for a couple things, and then I'm handing over the mic to the incredible TSI and Sarah. And then guys, feel free to come on up and grab the mic. But just a couple notes to give to everybody. Look, in week number 5 of building our SaaS from idea to impact, there are a couple things that are critical to keep in mind. One of them is, look, you're in a community of other people who have been alongside of you building this whole time, learning this whole time, don't forget to use the comment section, not only here on X, but also on the website to connect with other people in this space. I know so many of you are connected already. I see so many familiar faces in here, which is excellent, excellent to see. But don't forget that you're in a room with other amazing builders. Connect with them. Connection is the precursor to collaboration. Collaboration is the new currency here inside the Innovators Think Tank. So make sure that you're sending a DM, a follow, learn what somebody else is building, and connect with each other. Absolutely. Two things that you guys want to have up in front of you before we launch into week number 5. The very first thing that you're going to want is this X space. So you're going to want this X space open. This is your two-way audio to all of the speakers asking your questions and so on. This is also where we'll put any links such as the second thing that you need up, which is the ITT.com, innovatorsthinktank.com, the agenda for this week. We have a live stream up there. We have all of the resources, all of the objectives, and everything that you guys need posted right below the live stream. If you have yet to connect your X account to the Innovators Think Tank ecosystem, go ahead and do that. In the upper right-hand corner of the website, you can hit sign up, connect your X account, and welcome into the ecosystem of innovation. That being said, those two things, the X space and the live stream in front of you, will be what you need in order to take on this space. I'm not going to do a full recap of where we are on week 5, where we need to be. I'm going to let our team do that. But I do want to encourage folks to set a reminder for ITT number 50 coming up this weekend. If you guys are working on a project and you want to pitch it to a community of innovators, 60-second pitches is your place in the ITT. It takes like less than 30 seconds to sign up on the Innovators Think Tank website for a spot to pitch. So I want to encourage you guys to do that. This Saturday, we will have session number 50. We're coming up on 52, a whole year of doing the Innovators Think Tank. I am so stoked for what's in store for session 52, as well as 50 and 51. Don't discount those. But we do have a big surprise coming up on the year mark. So you guys definitely stay tuned for that. That being said, that is up in the Jumbotron. Set your reminders for this weekend. And also keep in mind that tomorrow morning, we do have a morning after recap space after all the drunkenness of learning and applying all of that knowledge live right here. Look, I say we dive right into it. I wanted to be sure we start before 5:10. Sarah, have you noticed that class is starting early and earlier? We're making everybody come and sit in their seats on an earlier time basis. Soon enough, we'll start right at 5, maybe session 6. That being said, guys, thanks for joining me on this amazing expedition of innovating education with the tech in schools leading that charge. Sarah accompanying us in learning and developing our skills. What we're doing here is transformational, guys. You are part of something truly incredible. And also big shout out to Ross and Nick and Alisher for getting on Robert Scoble's podcast, Unaligned. I think that dropped earlier today. That is incredibly impressive, guys. We know that you're innovating, to extreme degrees, but to see that type of validation from your peers in that industry, I'm sure it has to be awesome. And just know that we have your back 100% of the way. We are here to have your back. So I think those are the couple notes I wanted to share. We're still on good timing. I'll hand this over to Sarah and our friends over at the Tech in Schools Initiative to kick off week number 5 of building our SaaS from idea to impact. Sarah, welcome back up. We'd love to hand it your way. Ross, welcome back up. Let's do this thing.
I'm so giddy. I'm still just bouncing off the walls with the news of Ross's interview. I'm just so excited for him. I'm hoping that my mic is okay. I did have trouble already getting into space. So if anybody cannot hear me at any time, just holler. If you have questions, comments, concerns, always put them in the purple bubble, or you can DM me behind the scenes if you're really scratching your head and trying to figure out stuff. And I will do my best to interrupt and try to make sure we can get those questions answered. As always, make sure you have your laptop open, that you have your notebook and a pad of paper, just kind of pen, whatever, writing utensil. Taking notes really does solidify those neurological pathways. Yes, we are dealing in AI, but there is a muscle memory component here, and click, click, click does not always compute in the same way as chicken scratch scribe and across the pages. And it's the gift that keeps on giving if you have terrible handwriting, because trying to suss out and discern what you wrote in the haze of the evening is always the gift that keeps on giving. So there are a number of you, I know that this is a very late night, not only a starting point, but ending point too. Just know that we see you, we appreciate you, we know the struggle, and we really thank you for being here, because it is tough. If at any time you don't finish up, or you have to kind of bow out for the evening, your mind is just, it's just too much or whatever, just know tomorrow morning we have our post-mortem. And so you get up a cup of coffee about 10 a.m. and we go through the entire thing at Mach speed a little bit, but it's not, the same nuances and stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. So sometimes that format's better for some folks. They don't want to know how the clock's made. They just want to know what time it is. And that's perfectly okay too. We all learn in different ways in our digital maker space here in the Innovators Think Tank. So without further ado, I think that the boys are ready behind the scenes. Nick, Alisher, and Ross are behind the Tech in Schools PFP. And once again, couldn't be more proud. Could not be more proud. I've known Scoble for, well, more than most. I'll just leave it there. I think I started following him when Twitter was a brand new beta. So to make his list of people and to be sitting in that chair and to have that interview, what a tremendous honor. And it's just so much fun to watch from the cheap seats that a tool that we all are using is something that's on everybody else's radar. And you are taking part in something that is really monumental and changing the way that education is from here on out. So congratulations to each of you too. We are in week 5, which means that you've come a long way and you should be proud of your achievements. If this is your first time here, by the way, don't feel overwhelmed. I'm glad that you're here and we can catch you up. So, you know what? Sit back tonight, just listen to the terms, write down those terminologies, add to your vocabulary lists, kind of poke around the edges, look at the previous classes. Your job is not to have it all finished at the end of the night or anything else. It's just to sit back and listen, figure out where your place is, what you want to do, what you want to build, and then get to know the people next to you in the room tonight. Because they're your cohorts and they're the people that are going to cheer you on and do the happy dance when you see the confetti each step of the way. So anyway, that is all I have to say in opening notes. I hope that I didn't bore you to tears. Just know that I love you to the moon and back. And I'm excited for this evening. We're going to connect a lot of dots and herd a lot of cats, as they say in the engineering world. So Ross, Alisher, Nick, whomever is behind the PFP, it's your turn.
Hello, everybody. What's up? So today's kind of going to be different than all the other ones a little bit, because we have to have a quick chat about scaling with AI and utilizing it, relying on it, building with it. As you all think about your
Ross, real quick, I'm so sorry to step on your toes. One
good.
thought that I was thinking is we have a number of folks in here. I'm sure they have a lot going on in all the other aspects. Maybe what we could do real quick is retrace where everybody should be as of this point. You know what I mean? Just kind of give them a quick recap. Okay, this is where we are as of today, and then what are we doing today? That way, everybody can feel some continuity there. You're the educator. I'm so sorry I'm stepping in. I had a note here that could be helpful.
I'm definitely going to get to that, but I just and we're going to talk about about building with it, because it's not just like you put an API key in and you're good. But yeah, so at this point we should have a website that we built that is running in Next.js. It should connect to Stripe and have plans. What it doesn't do is do anything worth paying for right now, because it doesn't have a product. What we're doing last time is we started building out what it is someone would pay for. Now, my example to you, it's not like put a price on it, launch. I mean, you could do that, and you're still in that timeline. So anyone who decides like, hey, you know what, my idea, like, I don't care, I'll do that next, I want to launch this SD3 now, you could, and you will make money like right now. But what you have to think about is what I'm going to go over in a few minutes. But basically, this is the part that everyone kind of goes in a different direction, which is the part that is most difficult. And that's why having something like AI Tutor is very, very important, because you need to be able to build out features that actually don't exist. And you need to integrate them and make sure that users don't go above a certain amount of credits. And like, if the next month happens, like, make sure those credits go on to the next month. Like, don't be that guy, like, build the thing you would want. But it's really important that everyone here that's building understands like a few facts, and we're going to go over them. One, if you're going to build a business revolving around AI at all, it's great. Like, you will see profits in a way that you have never seen before. And I'm not like saying like because I'm a millionaire, I'm just saying because like traction is going to be so high right now that it's like almost an 80% chance someone would buy your thing if it's AI. And especially if it's using something that they don't have access to. So part of building is having really cool things, but the other part is cost. So I'm going to use Cash Money Kev, for example. Let's say Cash Money Kev takes this thing that he built, right? And then he's like, I'm going to put it live and put the monthly. Okay, well, Cash Money Kev, I raised you this. What happens if I join your thing, pay you your $20, and then generate 5,000 things? Then what? Do you see the problem, Cash Money Kev?
Yeah, then I'd lose money, right? On credits?
Yeah, you'd be immediately negative. And you've only made $20. So what we have to think about is we have to research, and this is not something we're going to cover like in this particular thing, this or next week. But for those interested in actually continuing and building this, we're going to have a way where you can actually, and we're going to talk more about it like way later, because we got like a lot of stuff to do. But there's going to be a way you can take a different kind of class that's not necessarily just live on Twitter Spaces, very one-on-one, like an actual class, but in the same style, where you just learn the really important things and build whatever you want. But more importantly, you won't sort of have to asynchronously catch up and listen and learn. Just a quick shout out in the middle of randomness to Josh Hellman, Cash Money, Kevin Mattia. Like, this was truly, very experimental to say the least. Yet the amount of people that you guys have, well, we together helped, is just insane. And I don't think it's ever been done this way in this capacity. And what's cool is if you can harness that and actually take it to the next level, I think it could be really impactful. And then you can have like these crazy success stories. And then maybe, just maybe, they want to come back and lead a Wednesday class with us. I think it could be so impactful and so crazy, because once you learn how to do things, it's like all you want to do is just go to the highest mountain and just like scream it to as many people that will listen. So it's really important that as you guys build out this stuff, that you understand that you're not building something fake. It's very, very real. And we're going to go over like some costs after I hear what Sarah has to say, because I'm sure it's very important. It always is. But we're going to talk about costs, because what I don't want any of you to do is go do something, go live, and then be negative.
I'm just going to jump in real quick. One, Ross is absolutely correct. To teach is to learn twice. And so you yourself, anytime you share this information, you gain a deeper understanding. I wanted to point out that we have a live stream, and it's really important for those that are in the listening audience to make sure you're checking with the link up top where it has the live stream. You need to pay attention. You can't just do the social audio thing and listen and kind of tune out. When we talk about muscle memory, seeing where things are located, believe it or not, on the screen. For you spatial learners, you kind of have to see exactly where things are in order to understand it, because some of the platforms that Ross uses can be confusing, and trying to navigate and figure it out can sometimes be difficult. So make sure that you are on a laptop, and I understand completely how frustrating it can be to toggle between so many different pieces of technology. Not everybody here has, the, man cave or whatever cave, of multiple computer faces and a spinny chair in the middle, and you're looking like a supervillain. Many of us are talking on a cell phone. We are looking at a screen, and we are clicking and praying that we're not closing windows that we shouldn't be, and flipping from place to place. We get it and we understand. So just make sure that you do have the live stream on and are looking at the screen, because it is kind of important to make sure that we're all on the same page. Go ahead, Ross.
So I won't spend too much time. I'm just going to go over a few things, and it applies to potentially anyone who's building anything with AI. And if you already have something built and you're curious, Sarah, is your hand raised, or is that a glitch?
That was a glitch, sir.
There are two ways to get around this for your product. One, you ask the user to do an API key. Not the best. It's possible. What I think you guys should think about is, and this is just a recommendation, I am Googling this live. So you can do like usage-based billing. So like, it's obviously possible, right? Because this thing does it. You can see Stripe has usage. And this is like some database structure and code. Now, you can like build this yourself with AI Tutor and Stripe Doc, or just skip to the end, the fun part, and just pay $1,000 or $500. And you're going to get like the whole entire fully production working level code. Now, why this is important is because, if you're passing 3,000 transactions, you got to make sure no one's like going over their limits. I'm not saying this is a requirement to keep building. It's not. It is something you want to think about as you build, because costs can be huge. Like, especially if you want to train your own model. I mean, there's resources, and we're going to go over a couple. So if you have your pen and paper, I'm going to just give you a lot of different things. Some are paid, some are not, that are very useful in whatever you're doing in AI. Because there's a lot of things I learned, and I made a lot of mistakes. And so hopefully you guys can avoid some of them. Are you guys ready? I can't see emojis, but hopefully there's some emojis, and you're ready. So the first thing we're going to talk about is Hugging Face. Hugging Face can host your model. It can host your model, it can inference your model, and you can pay them $20 to do this. Now, here's the cool thing. You pay them $20 to inference, not to host your model. That's free. Think about this. You can have your model in Hugging Face. Then they give you like a URL and a way you can hit it with API keys. You can do that all day, and it will cost you $20 a month. That's one way. Then there's Railway. Railway is like the grown-up version of Vercel. It's really good, but Vercel's amazing. But Vercel kind of dies when you do something crazy. So when we first built Pixio, Vercel like just died when we put it there. We needed more power. More power came with Railway. So I highly recommend Railway for the more power needs when your Next.js app gets a little crazy. Now, when it comes to GPUs, there's a lot of different ways. I'm going to just tell you some ways that I've used and that are really good. One, we partner with a few companies, and the ones I'm going to list are like the ones I feel like if you built with them, you couldn't be in a better situation. So first, Protea. We are partnered with Protea since the very beginning. They are a stable diffusion, GPU-centric organization that has access to over 200,000 GPUs. That's a lot. Like, come on, guys. That's like a lot. So we partner with them. They offer you a way to utilize their technology in your app. Now I can't see, thumbs up or anything, but hopefully you wrote that down. If you need me to repeat it, somebody stop me. No?
I think we're good. I also know that it's going to be documented too, probably in the class notes as a link, but
No,
just
not.
to make sure. Is it not?
It's not. This is real life. Like, not everything is going to be planned, and not everything is going to be written down.
Excellent, Smithers.
We're trying to do what we can, but I don't know of any free service right now that's doing what we're doing on Spaces right now. Like, it's the craziest thing ever. Like, what we put together here is the quality level of what you would get in like an actual course or an actual college. What's crazy?
So for code speak, folks, take good notes, because he's not going to add Hugging Face and the rest of these websites. This is insider knowledge, and this is the bonus and brownie points for sitting your butt in the chair today and being here, rather than folks that will, you must be present to win. Put it that way, okay?
Yeah, it's going to be like a crazy knowledge brain vocabulary dump. It's going to be like the craziest vocab thing you've ever been through, but there's no test. The only test is you. The test is just you versus you. It has nothing to do with, like, you're not going to be scored. Like, if you really want to learn, listen to what I'm saying, because even if, like, you think I'm wrong, like, this is actual experience that you can possibly avoid. Like, make a better decision. Because I'm not going to tell you, like, only the best thing. I'm going to tell you what I used first and then what I got to. So, like, another good example is I first started with Stable Diffusion. I thought it was super cool. I used something called Automatic 1111, and it's quite a beast. However, it does not play nice with API calls. So the next thing we're going to learn is Comfy UI. It's going to be the most important thing you've ever heard in your whole entire life if you're building with Stable Diffusion. And all this stuff with clothes trying on, yeah, that's Comfy UI. All of it. I wouldn't even be surprised if 90% of these companies that are AI, that are doing like image and video, are just Comfy UI in the back end. It is not only the best, most like customizable way to interact with GPUs and CUDAs, but like one of the highest trending GitHub ever. Like ever. That's pretty crazy, I think. And this guy does not get paid. Who even knows why he updates it 17 times a day? Who knows? But I'm not asking questions. And if you don't believe me, look him up. His name is Comfy Anonymous. Comfy UI. That's your term for today. No, there's gonna be a lot. I'm lying. There's gonna be more. So the next thing we're gonna learn is COG. Who knows what it means? Anyone? You get like 100 Ross points if you can tell me what COG means. That's like super impressive if you know what it means. Nobody wants to guess? Just take a shot. Fine. Sarah, guess. You have to like take one for the team. Not even Sarah wants to guess?
No, I was cheating and you caught me because I don't know. And so I'm like, stop, because I just want the freaking answer. And if I have to leave the stupid screen to answer Ross, I won't have it. I know what a COG is in the maker world.
Okay, listen. I want you to Google COG AI and just tell me your understanding of the first result. It's open source. Just like look at it. You don't need to be a programmer, I promise. I wouldn't set you up for failure, only greatness, as you say. And guys, come up to the stage and be part of the show. It helps your learning process. Guess 4 times. It's going to help you know what's not the answer. Sounds silly, but it's real.
COG AI refers to advanced artificial intelligence systems that mimic human cognitive functions.
I was thinking cognitive is also part of it, but Yeah, your AI tutor is also talking about it. It says that it can refer to several things, Ross, just so you know.
Yeah, so Cog AI could be a company, but search Cog AI in Google. You're going to find a GitHub. Do you see the GitHub result? And with your searching, narrow it down. And Amy, I know you here. Learn what this word is. This is your new favorite word.
Oh, hey, one thing. Is it okay that I searched for those links and I put them in the comments?
Yeah,
So
sure.
that I would have them for reference later, actually.
Listen, I'm just doing a
That's
lot,
okay.
and if you want to volunteer to put them, do it. That's going to help the world right now. Now, Amy, I'm going to correct one thing. Prodia is Prodia, and make sure you know which one, because Prodia right now, today, if you signed up, Prodia, right?
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. But if you signed up, you would get 1,000 free API credits a month. That means your app can generate 1,000 things per month for free, and you don't pay nobody. That's pretty cool. Now, if anyone doesn't know the answer to Cog, I'm going to tell you, but does anyone know? It's really important for the next thing that I'm going to tell you.
I'm getting all sorts of weird things, including synthetic cognizance.
Did you get a GitHub repo?
Not even. And I even asked
Really?
my AI tutor for a specific GitHub repo dealing with cognitive AI, but I have really screwed up my.
It's just Cog. It's just Cog. COG.
Cog.run on
Killing me,
GitHub.
Smalls. You're killing me. Just a second.
Here, look, I'm going to show you guys. And it's important that you guys understand like the difference between like what we're looking for right now. And I actually want to show you the search. So check my screen. Look, Cog AI, right? Well, not that. You got to write AI. But I want to show you what you should get. So see this GitHub repo right here? I'm going to put it in the comments somehow.
I think I just found it and I put it in the comments. I don't know. Is that the right one?
I can't
Should I
see.
put in there?
I got to find out. Let's see. You might have done it. Yes, you guys are awesome. Anna, Amy, yes.
I just found it.
Let me tell you
replicant?
why. Yeah, let me tell you why this is actually important. So, Amy, we're going to use you. Do you mind if I use you as example?
Yeah, sure. But like you don't go into like
Oh my God,
details,
Amy,
okay?
relax.
Because like yeah.
Just relax.
Come on.
He's going to be
Gonna
gentle.
hurt,
Otherwise,
make me
I'll
cry.
take.
Oh my gosh.
Don't you dare! I'll take the bullet.
Listen.
Because Ross knows a lot of dirty details in my in
There's
everything.
nothing even like that. So don't worry. So if we're going to use Amy as an example, Amy has a product, right? And she has a model. Now, for Amy to run her model, she needs serious compute and GPUs. Now, something Amy didn't know that Amy's going to learn right now is Cog. Cog allows you, Amy, to run your entire model in what's called Cog, which is open source. So you can tell your CTO, hey, run it in this. And then you do it. And then you push to replicate. Now, that brings me to my next vocabulary word, replicate. Now, I have pushed Cog models. It's really easy. Replicate is awesome. So you can go to replicate and choose anything you want to do that just came out. So you can see like style transfer, super cool. I'm probably going to like build that. This, a lot of you know this as TurboCraft. So we inference this ByteDance as the XL Lightning to do TurboCraft. You can see anything you want to do, it has a way to do it. But here's the crazy part. Amy, we're going to pretend you're using Llama 3, which you're not. You're using your own model. So this would be yours, right? Because you would push it to Cog. Okay? Imagine you can just hit your model like this. Look, this is the call. Now, check this out. I've done this. So if we go to AI Tutor Pixio, look, Pixio Generate, Pixio Upscaler. I deployed this. I deployed this to my own API on Replicate. How insane is that, Amy? Come on.
Ross.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is
Wow.
basically like I'm envisioning these as like little Tupperware things that you kind of can put in the refrigerator when you're meal prepping or something, that you're packaging these machine learning models in a production ready kind of container. Is that kind of, am I understanding
No,
it
no.
correctly?
So as a non-developer, that's really good. The only word you need to know there is Docker. So it's a Docker containerized version of your model that runs asynchronously, self-contained, privately, running on Replicate, who is going to be one of the few most important companies in the knowing future. And if you don't know who they are, well, today's your day. Replicate.com. Welcome to the planet. It's crazy. And they have every model you could possibly dream of that your app can use. And now, you know what it doesn't have, y'all? Stable Diffusion 3. So if you launch that, you'll make money now. Literally, just one post. Hey, Stable Diffusion 3. Sign up, get 100 free credits. Boom. You're making money tomorrow. That is real. That's called riding the wave. So if that's you, get your surfboard, because you need to listen to everything I'm about to tell you. Any questions?
I have so many questions, actually. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I know, Josh, I'm just sitting back going, and I'm doing the mental math and the first mover advantage, right? For those of you that have truly been here from the beginning to the end, you have the skill set to actually knock the ball out of the park and have a paycheck by the end of the week, right? And I'm not kidding. Like, the first mover advantage that you have is incredible, but the window of opportunity is very small. So to those of you in the room, and I'm not going to name names, but you know who you are in terms of being very gifted at what you do and understanding these kinds of materials. If I just understood this correctly, yeah, you will be able to just rack up dinero. and I have so many questions, Ross, that you continually give out these nuggets, and the folks that actually pick up the baton and run with it, they have no excuse, right? So it's just time and will, and if you have them both, you're going to do very well.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna show you a quick thing just so you can like get the gist. So this is like a brand new chat with AI Tutor right now. Hopefully coming up on the stream. Yes. So because you got to be nice, we're gonna say hi. We will turn off all that so we don't see it. Now look at this. Guys, this is like undocumented. This is real. First set of docs. And then I go back. And this is the schema. Getting a prediction. I don't even know what I'm doing, you know? I'm just getting the raw data and pasting it. Like everything it tells me, all the rules that I don't understand. And guys, like you could honestly do this. Like it's crazy. Look.
And this is a good recap of last week when we took the Stable Diffusion 3 docs, and we used AI to extract this little code to generate images with Stable Diffusion 3. Of course, before it's available in any of the other different image generators.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So this is similar, but now you're using Replicate to create almost like a different feature of your app. And then this is what, style transfer?
Yeah, it's brand new. Okay, so like let's say I wanted to build this. Okay, build it, dude. Let's go. So easy.
Ross, your typos are crazy. Worse than mine.
I just don't care. Like there's like an element of non-careability that I have about that. Like for what? Like what do I gain from caring? I just lose time. It's not gonna make me a better writer. I'm still gonna suck. So I just built it into AI Tutor to like fix that along the way. So like, here's the thing. In like 2 seconds, I have the page. This is the page I put for people to generate. This is the page that they generate from. Now, watch this, guys. This is the moneymaker right here.
I'm hearing a musical rhythm with that typing.
I'm going to jump in real quick, answering some of the questions in DM. There are other options, but let me just preface that my AI tutor is ideal for these kinds of things. In order to cobble together all of the pieces that you would need in order to kind of retrofit, um, just save yourself some time and energy. It's not that expensive per month, obviously, to be able to have my AI tutor. And up top in the ITT, if you put that in the discount code, you'll get 20% off. So the fact of the matter is that if you are not running my AI tutor now, this is the time to get it, because it's just going to make your life easier. And from a entrepreneurial point of view, this is the cost of doing business. You need to have the proper tools, because trying to work around and not having the ideal tools is actually going to cost you more. This is the cheap shoe scenario, where you're going to continue to have to buy, and pay through the nose for certain things, when you could have had the steel-toed work boots that were made for you and they're ready to do the job. So I know that that's not probably the answer that you want to get, but you know what? I've purchased multiple my AI tutors for various people in my life. And it's because I feel beyond a shadow of a doubt, very passionately, that this is the ideal tool for the next, iteration, right? They cannot be well equipped if they do not understand these tools. So, and having them all under one umbrella streamlines your entire process. What Ross is doing right now, and you're seeing on your screen, is that he is working side by side with his AI cohort, right? And he is co-collaborating and creating this entire ecosystem. The tool itself is filling in the gaps, the skill gap. I am not a coder. I don't play one on TV. I can navigate bits and pieces here and there, but that's not my superpower. And if I have a tool that is able to fill those gaps, it means that I'm able to free up my time, leverage the skills that we have on hand, and then I can go ahead and do the thing that I'm the best at, right? So I'm hoping I'm answering your question. I saw that Bjorn Free did have his hand up. Did you want to say something, love?
I did. While we were on the subject, I was hoping to talk Ross into doing a subscription tier that's his entire tech stack, like the AI Tutor, the Pixio. If he would put it all under one link, where I find benefit in just dealing with the one subscription, and then getting all of that, because
I will tell you what. Like, I don't know if we're gonna launch it officially, but we can launch it in a way where, like, if you do it, it'll work. Like, we have a separate link, because I just don't want to have this like price that scares people. Because you can honestly, pick any version of our software and actually get things done. I just don't want to scare people away from a crazy price. But I understand.
Oh, no. So price aside, I was just again speaking of me personally and the value I have found in it. 2 weeks ago, I didn't rightly have a clue about React or Next.js or nothing. And now I am almost ready to launch. I just got to finish doing my equation on the Supabase side, and I'm ready to launch that first roofing project. And that's what, 8 days? So I mean that it's worth it. So when you sign a contract like I had the ability to sign, even if your tech stack was 100 or 200 a month, I can't tell you the amount of time I've saved and what it's taught me as far as importing libraries, wrapping elements, everything. It's just worth it to some people. And if you had that as an option, if it's worth it to me, it's got to be worth it to somebody else.
Yeah, no, you're actually 100% right. And we actually have a few things coming. Not to derail the conversation, but it's helpful for you guys to know. If you're like him and you're serious, we will announce it at the end, but there will be a way for you to get something different that's sort of not like this, but to really help you with your problem and how to use AI to like 10x what you're doing. And even you may learn things that you didn't even know were possible. And like this is something that we've been working in the background a lot to create. And also, we are going to be releasing a new tier of tools that is going to have Beam in it, which allows you to talk with 8 language models at the same time, which honestly, for coding is insanity mode, because now everyone gets to say what they think could be the answer, and then we synthesize the real answer.
Amazing. It's amazing. I really just wish I could share screens and show the rest of the room what all I've been able to do with what you've introduced. It's
you're
beyond amazing.
Yeah, like that's why I'm showing this. Like right here, guys. Like I'm gonna break down this conversation just so you guys see how I talk to this thing. But I can copy this like this, right, and paste this into Supabase, and it will create the new table for credits. See, select credits from user. Then that's that part. Then over here, this is how you actually buy credits. So this is copy and pastable, no code changing needed. No, you don't even need to know what's going on. It actually tells you what's going on in the top part right here. So it says this is the button that does this. Now it went and studied the Stripe documentation and the replicate documentation, so it knows. Here's how you check out with that, with your webhook that you already have, right? Cool. We already did that.
Ross, Amy has a question, love.
Oh, does she? I can't see nothing. Amy, just talk. Shut me up. We're good.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Ross, for sharing all of these great resources. I'm going to be meeting with my CTO, but I just wanted to say for people who are maybe like using the AWS startup credits, like it's really, I'm only saying this because I made the big mistake of like just not being prepared, not knowing how, like like knowing the process of your moving your database over to like a local GPU, um, like and how much money that can save you. Like, it's just things that they don't really talk about even in Y Combinator or in most startup accelerators. They don't really talk about what you need to do to save costs and all. AWS can really trick you into thinking like, oh, I'm using all these credits for free, and it doesn't really prepare you for what can come next if you're not like ready for all the expenses that hit you, So this is definitely like such a gift to be able to know that this is a really great way to save you a huge expense in the beginning. Because I will say that like yeah, it's super easy to just set up with AWS also, right? And they'll give you free credits in the beginning. But if you want to do this all yourself from beginning to end, then this is a great, these are amazing resources. So I just wanted to say to anybody who's doubting it in the audience, like whether or not this is the best way to go, or if it's better to go with, Y Combinator, like Startup School, and all the AWS credits that you got with that, that can be really helpful. But this is the ground level, really. And you're really not going to. Yeah, this is great. Thank you so much.
Well, Amy, you brought up a really good point. One of the things, the unique characteristics of my AI tutor that's different than most is that it susses out backdoors that are not obvious. And what I mean by that is when you're working side by side with it and playing dumb, and you're saying, I'm 5, I don't understand. I'll use the example from week 1 where we had an issue with Windows and that stupid S mode. going through and figuring out how to do that without wrecking computers, it was so brilliant in terms of how to have workarounds, because AI is very its superpower is aggregation of data and sussing out the little nugget. And it can do it far better than we can. And it can ask questions. If you continue to ask and press, it continues to, you know, distill and regurgitate and try to figure out what it is that you need it to know. And that is one of the things when you're paying, let's say, a big program, maybe it's AWS, maybe it's Y Combinator, fill in the blank. It's not saying that we're discounting those kinds of programs and those kinds of ecosystems. It's just that the curriculum is geared towards what they want to teach you as opposed to what you want to know. And I know that sounds weird, but Bjorn had brought it up a couple sessions ago. He's like, I need an a la carte menu. I don't want to sit through all of this. Most business people do not have time, right? They want too long didn't read. They have a different mindset, a different thing that they're trying to kind of navigate. And oftentimes it's not what we think it is, you know? And when you have that kind of canned curriculum, it's leading you down a primrose path. And that's time you can't get back, right? The opportunity costs are there, right? So when you're looking at these kinds of ecosystems, for me personally, I am not a coder. This is going to drive me nuts. This 6 weeks was so vital for me to understand, because now I know exactly what kinds of questions to ask of IT departments, of the folks that will be developing these things. And I have a first mover advantage in the sense that I already say, you know, we need Supabase, we need Vercel, we need Stripe, we need to understand all of these pieces. And if you do not understand it, guess what? I'm going to equip you with the right tool that is going to blow your mind. And that was the one key takeaway, is that as a business owner, every one of my students is going to have this. And I'm not going to be afraid that they're going to go somewhere else or anything else, because in the moment that I see, you know, value in building them up from within, they become entrepreneurs. Those are the folks that are creating inside of my business. My business actually becomes kind of an incubator, and I have now, you know, empowered the people that I am, you know, employing to do really wonderful things and maybe find new ways of doing things within their superpowers and their capacities. And so those efficiencies are really, really amazing when you are, you know, kind of the give and the take and whatnot, and learning these things. Because, you know, honestly, I don't want to go anywhere else because I just don't have the time or energy. It's every minute counts, and we are now measured in units of attention, right? And so if you are pushed, pulled so many different ways, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, which is building your business. So I just wanted to put that out there. But excellent points, Amy. Ross, I see the screen is moving. What are you doing?
So this is a new AI tutor feature. The idea behind it is that we can visualize what it thinks we want to do. So like if we're like, oh,
how'd you do that?
Oh,
Rewind.
so yeah. So you just go to this giant thing, right? And you're just like, make a diagram. It's new. And then it gives you what exactly is going on. So what we just built in like 10 minutes was user click buy credits, front end, create checkout, initialize checkout, session URL, redirect, Stripe checkout, complete payment, checkout completed, update credits, redirect. How crazy is that? And that's exactly what we want, right? So every time they
Wait, how did you get that though? What did you press in order to do?
just went here and I hit diagram.
I love you. This is for all of you visual learners, you kinetic learners that need to have something tactile and to, you know, really grasp onto. Many neurodivergent people require this kind of, you know, ecosystem. So kudos to you guys. I love you so much.
Yeah, well, thank you. I think it's really important that people can visualize like this crazy code. But guys, like this is copy and pasteable. Like it's not like, oh, I gotta still write it. No, you just copy it. And like this is your new ENV that you have to add. Because now you need a special product for them to buy credits. You go into Stripe, call it credits, and then it'll be like 1 credit equals $1 or whatever. 50 cents equals 1 credit, whatever it is. And then that will be the ratio that will be used in your app. And so the thing about Replicate, guys, is you can do anything with Replicate, like any AI thing. Now, the other thing I want to show you is our friends at FAL. We've talked about FAL before. FAL is so fun. This is their website. I may have to incognito this. Yeah. This is what FAL looks like when you first get there. It's so cool. Let me not be logged in. Cool. This is the website, guys. FAL.ai. They will let you build anything image related, pretty much. They're super cool. Then there's things like Grok. So Grok is an LLM that is very fast. So it's interesting if your app needs to move fast. And these are just a few, but like they're really important because your provider is everything. And Amy, I have one more thing to tell you about Replicate. Are you ready?
Yeah. Okay.
Replicate can do private models too. So you can build your model and nobody will see it except you. They can be inference and hosting. And unlike AWS, they only charge you when the thing is running, which is the best.
Oh, okay. So like, are they an all-in-one alternative to AWS, or do you have, or
Not
you have
in
to
any
use?
way, shape, or form. See, what you're
No.
doing
Okay.
is what you're doing essentially. Hold on. My brain can only do one thing at a time, unfortunately. I wish I was there.
Well, it's like you're using Replicate
so Amy,
to
here's the
redirect
hang
or
on for one
something?
second. Listen.
Or
So let's say you were like, AWS, see you later, we're breaking up. Cool. Now, in order to do that, you would have to run your website, which can be run on Railway or Vercel for next to nothing, right? And then when it talks to the model, right, it would just talk to Replicate and their infrastructure, and you don't have to even worry about anything. GPUs, not your problem.
okay, but like, what if I am running? What if I'm like running it off of another GPU? I need Replicate and the other thing you were
Well,
talking about.
Replicate will be cheaper than your own GPU. So you'll get the speed of like an H100, which costs $34,000, at the cost of a cup of coffee. It's a no-brainer.
Okay, so like so you use Replicate instead of using your own GPU.
Yeah, so like with
and
Pixio, if things get crazy, it just goes to Replicate instead of our local GPU.
But your origin though is your own GPU, and then it goes to it redirects to Replicate or something. Is that what? Or no, you just use Replicate.
Oh, you can just use Replicate. You can skip that whole GPU process. But if you want to use your GPU, you could say, let the software use my GPU. And then if it gets crazy and it starts to slow down, because that's dumb, we don't want to do that, switch to Replicate. And then when the usage gets lower, switch back to GPU. It all depends on usage
Okay.
and depends on like how good. Like, are you talking a regular GPU or industry grade GPU?
I'm talking about
Yeah.
regular GPU. Yeah, I mean like whatever a
Yeah,
startup
so
would be
then you
starting
would
out
not
with.
want to
Yeah.
use that at all. You would skip that whole process. Just don't do it. Go right to Replicate. You will be in love.
Is there like an initial sign up fee?
Of course not, Amy. I'm not gonna tell you companies
Okay.
that are gonna like ruin lives. I'm only gonna tell you companies that are
No,
awesome.
I mean it's got to cost money though to like keep the lights on and everything. I
No,
mean,
Amy.
I don't see how they would be able to make money if it's not
But
running.
Amy, imagine the power of open source, right? Now imagine a company says, you know what? I'm gonna raise $100 million for this. And that same company is like, oh, give us your open source model. We'll turn it into an API before you could even blink. And that same company is called Replicate. And they're
Okay, so what was the other one? It was Replicate and something
well,
else.
you only could use Replicate for your scenario. but the other one was foul. For
Okay.
you, replicate is your solution. There's nothing better or cheaper or faster.
Do you have like are you partnered with them in some kind of way? Like
It's
do
not
you
an
have some kind of
affiliate,
deal with
and
them?
it's not an official partnership outside their prorated pricing that they give us because of what we do. But
Okay,
I'm a customer.
but the oh, okay. So and you do prorated with them, like they charge you. Well, wait a minute, charging based on usage. That's just what they
Oh yeah,
do,
that's the business
or
model.
like okay, but they do they also work with like big industry companies? Like I mean, the reason why I'm asking this is because I don't want to face any kind of issues with a company that I mean, how long has it been around? So, like, how strong is this
Um,
this
Probably a
company
few
here?
years. Like they're new, but they're good. They're backed by Google, Nvidia, Apple, like all these different companies, and they just raised
Right,
$100 million to power the open source community and run everybody's code for free.
Amy,
right. Well, sorry,
no,
sorry, sorry.
it's tough to understand and wrap your head around open source, right? Oh,
Oh no 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 no
oh,
no
okay. I'm
no
trying
no.
to figure it out.
That's not the
Okay,
thing that
good.
I was. That's not the thing I was doubting. The thing I was doubting is that like sometimes what can happen when businesses are not charging enough for their services, then then you kind of can experience a little bit of downtime or like or issues with with the tech. And so there's like this trade-off that I've realized is that like, you know, um, you can experience a lot less downtime. Like I've experienced this like directly, like with products that people like that we're all like very feel very very strongly about, right? But like if it comes down to it that like there's uh any kind of downtime which can happen, then it can really affect like a lot of things. Like, oh man, I've been caught like in the middle of a demo when something goes down, like that's like a third party thing that is powering what my solution is, right? And that's so difficult because then what's also painful is then sometimes you're not even able to get in touch with the people who are powering that thing. So like what I'm talking about is after you've built the thing and you're demoing to customers, right? It's gonna be so important that even like I mean y- you're not always going to um be making money, and sometimes you're gonna have to be spending money on things that like you're like, oh, I don't want to have to pay AWS, but I mean, I didn't
Well,
know
no,
an
what you're making
alternative to it,
sense
right?
in a lot of ways. It's like what happened to Hugging Face recently. You know, when it goes down, 60% of all of the AI tools are just like dead in the water, and Twitter is just, ablaze. And whenever you're depending on anybody, that can happen. It's like if you're a degen, it's like not your keys, not your crypto, or someone else's platform. You're at their mercy. One of the things that is interesting, it's always hard to do, and I know that the boys have, and I say boys loosely, Ross, Nick, and Alisher, I've adopted them and they just don't know it. It's like they've mitigated exposure. And that's kind of what you're doing is when you're stacking different tools, there is a natural redundancy that's put into place in order to limit your exposure to certain outages and, fail safe. You putting fail safes in place. The problem is that AI is for the public use. Think about it. ChatGPT just arrived on the scene in November of 2022. We haven't even had a full 2 years of it out in the wild, and already you have so many different facets of different tools that you have at your fingertips. Ultimately, you have to look at all of the tools that Ross has mentioned today and say, okay, just like eh, I'll I'll strip all the tech out of it. As an artist, I have signature tools. I have signature colors. They are my go-tos. Those are my ride and die because they get me not only what I need to get done, but also people start to recognize exactly those signature colors in my artwork, right? And they can pick it out in a crowd. You have certain things that you are totally going to lean into because they naturally speak to you. If you're an animator, if you are an artist, or if you're fill in the blank. You're going to pick the tools that fit the thing that you're trying to build. And that's what the hardest part of tonight is that we're looking at all of the faces in the crowd and we kind of know exactly kind of what you're building. And that's why Ross is saying, Amy, you're going to need this. Why? Because I have an idea of kind of what you're building. And this is going to be, your little golden nugget. Now, if you are going to build your entire business around it, sure, you're doing your due diligence. You want to make sure they're going to be around, they're going to have someone to call, those kinds of things. When you have an open source community and you yourself have been contributing, for instance, if you're on GitHub and you are helping out and you are earning those social currency credits, if something goes down, you have all sorts of people in your pocket family that come to your rescue, people that you never even anticipated. I mean, how many times TSI has been under DDoS attacks or whatnot, and something goes down. You have people on speed dial because they understand, one, you're building this ecosystem, you're helping a lot of folks, and you're creating a different kind of network. These are parallel economies we've never dealt with before. So, and you're integrating an AI component, and that AI component, we still don't know if they're a good employee or not. I understand the way that you're asking these questions, but ultimately each and every one of us, you included, me included, there are a handful of things that are my ride and die. I can't do anything without Grok now because I've been so spoiled with Grok with a Q. It's too fast. I lust after Beam because it's so helpful to me. But I can't work without Hugging Face or Comfy UI. Those are kinds of things that are my core little nuggets, and then I can build around it and decide, if something else goes down, can I fit it with something else? And luckily, when you have my AI tutor, you have all different availabilities. You have all different choices. I mean, you can go through all of these models. If a model disappears, you've got 175 more. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where you have to pick and choose. And for me, I just kind of think about it that way. But I definitely understand what your question is, because I can tell you, I was reading the timeline in real time when Hugging Face went down, and I could have collected the tears in major 5-gallon buckets. It was not pretty.
Wait,
So,
Sarah, we didn't go down today.
yes, you didn't actually, and that's why we were mentioning. I was mentioning the fact that you guys do have built-in redundancies, and
We didn't go down today.
yes. You don't have downtime. You didn't have downtime during the great Hugging Face.
No, we never had downtime.
Nope, you didn't. And you should tell people how and why, because it was really important, and it's a lesson we all should learn anyway.
Well, that's good. What I was about to get to, honestly. So, like, Amy, you say how long's it been around? Who cares? If it's doing what it's doing, great. And just for your own information, they've been around since 2018. But how long someone's been
No, but
around
I think it is a smarter
doesn't
choice to
actually.
have it on the GPU and then switch it over to replicate, though. I think
Yeah,
that
but
is a better move.
even better though. Think about it like this: Cog is open source, so the container that it's in is open source. So that means Replicate could disappear tomorrow, and if it does, you just download the container and put it anywhere else.
Right. Oh yeah. I mean,
There's
listen,
100
guys,
places
I gotta
that'll
tell you
take
is
a
that
Cog.
you always have to have a backup. Yeah.
But
Sorry.
worrying about like a good solution that is new should not deter you from using it. Because I will tell you, Pixio and AI Tutor, it's like a hybrid. Some of it runs locally, some of it runs on Replicate, on FAL, on Protea, and like we partner with these people. Even Google and Gemini. So like we don't host Gemini on my like for what? One, you can't, it's illegal. And two, like, how would you? I would need to spend like $500,000 just to get it to turn on. It's not possible. So it's important to learn about companies, even if you're not going to use them today. You might use them tomorrow.
Well, we're leveraging, Ross. That's the point. Is we're leveraging. You are giving up some of your security, because there's no way we can afford it. I mean, if you don't go the route that Ross did, then you can't democratize AI. You are going to be you're beholden to those that control the GPUs. We're all GPU poor.
Saying that's what someone wants to do. No, that's not what they want to do. You're incorrect. That's what I want to do. I'm crazy. Don't be like me. Don't democratize. Charge for it. And you could run private models in Replicate. So like your model, Amy, could actually run in its entirety in Replicate and probably at, I don't even want to say, it's not even half. It's like a 20th of the price. Like it's probably even more. And the other thing, here's the other thing, guys. I'm going to give you this like weird mental thing. You could agree with me. Bjorn Free, I hope you agree with me and you've hit that stage in your development. But the cooler the company, the less the phone support, the less the instant support. Like Replicate is one of them. They have email support, but like they assume you know who they are. If not, why are you here? And trying to make API calls. Like Stripe, for example, they have chat. It's great. But like all these other companies, Replicate, if you have a problem, you got to wait till they answer you. But that's the beauty of it. You're not going to have a problem. You're in full control. You can boot up the machine and stop the machine. And there's a bazillion GPUs that you can use. So if you make one blow up, that's fine. On to the next one. And like, that's cool, I think. Like, I think being able to build anything is super important. And I think not having to worry about GPUs is super important because what if, like Amy, for example, the output of your model gets sent to something like Sonar, which can then analyze using the internet based on like other companies and their percentages. So you can see like what your percentage is versus a lot of other people. Stripe does this with like fraud warning. It'll be like your company is this level versus companies like you are this level. It's super cool and informative. And that's something you could do with the Perplexity API and your model once it's really cheap. So if it costs like $5 a day to run, you could do a lot more, I think.
You mind if I jump in and talk about cost, Ross?
Dude, go for it. The more they can learn from other people, from me, not that I don't think like I know what I'm talking about. I just think the value is in people telling you what they've learned and how they got to where they are, like what they understand. So yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I've announced a few times I'm building a roofing app for a client I've already signed a contract with. And he wants to be able to just do an honest condition of a roof and be able to measure it and give a good quote for nationwide fulfillment on contractors, right? So that sounded to me initially like a website with an API from Google Solar to get that information, and maybe some other APIs get some information, and we're done. In the process of me looking for the first API to use, I came across a company. I'll just leave company names out of it, but they're an API company that basically offers the same thing as Google, but their leverage is high res. So I set up with a sales call with them, just trying to get costs, and they were 80 cents to $5 per API run. Okay, and then if I wanted to look at history, on top of that, it could get up to $500 per API run. And some of their biggest clients were insurance companies and government agencies and things of that nature. And then what I heard was they strap big cameras to planes so they can get high res images. What it equated to is I have a really good friend, Ross, that knows how to take regular images and we can upscale them to high res. So, what is stopping me from getting Google's images of the same roof, upscaling, getting the same images, applying the same in depth measurements, adding a bit of weather history to it? And now I've built my own solution that is only going to cost me 4 cents. So, I'm going to be around 4 cents where everybody else is retailing theirs for 80 cents to $5. And I've been able to build it in about 9 days.
Yeah, that's like super cool. Like, I mean, upscaling now, you could upscale with FAL for like less than 1 cent right now. You can go to like 8K, 1 cent, and it will happen faster than your page could even load.
And what's interesting about Bjorn's use case, which is really fascinating, is that because he saw a pain point in his own business model, right? And he's looking at this and saying, look at these tools. You know, creativity is not about the stuff, it's how you use the stuff that's on hand. And he saw something where other people may not have noticed. You know, not very many people pay attention to the roof of a house, but for him, that's his world, right? What is your world? What is the one thing, the vantage point, the thing, this that just, you know better than everybody else? And then how do you see that thing through the prism of the tools that you have on hand? It took a very special kind of person to say, all right, I need to have that scaler. I need to have that upscaler. I need to understand those pictures and make them crystal clear. And when he realized that that was, able to happen, now he has the whole suite of tools, and it opens up a whole new parameter, not just for insurance, any number of things that it can kind of play into. And he can license that out, he can sell it off, he can do anything he wants and then create something else very similar to somebody else. Those are the kinds of things that set certain mindsets apart. And if you're crazy enough to build it, I will tell you there is somebody out there crazy enough to buy it. I guarantee it. So go ahead, Bjorn.
Yeah, so I meant the important part. Just to open an account with them, they wanted $15,000, and that would cover up to 2,500 API calls. Now imagine you go out there and now somebody thinks they want a roof. They run through your scenario and they don't quite have all the money to get fulfillment. There went what, $6? So when Ross is talking about cost and where these computations land, it is super, super important. There's a difference between bootstrapping and getting yourself in a jam. Google is kind enough to give you some credits to play with to kind of get yourself off the ground, but there's not many companies like them. So make sure you pay attention to your API cost. Sorry, Ross.
No, it's actually good. And also, every company I'm mentioning outside of Replicate, because they're just too good and they get it, all these companies are giving you credits. Replicate they used to, they don't anymore because people abuse it. We can't have nice things because people abuse it. That's why a tutor can't have trials. But, when I encounter good companies that you can build on top of, I make sure to tell you. And from there, then there's databases, and there's a lot of ways. You guys have Supabase, but if you ask me, Ross, for real, if I'm gonna launch my company, would you use Supabase? And I have two answers. Supabase is incredible, and you should use them, but they're a little expensive. So you can do Supabase database for $25 a month, which is fine. Or you can use Neon, which is a new company, brand new, and you can have 10 databases for $19.99 a month. So Neon will give you a free database right now. If you sign up right now, neon.tech right now. But then if you upgrade, you get 10 of them, which is equivalent to over $100 anywhere else. And that's pretty cool, I think.
Well, it also puts into play, you don't have to have all of the most expensive stuff right out of the chute, right? You can have something that's aspirational and that you can work yourself up to. Those are the kinds of things when you think about if you have Neon, for instance, it gives you what you need right in the minute. And then as you get bigger, when I was a stockbroker for Morgan Stanley, it was the time when Charlie Schwab had just come out. And it was very fascinating because everybody thought that, we were going to go under because Charlie Schwab gave all of the tools at the fingertips of the everyday Joe, and the everyday Joe could now manage their portfolios and do their stock trades. What ended up happening is that as people's account grew, they realized I actually have some serious cash here, and now I need someone to manage it. And so we noticed that at about a $250,000 account at Charlie Schwab would eventually come back to Morgan Stanley. And it's the same kind of concept here, is that you can use the skills and the tools and the things that you have at your fingertips right now, right? And you can cobble together a solution. And as you grow and as you streamline and build, then you can upgrade to your Supabase or whatever else. And there's no harm, no foul in doing that. Sometimes that's the way you have to do it. And honestly, we have to bootstrap, um, use the shoestring, as they say, for lots of things. And so, making sure you understand that there are tools out there, and Ross did tell us and show us how to use, GitHub, where you look at the new things that are coming out, right? Following Scopalizer's lists on AI will help you discern and suss out some of these things. But I've found, honestly, that I don't have to look at those lists as much. I do in the capacity as a media person, but usually Ross has already kind of sussed out the things that are the more valuable, and then has already implemented them into the ecosystem of tools. So in a lot of ways, he's doing some of that continuing education for you and doing the managed money, air quote, kind of job that you would have, hired someone else to suss out. So it's just some things to think about.
Yeah, and like another thing, like users are like, if you ever use Pixio, you've seen image to image, right? And when you do image to image, the user has to upload an image. Now imagine 100,000 people upload images that are 4K. Who's going to pay for that? That's expensive. Supabase will stop you immediately. Like, immediately. And other companies also will stop you immediately. But what you can do is